Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Hope you're well. I am fine. That's as much as we need to know about each other. How's it going tonight? Oh my God, I'm in such a good mood. I just had the greatest exchange I've ever had on Twitter. It was amazing. I don't know what else to say about it. Let's just bring a little bit of it up on our screen here. Make sure I got the right one. I think this is it. So I see this crazy lady, and I saw it from a whole different post that I don't follow any of these people. I don't know how it came up in my eyesight, but he was talking about how they're gonna pull some crazy shit, and it was all because of this lady Heather and her videos that she's put together. They're not even her videos. She just links to different videos and go, look, here's some proof of some stuff that's going on. And uh, in her world, Donald Trump, due to his mental decline, is going to step down. JD Vance is going to take over, and they're going to do something with Article 5 to change the whole country. I could not be bothered to dig much deeper because when I saw her proof, I was just like, you've got to be shitting me. So I made this statement that you should be scared of this shit I made up. And she got mad because I didn't make anything up. She tweeted out a video that summarized her nonsense. And in it says speculative scenario. So I just tweeted that at her. And she's like, but here's all the proof. And she gives a video of a mock Article 5 convention that was held back in 2023. Now, I'm going to be saying Article 5 a lot, but right now we're talking about Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, which is how you get amendments passed. You call an Article 5 convention, and this was a mock one. This wasn't even a real one. What's going on? How do we have video of JD talking over? We need to see it again. What? That AI vid of JD taking over. Oh, no. I don't know where that's at. It would be great though. But anyway, was that just me? What's going on? Can anybody hear me okay? I guess I should have asked that before I went on. So anyway, in 2023, they have a mock Article 5 convention, which was just a way for people to get together and see how an actual convention like that would be done. There was nothing there was nothing in it that was questionable at all. So then she links a video of Pete Hegseth at NATO, and she goes, why would he be talking about Article 5 at NATO? And it was then that it hit me that she doesn't understand that there's more than one Article 5 in the world. Like literally every organization that has a charter that has more than 4 things in its charter has an Article 5. And in this case, Hegseth was talking about Article 5 of the NATO charter, which is the defensive pact in NATO. Kind of makes sense for the U.S. Secretary of Defense to be talking about that. But this bitch got it in her head. No. He wasn't. No. He was dog whistling to Christian nationalists in the U.S. by talking about Article 5 at NATO. Oh, I cannot tell you guys how much it hurt me. How much it hurt me to stop fucking with this person and come to start the show. No. He's not talking about NATO's Article 5. It's the Constitutional Amendment Charter 5. Oh my God. Whew. I love this world. They ended Article 4. Yes. Oh, fuck. I've seen some really dumb conspiracies in my time. I love conspiracy theories. But fuck me. You guys can see my reaction there. I was honestly flabbergasted. I laughed out loud. I might say LOL all the time on that just means I thought it was funny. It doesn't mean I actually laughed out loud. I fucking laughed my ass off. I hurt my stomach laughing at this. She did not realize there's two different Article 5s. But boy, was she convinced of herself. No, I know everything. The other thing I want to talk to you about before we get into the real crazy of the night, because oh boy, do we have a rabbit hole to go down this evening. This was all over my fucking timeline today, and we just need to talk about it for a brief minute. Same-sex marriage. I love that they have to blank out sex even when you're talking about biological sex, not having sex, right? You can't say the word sex. The algorithm will think you mean humping. No fornicating around these parts. Same-sex marriage could be banned in 32 states almost immediately if the Supreme Court overturns Obergefell versus Hodges. Okay, let's talk about this just briefly. The court has not agreed to hear this case, okay? 3 days ago, maybe it was 2 days ago, an article came out talking about how Kim Davis had filed an appeal of her court case. Kim Davis was the county commissioner, I forget where she was at, who refused to give gay marriage licenses. Remember her? Well, she got sued by a couple, and she was the couple was awarded $100,000 for the violation and then $260,000 for punitive damages. So $360,000 because they had to go, next door to get a fucking marriage license. And she is appealing that case. And in her appeal, she has added that she thinks the gay marriage decision should also be thrown out. And she's challenging that. She wants the court to look at that. And frankly, look, if we're being honest, it should be thrown out. I don't think the court's going to do it. But the way they decided it was, let's call it questionable at best. Tall person, thank you. Don't forget that it's World Elephant Day. I'm a bit worried that I saw rabbits in your thumbnail. There are Frankenstein rabbits in Colorado. I wonder how many people who watch this got the reference in that thumbnail. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. So anyway, Kim Davis, she has no case. She actually does have a decent case if the Supreme Court hears it. Her case is that she enjoys a First Amendment protection against having to do things against her religious beliefs. And yeah, that whole case and all of that shit, it was nonsensical. They should have just removed the chick from office, and those people could literally drive to the next county over and get their marriage license. I shouldn't have to drive an extra 50 miles. Sure, you shouldn't have to, but there was a dumb wench there fighting her own personal battle. It's not worth $360,000. Can we just talk about that for a second? There's a lot of these cases where, like in this case, okay, compensate them some gas for having to go to the other place, and that's it. They don't. A third of $1,000,000 for having to go somewhere else to get your license. What if they were just closed that day? Could you do it then? I wanted my marriage license. Give him $100, fine. But $360,000? That's a little bit fucking ridiculous if you ask me. Anyway, yeah, this case isn't even being heard right now. They've only filed the appeal. It's been turned down in all of the other courts, and now they're at the Supreme Court phase. And the overall case is whether or not she can have her judgment thrown out based on First Amendment grounds. The other part of it that she added in there, the Supreme Court doesn't have to go. When the Supreme Court takes a case, they can pick and choose which parts of it they're going to respond to. And the rest of it is just left at whatever the last stage of the legal road was. Hey, Jack, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
I am incredibly sore. I decided to mow the lawn yesterday.
Why?
Because it needed done, and Lady Monkey had to do other stuff, and she wanted it done, and so I wanted to make my wife happy.
Don't you have kids for that?
Nobody was. It was just me home.
You call them and be like, "You need to get your ass over here and mow this lawn."
I don't think that would have worked.
Oh,
But yeah, so I'm sore, but I'm incredibly happy. I mean, I just had my experience over there on Twitter, and we're about to dive into this crazy bitch here. So I'm happy. How you doing?
I'm all right. Knee hurts. That's about it.
I'm not as in as much pain as I thought I was going to be.
Well,
Yesterday
sign,
sucked.
right?
I'm not going to lie. Last night was painful.
Well, that's
but today,
kid for the weekend.
Today I'm mostly good. Just my right thigh from knee to hip, the whole fucking thing just fucking hurts. Oh well, I'll live.
Those are angry muscles that you haven't exercised in a while.
Well, it doesn't help that my entire yard is at an angle.
Yeah, well, that could be related.
There is very little of my yard that is flat. So having to cut side to side on an angle is, yeah. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yeah, I'm finding that out the hard way myself.
Monkey has angry legs. I don't know why, but that made me think of Heartbreak Ridge when Mario Van Peebles, I forget his character in there, but he was talking about that chick had angry titties.
Oh, hey,
anyhow,
real quick, thank you, tall person. Happy National Julienne Fries Day. Oh, well, thank you. I do like some good fries.
All right, let's bring our crazy lady up onto the screen. There we go.
Love crazy.
Oh my God. Look, you know I like crazy chicks. And this chick is cute enough to be crazy. She's not like the most, but she is cute enough that this is the kind of crazy that if I was single, I would probably go for. I'm not going to lie to you. There's part of me watching this like I could fix her.
She's the kind of crazy that Matthias Gerbroni would bang a few times
yes.
and never call.
I'm from St. Louis. Yeah, guys, I want to be clear here before we go on. Couple of things. One, everything that's stated from here on is just my opinion and not a personal diagnosis or defamation in any manner.
I concur with that.
Two, I'm going to say the term crazy lady in various different ways over and over again. But what we're about to watch is delusion, in my opinion. I'm not a medical doctor. And that is not confined to women.
No.
We see this kind of crazy. This is the kind of crazy you really do need to stay away from, in my opinion. Hypothetically,
I think it's important now to state this, that remember what Monkey is about to do to you.
You did this to me.
What? How is this my fault?
You sent this to me.
Oh, yeah.
Fucker. How is this my fault?
So, yeah, everybody, Monkey is responsible for all the suffering
yes.
you were about to experience.
My hitchhiker had nothing to do with it.
Hey, you know the rules. If I see something and I'm like, what the hell? I end up sending it to you. Because nobody else will let me. It's you and Evil One and occasionally Shady. That's pretty much the extent of it.
Fritz says not owned by women, but they love to rent it out. That is true. 100% true.
They usually get it in the breakup.
Look,
they'll take your share.
Love, or at least the how do I put this? The one-sided appearance of love is a very dangerous thing. It makes people crazy. And people delude themselves into thinking shit is real that isn't real. And that's how you end up with like Elliot Rodgers and shit.
Yeah, it's a very powerful emotion that, if not grounded in reality, it could be incredibly dangerous.
Now this says I fell in love with my psychiatrist, the complete TikTok series. I'll throw the link in the chat when we're all done here, but this is a TikTok series this lady did. Her name is Kendra. Don't go look her up. You can actually find her name pretty easily, but don't.
Yeah, don't give this lady any attention. Don't feed the little cows. Don't tip the little cows. You know the rules.
I wanted to see, because she mentions in one of these that she went on a podcast, and I wanted to see if I could find the podcast. And so I asked Grok about it, and they spit out her name to me. I'm like, I didn't ask for that. But I couldn't find the podcast, and she's very vague about it. She's like, I know people can find it, so just go look.
Yeah. This actually isn't the complete series, because if I remember correctly, she's got a couple installments out since this was compiled.
There is a second part to this that you can find in the pinned comment of the. Okay, I should just. Who is this?
Yeah, because I think she's on 34 of them now, or
the
something.
Digital Spill. Yeah, the Digital Spill is the channel we're watching this on, and in the pinned comment to this one, there's a compilation of all the others, and it gets worse. I don't know. Did you watch this whole thing, Jack?
Yes, I may have blacked out during parts of it because there's only so much eye rolling your body can handle before you start to kind of go off the rails.
This was so insane. Twice I had to go upstairs to Lady Monkey and go, "You will not believe this bitch." But the second part discusses their breakup. I'm using air quotes.
Yeah.
Because their breakup, I'm going to go ahead and just ruin part of this. Again, it's in the second part, so it's not going to ruin what we're watching. She had a retail job, Jack, where she had really good insurance that paid for all of her psychiatry and psychology that she went through. And then she left her retail job, and so she had to get her own insurance, which didn't have psychiatric care covered on it. So she called up the psychiatrist's office and went, how much would an appointment be? And they told her $183. And she went, I'm taking my power back.
That's called taking the poverty L. Yeah, you didn't take your power back.
She has to quit going to this guy because of that. But in her mind, it's because, and he even respected her because he realized that she was strong and didn't need him anymore.
That dude broke a sigh of relief as he posed as his secretary, throwing a ballpark figure out that he just pulled out of his ass that he knew she couldn't afford.
And look, I know that some of you are like, it can't be that bad. Trust me, I've undersold the whole thing already.
Yeah. Crazy is not a word I tend to throw out very often during actual mental illness, unless I think somebody's actually fucking crazy.
My issue with this is she is besmirching this poor bastard.
Oh, this is borderline defamation. And it could jeopardize his license if somebody saw this and took it seriously.
She tells us that she's not going to name him, yet in the third video, she says his first name. And there's a great part. I think it's near the end of this one where she's like, people keep showing his picture and finding his family and stuff. I couldn't even do that. She says that.
Oh, yeah. Thank God.
She's like, I don't know how you guys found that. I couldn't even find it. Like, why were you looking?
Home. Yeah, well, that dude would come home to a bloodbath and a boiled cat. I mean, she has bunny boiler written all over her. Dude, I would be scared. I bet he warned his wife about this woman.
Oh, no doubt.
Or husband, whatever he's got. I don't know him.
All right. She fell in according to her, she's doing this because he was abusive to her. He manipulated her, and she's just telling the world. And because, don't worry, she's going to say this to you. But because other people have been through this too, this is where the girl part comes in, because most people watching this can go, wow, bitch is crazy. However, women have this really weird ability to literally compare anything going on with them to something that's going on with somebody else. Like, I got shot in the chest 3 times. And I'm like, oh, I know exactly how that feels. The other day I stubbed my toe. I'm right there with you. The pain of being shot 3 times is so horrible. They can literally take on, it doesn't matter how completely different the scenarios are. They've been there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I one time gave birth. Fuck off. We're not talking about that. Were you shot during the birthing process? No, shut up.
We will get to that rather quickly. Understatement. Don't worry. He said it's actually illegal for doctors to be dating their patients. Don't worry. We'll get to that. That's actually part of his manipulation.
I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years.
The strength to leave when I could no longer afford it.
The strength of crippling poverty. If that's the case, I've had the strength to leave my cardiologist, pulmonologist, and many others over the years.
I'd love my strength not to eat steak at every meal.
Oh, man, I hear you. Texas Roadhouse. I've had the strength to break up with you 8 times now.
I had the strength. Bitch, you couldn't afford it. That's not strength. Oh, God.
It is part 1. So I decided to go back on ADHD meds after many years of being off of them. I was on them in my early 20s to help me get through college.
I'm beginning to think that ADHD meds should not be given to anybody whose brain hasn't fully formed.
I agree.
I think it's ruined a whole generation, including this cute, crazy chick.
And then I went off of them because they just weren't, like, the side effects were too much over the benefits. But
that's a good reason to stop taking a drug, Jack.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're crazy.
But then to go back on them, and we'll get to why she went back on them, but like gabapentin, I stopped taking that because the side effects definitely not worth the minimal amount they were doing to me or for me. And as bad as my pain has ever been since, I have not thought, hey, God, I wish I had that. I should probably go get some more. Because nothing has changed. The side effects, and they've added more side effects. By the way, guys, they just came out with a study recently that showed long-term gabapentin use can lead to Alzheimer's. I'll miss you guys when we're talking later.
Then in my late 20s, I read this book, Taking Charge of Adult ADHD, and it absolutely changed my life. For my fellow ADHDers, there's so many good things in here.
This is a good time to point out this chick's a life coach.
And the biggest thing that I took away was that it's very important for ADHDers to be on meds. So
if you have a hyperactive thyroid, yes. If you just have, I can't pay attention because I'm not interested, you don't need to be on drugs.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I saw a birdie outside.
I would not recommend drugs for that. Just saying.
I decided to make an appointment.
And for the record, there's probably going to be some people in the audience that are get offended by this. If you're an adult and you have ADHD, I don't give a shit. Once you're an adult, you should be able to make schedules and shit and follow stuff. That's not an excuse anymore.
I mean, you should at least acknowledge that you have some issue if it's that crippling and go get help for it. That's what we have do.
All kinds of ways to remind yourself to do stuff now.
Yeah. My phone reminds me to do stuff all the time because people call me and tell me I'm supposed to be somewhere.
With a psychiatrist. I just Googled psychiatry in the city that I lived in, and I went with the first one that came up. And
that's a great way to pick them.
My favorite part of that is for like the first half of their interactions, it's all through Zoom.
That's how they lure you in, monkey. They start with Zoom, and next is we should meet in person.
I found one in my area through Zoom.
I went to the first one that I found. Research, fuck that.
Yeah.
Got an appointment within a month. And then I booked a 90-minute intake, and I show up to the intake, and this man is my age, and I can't help but notice that he's pretty attractive, this psychiatrist.
She fell in love, you guys.
No, that was part of him luring her in. See, he was all sexy, and she's like, oh, he made himself pretty just for me.
And this is how it starts. This is how the delusion begins. Because he's attractive. He must find me attractive too. He thinks I'm sexy. She's projecting her own. She projects her own feelings onto this man continually through this thing.
And he kept me anyway, part 2. So in this intake, I kind of clocked that he was attractive in my age, but when I tell you that I've had a lot of couch time in my life, a lot of therapy.
I'm shocked.
But wait, hold on to what she just said. I've had a lot of therapy. From what I've seen, this stuff all happened from like 23 on. So 2023, guys. Keep that in mind.
I just went right into it.
By the way, why are you going to a psychiatrist for ADHD? You can go to a GP for that shit.
Yeah, but she wants the good meds.
She wants the attention.
That too, yeah.
Because a GP is just gonna be like, fine, fuck it. Here's some Ritalin. Go get adult high and get the fuck out of here. Black casting couch. That's the other thing. When she said I had a lot of couch time, I'm like, you might want to rephrase that because that has different meanings.
Yeah. Wow.
I trusted him enough, of course, why wouldn't I, to tell him about my childhood trauma, my daddy issues, if you will, what I had went through, all of the relationship trauma that I had. I was 6 months sober at this time, but
so good for you.
She's a drunk with daddy issues. Believe it or not, guys, this is setting you up for the rest of this. Seriously.
Yeah, it gets better. I mean, we're in part 1 or 2.
If you just stop and go watch this over there, yes, she's a life coach. If you just go watch this over on that channel, and you might miss how important this part of the story is. This is a damaged woman. She is, I don't know what her daddy did to her. She never gets very specific on that. Apparently she doesn't trust us enough for that, Jack.
I wouldn't trust us enough with that either. This is the internet.
But I love how she says that. I trusted him enough. Why wouldn't I? It's a psychiatrist. You're supposed to tell them all this stuff. You're supposed to. That's how they can help you, by knowing what the issues are. That's like saying, I went to the doctor and I told him my arm was broke, and he believed me, but I trusted him enough to tell him.
Yeah, if you don't trust your shrink, should go to one.
Look, I tell doctors everything, and it's not because I have some insane trust with doctors. It's that I don't trust them, and I don't want something overlooked. I know a lot of people are like shy when they go to the doctor, but like I once passed out after sex, Jack. Me and Lady Monkey went freaky, and I got really hot. So afterwards, I got up and immediately went into the shower, and I just turned on the cold water and passed out. And so I went to the doctor because that's a good time to go to the doctor.
Yep, that seems like a good one.
And when they asked me, what were you doing? I described exactly what happened. I didn't get like, we broke out the whipped cream, which we did, guys. But Hi Monk's daughter, she knows this story. Her father passed out.
He's probably told this at Thanksgiving, you guys.
I'm not ashamed of it. She's my wife. I'm allowed to have sex with her.
Right?
It's not like I was like, and then she lifted. No, I mean.
Then it got weird.
Then it got weird.
Dad.
But I was once rectally bleeding, Jack. You better believe I told the fucking doctor what my problem was as soon as we got there. Like, I'm bleeding out of my ass.
Oh fuck yeah! That for me, that's going to the emergency room. Blood coming out of my pooper. Nope,
Yep.
That's not cool, man. Not cool.
By the way, diverticulitis. And when I went in because it felt like somebody was kicking me in the nuts, they're like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "Feels like somebody's kicking me in the nuts." I'm not shy with my doctors. I expect they've heard far worse than I'm having to deal with.
Yeah, plus, in order to be a doctor, you have to be kind of like mildly autistic. So they have a compartmentalized brain most of the time. Anything you say to them, they're just gonna be like, "Oh, okay, okay." They rarely will laugh directly in your face. They wait till lunch break to do that.
What did Lady Monkey do to you? I just got really hot, and they could never figure out why I passed out.
Sometimes you just pass out.
Spent $3,000 for that, and instead of checking anything with my brain, which is where I felt the problem was, they kept checking my heart, only to go, "Wow, your heart's really strong."
Yeah, well, they wanted to leave it as a surprise for later.
And then they're like, "We're going to start looking at your brain," and I saw how much I spent already, and I'm like, "I'm good. I haven't passed out in a while. We're fine." Anyway, don't lie to your doctors. Don't lie to your doctors. It does not help you at all. And there's nothing you're going to tell them. Okay, maybe if you go in there with an iPod in your butt, which some people have done, chances are they're just going to go, "Oh, okay, let's deal with this."
Yeah, they're going to be like, "How'd that happen?" Maybe,
Yeah.
in case somebody teleported it into your pooper, or you're just a weirdo sex pest.
Yeah.
They do want to know that sort of thing.
Anyway, sorry, I trusted him immediately. That is a red flag.
It's a weird thing to say for sure.
Yeah, because again, you're supposed to trust your doctors, but this is a major point for I trusted him. You just met the fucker. For all you know, he was going on the internet that night going, "You would not believe this crazy bitch and what she told me her dad did."
Well, she said it was the first guy she saw like in the listing too. So that should be a red flag right there.
You trusted the handsome man. How female of you. Anyway.
All of the drinking and substance use I used to do. And he just listened and nodded. And that's the thing about psychiatrists, is that they're good at pretending to listen.
No, he was listening.
Hey, monkey, I'm a psychiatrist now. Women talk to me and I'm like, uh-huh.
Oh my God, they're good at pretending to listen. Look, I'm not saying every time you go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist that they're actually paying any attention to you. Chances are they're going, "God, I wish you'd get a friend." But this is some shit that I've heard women say, like, he pretended to listen to me. He was nodding along and saying, "Uh-huh." Yeah, because he was listening to you.
Yeah, you're supposed to acknowledge them and their feelings, like, "Oh, okay. Why did it make you feel that way?" Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then they take notes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then they take notes, Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Back that up just a second to where she says they're good at pretending.
All of the drinking and
I love
substance use I used to do. And
that's more than a little bit. All of it. Can y'all believe
pause game, dude?
Can y'all believe this chick needed therapy?
With those glasses, how could anyone think that?
Wait, those glasses are her doctor's fault. Did you miss that part?
I probably zoned out.
Fuck, yeah, we'll get to that.
And he just listened and nodded. And that's the thing about psychiatrists, is that they're good at pretending to listen. They can appear connected, but that doesn't mean that they're always connected.
There's a difference between connected and listening, because what she means by connected is we had an emotional connection. And the connected that she should mean is, yeah, he was listening and taking notes. Like, they appear connected. Make a friend, bitch. I sent you a message, Jack. This whole thing, as I was watching it, I've said this for years and years and years. It just reiterated to me that most people who go to therapy really just need a friend. A lot of people use therapists as paid friends.
Yeah, see, when I read your message, I read both your messages at the same time. So you have to give the follow-up message, too, that you gave me.
Is that the one that said, this bitch is crazy?
Yes. Because I read that, I'm like, she just needs a friend.
Oh.
And then, this bitch is crazy.
Even crazy people need friends. And
it's
actually,
not like you did that like a long time apart either.
No, it was like 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Because she gets to a part where it's just like, fuck me.
You know,
so I just felt.
Go ahead.
There are times when I send you stuff that I wonder if you're like, oh, Jesus Christ, what did he send me now?
You know, I don't. I'm just, when people send me stuff, unless it has something attached to it, letting me know what it is, like a tweet going, this bitch is crazy. I'm just like, oh, somebody thinks I should see this. And I just click on it and I go into it fresh. So that's how I do it all the time. Even with you, even though you've burned me more often than not, I'm still trusting.
Burn you? What? We get a whole show's worth of content here. This bitch is like a fucking treasure trove. She's
technically
like a crazier Rome girl.
Somebody asked me, is she like Rome girl crazy? No. Look, Rome girl's stupid, okay? Rome girl's not a danger to herself or others unless it's, your intelligence. This chick, my unprofessional opinion, is the reason we need asylums.
Yeah.
This chick is deluded, in my opinion, to the point of being a danger to herself or others.
Yeah, in my opinion, she has the potential to actually hurt somebody.
Yep.
Rome girl is pretty harmless and probably in her day-to-day life isn't that like obtrusive or annoying to most people unless you like sat down and be like, well, what do you think of the Roman Empire? Or you talk any history stuff. You could probably have a normal conversation, like a day-to-day interaction with her and not have it be completely bonkers. Like you could talk about the weather or something like that. But this lady, she's gonna find deeper meaning in everything. She's like
everything.
the gang stalker type.
Yes.
She's definitely somebody that needs to be attended to and monitored at a facility, in my opinion.
I'm glad you said that because I hadn't put that together. But the gang stalker thing, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen.
Oh no, it's a red car. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I know somebody that thought they were being gang stalked, and yeah, dude. Drugs are bad. Okay, it's really frightening to see because there's like they have a heightened sense of danger, so they're always acting on a more primal level, and I get that vibe from this chick. She is operating at a different level than your average person, and one that could potentially explode into more into violence faster. It would be my opinion, but that again, that's why I keep qualifying everything with opinion.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, because I don't feel like dealing with this lady. Thank you, JB. This lady is clearly crazy because she's never seen Six String Samurai. Hilarious film if you've never seen it. I own a copy, JB, and it is a great film. That's actually how I introduced my brother to the Red Elvis's band, which he grew to love for many, many years, and saw them live in Florida several times. But thank you, JB.
Evil One said, you're not going to believe this. YouTube censored I send monkey cat videos. I'm not shocked by that, but he does. Evil One sends me cat videos, and I appreciate it.
Cat videos are adorable, and it's one of the only things I have that keep me sane. Right, Kit Kat?
This chick needs a lot more. There's actually a cat in her life.
I know, and I feel bad for her.
It's in the second set of videos, and it broke my heart.
Yeah, well, somebody like this would have that, so they have power over something. For her, it's a power dynamic.
Whoops.
And I also told him that they're always connected. So I just felt really seen. And I also told him, I was like, look, I don't want to be on stimulant meds. So he listened to me and he put me on the non-stimulant ADHD med at the lowest dose just to figure out if it was going to work for me. Part 3.
That manipulative bastard.
Yeah. Notice how often she uses the word feel.
Oh,
I
yeah.
felt seen. I feel like he was listening. It's all emotion based.
That's the part where I sent you the message that said she needs a friend.
Yeah.
Because that is a big part of her world is I was seen. You were paying somebody to listen to you, chick. It's his job to see you. You should not have read any more into that than just that. I also think that this is rom-com brain. Where it's like,
definitely plays a part, yeah.
We're not supposed to be together, but we're in love. She jumps to love real quick.
That's what rom-coms teach people.
Yes.
So I hadn't ever seen a psychiatrist before. When I was on meds in my early 20s, I only got meds from my primary care physician. So I didn't understand how psychiatry works.
You still don't, I don't think.
You'd only ever gotten it from your primary care, your GP, what we used to call him. And when you were going to get back on him, you're like, I know, I should call a psychiatrist. Look, sweetie, I think you need some heavy psychiatry in a padded room. But why would that be where your brain jumps to? And I'll tell you why. Because if you just go to your GP, you go in there, you tell them, oh, here you go, here's a prescription, and then you leave. You don't tell them about how daddy touched you or didn't come to your ball game or whatever her dad did. You don't tell them about your years of substance abuse and, let's be honest, probably whoring. Because if there's one thing girls who get really drunk and high do, it's keep their virginity a long time.
Yeah.
So because he was figuring out my med dose, I saw him every month, and he just made me feel like I was his friend. He
listened to me.
Feel again.
He made me feel like he was my friend. I worry about the people this woman interacts with. Like, if she goes to McDonald's, is she like, they asked me or they told me to have a good day. They're really nice. They probably want to hang out. I went to Walmart and one of their people saw me looking for something and asked if they could help. They must like me. I really do wonder how safe the people are around her. And again, I'm not saying she's going to hurt anybody. I'm just asking questions.
This is the type of chick that when she was a teenager and a bag boy gave her her grocery bag and smiled at her, she waited in the parking lot to see him when he got off shift.
Yeah.
That's the mentality we're dealing with here. Any simple, even nonverbal indication is going to be something she locks onto. She's going to read more into whatever is happening. Even if you just make eye contact with this lady, she's going to think some kind of way about it and find an interpretation in it. It's like a confused survival instinct.
No, the chef. No. The sexy waitress at Hooters absolutely really likes you.
Yes.
Remember to tip well. I do think, because it is rather rare for men to be like this. There are several of them out there, plenty of them, but it is more a female kind of thing because of the empathy bullshit you guys have.
Yeah.
And where you read into everything, like I'll say something to my wife, be like, hey, let's do this. And she hears, I hate everything you wanted to do. I'm like,
yeah.
I didn't say that.
Well, the empathy factor is usually why you see this type of psychosis, allegedly, in women more than men.
Mm-hmm.
Because men will find aggression in more things, but women will find this like they're in love with me stuff.
Yeah.
Way more than men do. When men do, they tend to be stalkers.
When men do, we usually hear about it because they end up going completely psycho and killing someone.
Well, men tend to be more violent than
More,
women.
yeah, we are.
So they'll be more likely to act on that impulse.
Well, I think women also have a different way of handling, because men will, they'll turn violent, where women will find a way to destroy your life, like making a whole bunch of videos about how you're a sexual predator because you acted like a doctor.
Monster.
Was really, really funny and cracked jokes and told me he was impressed with my running that I would do. And yeah, so of course I loved.
You mean flirting? He was flirting with you?
He's not even flirting.
Nope, that was flirting.
I ran 6 miles. Oh, that's really cool. He was so
like
impressed.
You flirting with her, monkey. You're married.
He was so impressed that I told him about the running that I do.
It's funny and cracking jokes. And oh my God, we're hitting on the audience every day.
Every day. Exactly. Women are just as bad. I'd actually say worse. They're actually, there we go. They're actually worse. They ruin everything about your life when it comes to this sort of psychosis. Yeah. Because it's not enough that she probably creeped this man out. Wait till we get to that part. But now she has to go out there and accidentally drop his name online. She could have given this guy a name like Steve. Always go with Steve if you're going to talk about an asshole. And that becomes very easy to just say, it's Steve, it's Steve, it's Steve. And instead, she accidentally drops his name, and then he happens to get doxed and happens to get his whole family information put on the internet because of this crazy chick who didn't understand doctors have to listen to you so they can do their job.
Right. Real quick. Thank you, Evil One, for the generous donation. For strippers just to listen to her like her therapist. Yeah, I mean, strippers are the therapists for men. They really do love us. And I'm going to go make friends with the stripper. Yeah, but strippers do listen just like her therapist. She could go make friends with a stripper. That's a great idea, Evil One. Sorry, dude. Sometimes it takes like a minute for the Cash App to come through. Sorry.
I have been inspired by her. I've thought about this many times, and seeing how successful she's been with it and how I'm not fucking crazy. For $20 a session, you guys can send me stuff on Twitter and be like, hey, monkey, how do I deal with this? I will be your life coach. $20 a session. I feel like that's a bargain.
If you give me $15, I will give you no advice and just assume I'm like, that's a great idea.
There you go. Yeah, Jack will give you $15 affirmations. I will give you $20 life advice.
Yeah,
I am. I'm starting Monkey's life advice school. Because apparently there's tons of people willing to give crazy people money for that.
Oh, yeah. Flair Fritz brings up a great question. By the way, hi, Flair. How long are the sessions, Monkey?
The sessions are a problem each. So you come to me with a problem and we'll deal with that problem. If you have another problem, that's another $20.
Yeah, follow-ups are also considered a new problem.
Yeah, follow-ups are a whole new thing. Dangerous, thank you. Hey, they really made me feel like they were my friend. Yes, ma'am. And that's why you have been slapped with a restraining order, keeping you at least 500 yards from all nearby schools, right? Cryptic, thank you. I love women, but I ain't taking the chance to be ruined by modern women. Give me a third world woman any day. Fair enough. All you gotta do is teach him. Teach him to bathe and you'll be fine.
Yeah, Cryptic. Even a second world woman, odds are pretty good. They're going to be a lot more traditionalist than these crazies. So you could probably find a nice Eastern Bloc or Southeast Asian woman and lock them in.
Muggy, we're loving you, bro. Love you back. And why wouldn't you? I'm awesome.
With my running that I would do. And yeah, so of course I loved the attention that I got from him.
Really? Nothing about you screamed to me that you would love any attention you got. You're like a dog taken from an abusive household.
And it was in my third session with him, because at this point we were all on Zoom, that I asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? And he's Pakistani, so I said his first name wrong. And he said, well, it's pronounced this, but yes, of course you can. And he seemed so smug and happy with himself.
He seems so smug. And Jack, have you ever been to a doctor of any kind and the thought crossed your mind, hey, can I call you by your first name?
No, but I have been given that permission by doctors before. Like my one long-term doctor, when I had my lung issue, she let me call her by her first name. She actually asked me to call her by her first name.
Yeah, see, that's different.
Yeah.
Like if anybody, like Mr. Power, like call me Frank, because I don't like the formality of it. That's one thing if they put it out there. You did this because you imagined in your head that you're friends, and you're like, well, I call my friends by their first name. So I almost said his name. So Steve, fuck it, she's gonna say it. His name is Efron. Don't go look him up. But poor Steve Fron, he's minding his own business, and this bitch is like, I feel a connection. Can I call you by your first name? And he was so smug about that. Why would he be smug about you asking to call him by his first name? That is you projecting onto him. Oh, Steve Fron, he's right there with me. We friends.
I hope there's a trend in Pakistan of people named Steve Ron from now on.
I hope so.
Then all those call center calls will actually be correct. Like, oh, my name is Steve Ron.
And I know that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working. And to be
No, he probably just got tired of you butchering his last name, and I doubt he acted smug. He was probably just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care.
Sure, go ahead, I don't care.
Did she fall in love with a Pakistani guy? You know they're Muslim, right? You're gonna have to wear a veil, bitch.
She later talks about how she considered converting. That's part of this narrative.
Yeah.
For a guy she'd never been on a date with. But he pretended to be my friend. He listened to all my problems.
He listened to all my crazy, all my batshit insaneness. He listened to it.
He knew the worst of me and didn't judge me at all.
Right?
Therapy plays to women because this is women want to be seen. They want to be noticed. They want to be affirmed. And that's what it does for them. And for a normal woman, it can be a good thing to, help with self-esteem and deal with problems that they haven't been able to deal with themselves. For crazy women, it can be a restraining order, or should be. Just charge her extra.
fair to me, I had only ever been to therapy before. I didn't realize that, it's important to call your doctor last name. I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but it just showed that the boundaries were blurring. And
you'd been to therapy before. So if you were being honest with your therapist, the only difference here is it was a good-looking dude. Why didn't you ask any of those other doctors, hey, can I call you by your first name? This is what we call a warning sign, sweetie.
Well, she didn't find them as attractive as this delightful chocolate man that she found. She's like, I want your caramel.
Look, you don't know the riz that Steve Fron has, man.
Look, he obviously got good game. He's pulling all the crazy allegedly today.
There is a lesson for young men in here who are like, how do I deal with the opposite sex? Just listen to them. You don't even have to say much. Just when they start yapping, just, oh, wow, really? Oh, my God, I can't believe that happened to you.
How did that make you feel?
Jesus. Are you okay?
Don't try and solve their problems. Just acknowledge them.
Just listen and nod along. Wow. That's insane. I can't believe that happened.
If they ask your opinion, just say, that sounds really complicated to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
obviously you're correct.
No, the best way to do it is this. I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel. How does it make you feel? This is affecting you. How does it make you feel?
What do you think? Always turn it back around to them, and then they don't want you to fix their problems. They like just bitching.
For the record, you are kind of humoring her, but actually be interested in her if you're doing this. Don't just do that to get laid, because that's crappy. But if you're genuinely interested in how to get a woman, just pay attention to them. It's amazing how well it works.
Or go online, fill out the order form, and roll the dice. Pay the fee and just see what happens.
All right.
Liked that. So from then on, from my third session on, I started calling him his first name. And then
For the record, we're only in part 3 right here, Jack.
Yes.
And she's already twice not said his name on purpose.
He just started turning up the volume on us being friendly. And he would ask me, for the first 6 sessions, he asked me after the meds, he said, how's your bowels, bladder, and appetite? And I would say they're all normal. And then he would ask me any thoughts of harm. And
perfectly normal when they're putting you on psych meds.
Yeah, those are all questions that you have to ask because there's side effects of meds, especially psych meds. If you have thoughts of self-harm, if you're taking like Zoloft or something like that, that could be an indicator that it's having a countermeasure. Much like ADHD meds, a lot of those are actually for other people uppers. So it's going to like increase their agitation levels. And even people with ADHD, it can have the wrong effect. So these are normal questions that any medical professional should be asking you when they're prescribing you medication. And upping the volume on the friendliness, you mean you're getting comfortable around each other so it's a little more casual? Oh my God, the horror.
Tracer asked us to please talk about something else. Not tonight. We're on this lady.
Sorry, man. This is a long video, and this is my fault. So
I'm going to enjoy the shit out of this. We're 4 minutes into the video and 57 minutes into the show, with about 10 minutes at the beginning about other stuff.
Yeah.
Even when I was on a yearly basis with my neurologist, one of the questions every time was about self-harm being on gabapentin, because it's a psych med. That's what it was made for.
Yeah, they have to ask you all the time about that stuff, just in case things change. And it's not uncommon. You have to answer uncomfortable questions, and they are going to ask you sometimes, like, is it having, like, this one has a side effect of, like, erectile dysfunction, or you have any performance issues? They don't want to ask you those questions either if they're a normal human being, but doctors are a little different, built different than the rest of us, so...
apparently that's pretty common for psychiatry to ask those questions. And then on our 6th session, when things were really, the chemistry was starting to be there before, like, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, this man is just friendly. And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine, but is there any thoughts of harm?
Okay. There is no way this doctor asked you about killing yourself or cutting yourself because it's a special interest of his. That is some shit you made up.
I'd be willing to say, he said, I'm especially interested in if you're having any thoughts of self-harm.
I would say he probably said, I have to ask this. Do you have any thoughts of self-harm? Because she said no every other time, and him not wanting to, like, freak her out, being like, this is something we have to ask because of the meds you're on.
She might have been acting super crazy that day, and he's like... Look.
But there ain't no goddamn way he said, this is a special interest of mine. Do you like to cut?
He's jerking it under the table. You just hear.
Jesus.
Tell me how you do it slowly, in great detail.
There are some of you right now listening to this who have a woman like this in your life. Be careful.
We all have a woman like this in our life, Monkey. They're just on the peripheral usually. If you're smart, they're at a very distant, like friend of a friend level, so that you can avoid them. These people, people like this lady, in my opinion, are incredibly toxic to be around. Mm-hmm. They will destroy your life through their own actions of their own life.
Like I was special to him. And I said, no thoughts of harm. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again. He stopped asking me about my bladder, bowels, and appetite, and he stopped asking me about thoughts of harm.
Well, after the 6th session, when you've gotten your medicine under control, he stopped asking about that. That's normal.
Yeah, I also don't. I mean, it really depends how long he was seeing her, but I don't really believe that that's the case. I think she just either glossed over that mentally or forgot.
Or like I mentioned with my doctor, I got asked the self-harm question. She would ask me directly if we did it over Zoom, which we did 3 times.
Yeah.
The other times it was on a questionnaire I filled out every time I went to see her.
Yep. And more likely it was, they put it on the form because whenever she got her meds re-upped, it was on there, which is probably a 90-day thing for psych meds. I don't know if they still do that or not, but it's 30 or 90 days when she has to, like, after she runs out of refills. And they ask every time they do the refills. But I guarantee you it was somewhere in the paperwork or verbally asked whether or not that was the case. So I think there's some misremembering. I'll be generous and say she just forgot.
I'm saying she's deluded. Cryptic, thank you. This is a typical Coloradan woman. I don't think you needed to specify state here, honestly.
Yeah, American would have worked pretty well.
So to me, I would just show up and he was like a therapy appointment every month.
So I was seeing him every month.
The psychiatrist was a therapy appointment. Weird. I thought he was calling you in to talk about plumbing. I don't know what point she was trying to make there. Like, because he didn't ask about her shit habits anymore. Like, we just had therapy. That means he loves me now. If you were special to him, and that's why he asked you about self-harm for the 6th time, did you stop being special after the 6th time?
He lost interest.
How, as a crazy woman, did that not enter your head? Like, I guess maybe that wasn't a special thing.
Nope, it's special. It's a keynote because it was after the 6th time. 6th time. He is obviously a demonic person. So the 666, that was the first sign of the beast. He has a 6 in his license plate number. There's your second 6. On his certification, he graduated on the 6th. There's the 3rd one. Obviously, he is the devil.
Faithless says he gave up hope.
Zoom call, more like groom call. Checkmate. Good one. Oh, man, the audience is on fire tonight.
I don't understand being this deluded. It's something that is fascinating to me.
No.
Because what should have been a sign that it would be one thing if he said, hey, I'm not supposed to ask this, but a special interest. Do you think of cutting yourself? And he did that every time. That would make you special. But I have to ask this is not special. It's called his job, you crazy bitch.
No, he was compelled by the carnal forces within him. I have to ask this. It's important to our relationship and my well-being. Are you thinking of hurting yourself? And how are your bowels?
Hey, Satsu, how you doing?
Hey, Satsu.
Look, how are your bowels could be an intimate thing. I'm just saying.
Especially if he was inside them at the time.
Yeah. For the record, at this point, guys, she's still only on Zoom calls with this guy. That deep chemistry she felt was through a Zoom call.
And just gaining more and more respect for him, because he would just tell me these little things about his successes and all of the cool things that he was doing in his life. And it made me fall for him, honestly. And
I like to go skiing. I love you.
What do you like to do, Doc? I like to avoid you. Oh, hide and seek. Awesome. I love that game. He's so wacky.
He told me of his successes, and that made me love him. Could you be more stereotypical?
It's like the little redhead in the cute little redhead in Wedding Crashers, where she's like, "Don't try and hide from me, because I'll find you." Yes. Real quick, thank you, Cryptic. I've walked away from women like her so often that my blue balls is telling to just take one for the team. I refuse. I have substandards. Preach to the choir, buddy. That's why I'm single, because this is what ends up being your online dates.
Just tell him you're Satsu from Ohio and hit it. I'm just seeing if Satsu's still listening.
Yeah, Cryptic. Tell him that I can't use that one because I am in Ohio, and that's a little too close for comfort.
He was really good at listening. And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So
what? He's really good at listening, not because he's a paid therapist. No. It's because of his fucking zodiac sign. I just want to steal from Shu here and go, astrology is racism for white women. Just saying.
Yeah.
Y'all trying to get Squishy to kill somebody?
Well, something to do.
I didn't say it was you. I just said there's other Satsus, I'm sure.
Of course he's going to be there and be able to go deep with my feelings, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't distracting from them.
Go deep with the feelings.
With her feelings.
Anyway, so I would beg him to let me see him every week. Beg him, because my therapist at the time, he was fine.
You having to beg him for attention? You had to beg him to let you pay him to listen to you, and you're like, that means he loves me. There's a movie in this, Jack. There is a great 90s style single white female movie in this. There's a good Fatal Attraction or any of those in that genre. And Hollywood, you don't even have to do much writing. She does most of it herself. She was two-timing her other therapist. Oh, wait till we get to all of the other therapist stuff. Fuck.
No, he wasn't a predator, but he was fine. He just wasn't doing very much for me. And
I was crazy to him, and he was like, bitch, no. Thank you, Cryptic. I am Asian, gents. Vienna sausage is not a virtue. Is that it? Is that a winky joke?
That's a wiener joke.
I wasn't going to make it because I ain't racist.
And so that therapist retired, and I got a new therapist.
Okay, I want to. This is a great foreshadow of what's to come, because she says, I had a therapist. He just wasn't doing anything for me. He retired. So she didn't leave him because he was a bad therapist and not doing anything. He fucking quit the profession. And she's like, and so even in that, it had to be her doing. He didn't retire. She broke up with him too, because he wasn't doing anything for her.
Did he retire, or is this a Boogie situation where he's like, "Fuck it, I'm done with this"? Like that hooker.
I think what really happened is he's still practicing, but he told her he quit.
Yeah, just moved his office.
He's just like, yeah, we're going out of business. There's gonna be my twin brother with the same name who's gonna have a practice, but he real busy. You can't have therapists without the rapist. Yep, that is true. Although in this case, I feel like that's the potential of the client.
And this new therapist, who is a 75-year-old woman with a PhD, she was pretty helpful. So I stopped asking my psychiatrist, begging, honestly, to be my therapist and let me.
Because that's not his job.
See him more, right? Which also should have been a red flag. But then I.
To him, not to you.
He retired by calling Hillary Clinton.
She's called Hillary and being like, I know all the stuff and I'm telling. He just sat in his room and waited. He waited to kill himself with a double tap to the back of the head.
I mean, look, it might have been better. I don't know.
Fuck. Monkey, you're hilarious. Thank you for noticing. And you know what? People don't tell me that enough. I'm just saying. I don't feel seen.
I think if you want to make us feel seen, the links are at the top of the chat pinned and also in the description.
As a highly egotistical man, I do need constant affirmation. Okay, I don't need it. I just enjoy it. Because if nobody's telling me how great I am not above telling myself how great I am. Publicly, in front of other people. It's okay.
I started focusing on this therapist. However, I would tell the therapist how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist, and she didn't do anything about it.
I bet she called him and was like, by the way.
Well, she couldn't. She's restricted by privilege.
Oh, there's an exception to privilege if you think somebody's life's in danger.
If danger, but her just thinking that he's cute and dreamy, and that's not enough. Dude, it's got to be imminent danger.
We've been watching this chick like an hour. Do you really think that she's not a danger to somebody?
We've actually only been watching her for 5 minutes, or almost 6.
That's more than enough. I imagine sitting in a therapy session with her is sort of like seeing beyond the veil. And you're like, oh my God, I can't even begin to comprehend what's going on right here.
That magnification with her face is distracting. I agree, Cryptic, but I didn't get to shoot the video. So I did send this to Bearing because I love him and Tits doing their videos together.
Oh, yeah.
And there are several parts of this that they could clip out to laugh at how crazy this lady is, and I hope they do a video on it.
I hope AP is watching this lady. I missed several of his streams because she wasn't found until fairly recently, but I'm sure he's up on it.
According to ChatGPT, she just started posting this month.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Early this month. Yeah.
If any of you guys have can get it to AP, but because I don't know how to get a hold of him, and I don't have a wrench in his chat, so
she just was interested. She also loved stories about my dating life, and this
is another thing that she says often is that somebody else loved something that she did. She's a therapist. She's paid to listen to you.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they loved anything.
That she was probably sitting there going, what a fucking skank.
You a dirty hoe.
I'm assuming, but she can't say that as a therapist. I can because I'm not a professional.
She also was.
Speaking of which, if you do take me up on Monkey Life Coaching and you come to me and tell me skanky shit, I will tell you you're a skank. I'm just saying.
Yeah, your results may vary. That's on you.
Look, you know why I'd make a great life coach? Because I will be honest with you. You might not like me being honest with you. I won't be mean, but I will be honest.
I would be mean. I'd be like, that's dumb.
Is getting supply from me in her own way, but that's for another part. So yes, so
her 75-year-old therapist with a PhD was using her for her sex stories. That's wow.
Some old lady flicking her bean in the therapy session, like, tell me slower. How did he put it in your butt behind that 7-Eleven? Oh, you like cashiers, don't you? Yeah, you do, you naughty little slut.
By the end of the video, all you can see of the therapist is the top of her hair as she slid down in her fucking chair.
Hair's all wet. She's sweating profusely. It's like lady jizz all over the place.
Oh, fuck.
I got a new therapist who actually helped me. She taught me CBT, EFT, all of these different modalities.
I don't know what any of that shit is. I'm gonna say it's some made up shit that they say to people to keep them giving money.
And so I went back to just being okay with seeing Irfan once a month.
Whoops. Steve Fron just got outed.
Poor guy.
He was giving me these little breadcrumbs of making me feel special, telling me about his professional achievements, telling me about
the doctor told you about his professional achievements.
Yeah, what a horrible flirt.
He might as well have whipped his dick out.
Ugh, what a monster.
He was just rubbing his balls across your face with that.
How he's getting international recognition. And it worked. I was really impressed. See me weekly.
Did he also have diplomas hanging on his wall just to get your attention?
Yeah, nothing gets a chick wet and drippy like diplomas on the wall.
Katie says, girl, I know, right? I do feel bad for this lady because she clearly has some issues that none of the therapy she's had yet has touched.
What you talking about, Willis? This lady has issues? Psh, where? I would counterpoint, sir.
Jesus Christ.
She got more issues than the comic book guy's comic shop.
And it worked. I was really impressed. See me weekly. And that is when the intermittent reinforcement started. Some sessions he'd be warm and kind and wonderful and let me in on little parts of his life and like be vulnerable with me or pretend.
Be vulnerable with you. I'm speaking at a conference in Sri Lanka next week. Oh my God. It's like he told me about his deepest, darkest secret.
He would let me in, just not in his house.
He wouldn't even let her in the office. Fuck. Ladies, okay? And look, I know she is the extreme example of you, but stop reading into everything. A lot of shit is no deeper than the surface, okay? I want to have some French fries. Just means I want to have some French fries. It doesn't mean your cooking sucks. Totally fixable.
I want to have some French fries with ketchup. My wiener is the French fry. Your mouth is the mouth I want to put it in, and the ketchup is my man. No, it's just he's hungry. Okay, shut up.
Adebisi says sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Yes, true. Dangerous, thank you. What seems to be the problem? I'm developing a Messiah complex. Everybody keeps calling me Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure when people say that, they mean something else. Yeah, no shit. And thank you, Frosted. Hannibal Lecter would meet that puss. No doubt. Oh, my God. Why would you put this out in the world?
Because she's hypothetically delusional and probably narcissistic.
She's the victim, of course.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Cluster B here was really, really, really believing her own bullshit. I don't think this is
fake.
This is
no. I don't think she's faking at all. I do not think this is an act.
No, there will be people that think that. No, this is very serious. I hope that guy's got a restraining order against this woman.
No, you have got to watch the second part, Jack. Because she had her finger snap moment with him. She put him in his place by telling him she wanted to do him.
And now it's time for revenge.
I'm not kidding. That is part of her final discussion with him. And she makes it seem like he was just, oh my God, I can't believe. She made him so uncomfortable. Well, yeah, because you told a stranger that you want to hump him.
Yeah, that's actually how I found this woman. I found the clip where she said, that he wouldn't sleep with her.
That shit is amazing.
Yeah.
On little parts of his life and like be vulnerable with me or pretend. Other sessions, he would be cold and clinical and detached. And you know what that did? It made me work harder in our next sessions. It did. And it started the addiction.
This is the reason that some guys are like, don't give women love. What they need is you to treat them like crap, because some actually do.
Don't give them love, give them psychotherapy.
Yeah, look, not all women are like this, guys. So those guys who tell you that, please understand that the kind of women that they're trying to hook you up with will murder you in your sleep.
Yeah, this is not all women, just the ones that are on online dating.
You should not be playing games like that with them. But there are women who respond to that.
Yeah, and they will probably cut your penis off after they murder your pets in front of you.
Well, they won't murder you. They'll murder your mom because you called her on Mother's Day. How dare you give someone else attention?
Yeah, you bastard.
And that I had to him 100%. And he knew exactly what he was doing. This man gives lectures on trauma and attachment theory. He used his psychiatric training to manipulate me and
he's a wizard.
I need to, Steve Fraun here needs a little defense, because he did nothing to make this woman want to hump him as badly as she does.
Yeah.
She never tells about him flirting with her. The personal stories that she says, only about his professional life and hobbies.
I don't know how you could make these claims, Monkey. She established he would talk about his credentials. He would talk about his personal life. He even allowed her to call him by his first name. You're saying that's not flirting? Well, then I don't know what is.
Steve Fraun thought he was helping somebody with ADHD, and he ended up helping Glenn Close.
I will not be ignored.
I will not be ignored.
Get me hooked. And guess what? It worked.
You were hooked from the first fucking session when he showed up on screen.
Yeah, when his eyes made contact with yours through the Zoom call.
He's looking deep into my eyes.
He's reading my soul. Ugh.
He's a Pisces, and Aquarius is in Neptune.
January of 2024, I was hit by a car turning left as I was going through a green light. And it was the night before.
What was he driving the car? Because I'm not ruling that out.
This part of the story is one of the craziest bits of it, but I'm trying to imagine that you're hit by a car turning left as you're going through the light. How much you want to bet that this bitch actually caused the accident?
Oh, I would put money down on the fact that she's likely the cause of it.
Yeah.
Even if she wasn't cited, I would put money she's the cause.
All right. Now, I'm not kidding when I'm telling you we're about to ramp the crazy up to 11. Okay. We're turning the amp up.
Yeah. Yeah, all the levers, the bass, the reverb, everything just got shoved up to beyond maximum capacity.
For my appointment, my next appointment with my psychiatrist. So I was like, okay, I'll still be able to go to my appointment on Zoom. I'm okay. But I did make an appointment with an urgent care the next day just to get checked out. I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not.
She was in a car accident and an urgent care doctor told her she might be bleeding internally. And she's like, but I still got to see Steve Fron. We in love.
I need to talk to him before I get checked for internal bleeding. Because that makes total sense.
What the fuck? But we're not done. We're not done with this part of the story.
I have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much. I look back at that time and I'm just like, oh my God, I put my own life under seeing him. I was fully addicted to him at this point. And
all his fault because sometimes he said he went to conferences.
Steve Ron, more addictive than crack.
You know what happened?
More addictive than a cracked eardrum.
Or cracked spine or internal bleeding. Jesus.
She has a perforated eardrum and she's like, I gotta be on my Zoom call.
What?
God damn. All right, she's gonna tell us what happened.
Is that I showed up and I told him that I may be internally bleeding, and he didn't stop the appointment. He didn't say, "You need to take care of yourself. Go."
I'm going back to he gave up hope. Maybe he was like, this is gonna have to be a really long appointment.
I suspect he was like, that's got to be some kind of metaphor or something, because nobody would wait a day to show up here instead of going and get checked for internal bleeding. That's insane. Oh wait,
you already have a medical doctor telling you need to go to an emergency room, and you're like, but the psychiatrist didn't tell me to leave. Why would he think you would? Yeah, why would you think you would listen to him if you've already ignored the medical doctor? And again, psychiatrists are medical doctors. They have to get a medical license, but a practicing body physician, not mind physician.
Get emergency care now. He let me continue and just tell him about how much I loved him and how grateful I was for him, because that was really...
That's not what you told him. You didn't tell him, I love you, that's why I'm bleeding internally. He made me love him by not caring about my physical well-being. This is the problem with delusion, is that you can't actually deal with reality. Even something as clearly I don't care about you as I don't care that you might be bleeding internally doesn't register as anything other than love. And she's all better now, guys. She's all better. She's past all this, but she's telling this story.
She's fixed, guys. This is her fixed. This is her fixed.
This is her fixed because her insurance lapsed.
I'm glad she got away from that horrible mesmerist that was controlling her thoughts. Yeah, I'm glad she's better now.
We finally have an example of capitalism working in the medical system. All right.
What most of our appointments were is me just like pouring myself out, because he was so good at the intermittent reinforcement.
Yeah, I got some warmth from him that appointment.
Did you?
So that was January 20th.
Did you say, hey, I was in a car accident? He goes, oh my God, are you okay? Because that's just normally how people would respond when you tell them you're in a car accident, doctor or not. I got some warmth from him that day, Jack.
He's so generous with his love.
No, he sprinkled it. JB, thank you. This lady is legit nuts. That's a commenter, not me. Don't sue. She looked at herself in the LOL, what a nut bar. Well, you have to understand, this isn't just a good idea sharing. She's helping others, you see, because other people have been through this as well. Other people have been completely delusional about how much their doctor loves them. What is it? She's the striking image of Mecha Random. Oh, Mecha Random 42. I don't know who that is. This chick does.
YouTuber.
This chick does have a Twitter with 17 followers on it.
Isn't that the chick that broke up the third cool guy from Midnight's Edge?
No clue. Well, yeah, that one doesn't ring a bell. Anyway.
23. And I also told my therapist about this. She said nothing.
See him, that's when he really.
Now we come to the sparkly eye part, which bothers me because she tries washing them off later and doesn't do a very good job. I'm honestly, I've been to therapy one time in my life, Jack, and I didn't enjoy it. And I told the lady that I could lie to her and she wouldn't know. So what's the point? I'll just go talk to a friend, which is exactly what I did. And I dare say I'm pretty well adjusted. So I'm not sure I think people go into therapy thinking they're going to find a friend instead of a doctor. And if you have a good therapist, you're actually finding a doctor, not a friend. Because a real therapist will tell you things you don't want to hear. But there's this idea, which she's going to bring up later, called mirroring, Jack. And it's this idea that what your therapist should do is basically just affirm everything about you to make you feel seen. And it's a really bad idea.
That used to be a huge no-no too.
Yeah.
But it's generally, if you have a therapist that just affirms everything you do, you should get a different therapist because that person is not a professional.
But I'm very curious look, I do wish your 75-year-old therapist would have heard you tell the story about possibly bleeding internally, but staying at home so you could talk to Steve Ron and gone, bitch, what is wrong with you?
Right.
But that's not what most people are going to therapy for these days. You women are going there to hear that you're right.
Started turning up the intimacy in our appointments. However, he was really smart and knew the professional lines like the back of his hand. So he would.
Professional lines like, don't touch the patient's boobies.
I love that she says that like it's some kind of bad thing.
He knows the professional lines. We're not allowed to sleep with clients anymore, blah, blah, blah.
It reminds me of YouTube going, we can't tell you the rules or you might not break them. Like this son of a bitch didn't break any of the rules. Can you believe it?
As hard as she tried, she showed up in her sluttiest outfit. And he's like, there's rules against that. And she's like, damn your rules penetrate me.
She's sitting there on the Zoom call with her boobs showing. And he's like, I need you to put those away.
He's probably not even looking at her image, he's just the camera isn't even near his monitor, so he doesn't have to make direct eye contact with her.
It probably made it worse depending on the Zoom call. Like I like doing the Zoom call with my doctor because I didn't have to drive to Grand Rapids to see her. Because the way that the timing all worked out, my yearly appointments were January, February, which I don't like going 70 miles in the snow. So being able to do a Zoom call was great, but she clearly just did it from her phone. So she's got her phone her phone even closer to her face than this bitch does. So it was just my doctor's face. And I can imagine that with this lady and her thinking that makes it more intimate because it's their whole face. You can see every line.
I could see him. He was so close. She was making out with her monitor, like
licking it.
Yeah. And he's like, why can I just see her ear? That's weird. Does she not know how this works? What's that noise?
Comment on my appearance, but not compliment my appearance. So I would come on screen and he would say, oh, you curled your hair. Or I would come on screen and he would say, oh, you're wearing glasses.
We'll get to the glasses. And say, he'd come on screen and go, oh, you curled your hair.
Yeah. Oh, your hair looks different. Oh, you're wearing glitter on your face. Is there a reason for that? They're always trying to extract information out of you to find out why something has changed. And if you do your hair differently, that could mean that you're dating someone or you have a job interview, dramatic life events. So if your hair looks different after 3 or 4 sessions of it being straight and suddenly it's curly, there could be a reason for that. They're trying to get that. They're like little detectives out there, but it's all about being nosy in your personal life.
I just love that he would comment without complimenting. Maybe he thought it looked bad, lady.
That's called professionalism, too.
Yeah. He knew the lines and not to cross them. Then he's a good doctor.
Yeah. He knew not to say how sexy my hair looked or how stinky she looked or whatever. I don't know. Maybe she looked smelly that day.
She immediately goes to, it must be compliment rather than him going, I fucking hate curly-haired bitches.
Yeah, like maybe he was like, man, your face looks weird with that curly hair. Or maybe she had her hair up in a poop bun and he was like, that's unflattering. Why is your hair like that? Ooh.
Maybe he thought you were bipolar and you were cycling. True. Yeah, there's lots of reasons that he could have brought it up. But again, to her, it meant he was hiding his hidden love.
His hidden do we call that a packy boner? Is that racist? I don't even know.
We're not English, so we're allowed to say it.
I want to pack your stand, lady.
we might get blocked in England for it, but we're allowed to say packy as Americans.
Oh, okay. Well, packy boner is one word in my head, so.
Packy to me is just like Chinaman. It's so fucking lazy, and I don't understand.
I know, right?
Why is that an insult?
Why are you offended by that? Because it's hilariously dumb. It's like when I get
Irish
called
person.
Yeah,
fuck off.
When I get called Wonder Bread or something like that, like, okay, I'm so offended.
Anyway.
And of course, I felt seen and
I felt seen by the guy looking at me on camera. I hate people.
I feel so bad for this therapist, dude. I bet he's a super nice guy, too.
Look, I get it. People want attention and stuff. It's a natural human emotion. But this whole feeling seen thing, we need to get past it. We've got to stop it. Just stop.
Yeah. First of all, nobody cares about you that much.
No.
I'm sorry. You don't need to be seen to go through life with a happy existence. Oh, I feel seen. I don't want people looking at me most of the time. Because most of the time, the people that are looking at you are people like this. And that's not the attention you want. Validating every little thing is stupid. And I bet our therapist would agree with me on that.
Women do shit like cut an inch off of their hair and then get mad at you for not noticing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I've gone from my dear God, did he wake up in a dumpster look to clean shaven and my wife hasn't noticed? And I don't care. I think it's funny to see how long it takes her to notice. This is true. There have been times other people have mentioned I shaved, and that's what made my wife notice. And I look entirely
last time
different.
I shaved, I went to the comic shop.
Go ahead.
Last time I shaved and went to the comic shop. The comic shop guy was like, "Oh, dude, don't ever do that again."
Yeah, I look completely different, but And I'm not mad at her for not noticing. It's just funny to me, especially because she is one of those people like, I cut my hair and you didn't say it immediately.
Yeah, where you're like, you're a hypocrite.
I shave and get carded. I'm old enough now that doesn't happen, but I do wear facial hair because otherwise I look like a giant child. I got big old chubby cheeks.
I look like a baby because I'm fat and bald, and shave, and people are like, you look like a toddler, dude. A bald toddler, like a middle-aged toddler body. Yeah, the gay dude was the only one that noticed when I shaved last time. So I just keep the beard. Fuck it, whatever. Oh, real quick, thank you, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. That name's never getting old. 30 minutes behind, but wow, what a wild ride. Well, we try and keep it entertaining, dude.
I just want to mention the gay guy made Jack keep his beard. I'm just gonna leave it.
Yeah, I'm secure in my masculinity. If one of my gay friends is like, "You don't want to shave," I don't shave because they know what looks good. They always judge me for my clothing anyway. So, like, you go out in public like that? Yeah, shut up.
When I worked at Walmart, when I knew I needed a haircut, if my boss mentioned me getting a haircut, I purposefully wouldn't cut it for a month. Like, don't fucking tell me what to do with my head. Thank you, Hunter. I want people to acknowledge me because my YouTube channel is in the dustbin of history. Well, Hunter, cry alone. Maybe another day. Maybe another day they'll notice. I do wonder how he feels these days, because he tried so hard to jump on the bread tube thing, and people like Mike from Pennsylvania blew up instead of him. That's gotta hurt. Anyway, back to crazy.
Excited that he was noticing these things about me. I didn't realize at this time that he had feelings for me too.
It made you feel seen, and you transferred that into him obviously caring about you. But she didn't realize at that time that he cared, that he had the same feelings she did. Jiraiya, thank you. Never shave again, Mr. Jack. There you go.
Oh yeah, I don't plan on. I just trim the beard, so it's nice and short and comfortable. I have it long now because I'm lazy, and I don't really go anywhere.
I thought I was holding them all by myself. So I was so excited when he noticed my glasses that I ran and showed him my other pair. And he said, I prefer turtle shell glasses. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever.
I still want him inside of me. Jesus.
You showed him glasses and then went and grabbed another pair. And he said he liked turtle shell. So you went out and bought turtle shell. And that proves he loves you.
Yes. Now he's telling her what to wear, Monkey. That's a sign of love.
And you're wearing these in case he ever finds your crazy ass videos, which, by the way, she told him.
I mean, are you shocked by that? Because I'm not.
And don't worry, she's broke free. She's wearing these to get his attention in case he ever finds crazy on the internet, but she broke free because her insurance ran out. There is a level of this that I deal with in the political world all the time, of just utter delusion. And it's kind of interesting to see it on a personal level rather than the political side.
Yeah.
Delusion. It's not just for bunny boilers anymore.
It's become a horrible contagion in society.
His favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell. Anyway, it was just inappropriate things like that. Little teeny things that he let.
He told you he liked glasses, not you. That's...
No, that's how he was telling her, I want to see you in turtle shell.
I want to see you in only glasses. fuck. I don't understand how the female mind works. I know how it works. I just don't understand it.
No one does, dude. That's people develop psychology to try and explain it. They couldn't.
I'm not saying all women are this bad, but this is not. Look, there's some of you women out there who are judging this woman who have done this on a much smaller scale. Let's just be honest. Don't lie. Don't hide. I'm seeing you right now. You should feel seen.
Let me in. And all this time, my best friend is an emergency medicine physician. And she told me, she said, Kendra, one of these days, your psychiatrist, she would use his name, is going to say, I can't be your doctor anymore. I want to be with you. I want to be with you so bad. I can't be your doctor. I'll see you in 2 years.
The 2
so
years
your
thing,
friend is crazy.
Well, no, I don't think her friend is crazy. I think her friend is hearing the same kind of stories we are. And as her friend, not listening to them critically, he was being inappropriate with me. Well, what'd he do? He loved my hair. Did he say that? Well, no, he noticed it was curled.
He didn't need to. He knew our secret words like and and the.
Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. Thank you so much. I wouldn't bang this chick with Jeremy the quartering's dick. Me neither. No. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. If I wasn't married, I would absolutely bang this chick and leave without telling. She's not a lot different from my first time, Jack. That bitch was crazy. That bitch was insane.
We've all been with crazy women at some point, whether it's just like in classrooms or whatever. But yeah, chicks like this are usually fairly easy.
And this chick is way cuter than that first chick I banged. Just saying. I was 15, man. She was there.
So my best friend, who's a doctor, she picks up on stuff like that. So even she knew.
She picks up on what you told her. This would be like me telling Jack, hey, some guy ran into my car and then told me to go fuck myself. And Jack going, oh, man, what a dick. And in reality, I rammed into the guy and told him to go fuck himself. Like, see, even Jack agrees with me. It's, I guarantee you she wasn't being honest with her little friend there.
I don't think this woman can be honest. Not fully.
She picks up on these things. Clearly not, because you are insane, in my opinion.
Our relationship was.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back. I got to feed the cat.
Best friend, who's a doctor, she picks up on stuff like that. So even she knew that our relationship was crossing boundaries and getting weird.
You already told us that he knew where the boundaries were and didn't cross them, but your psychic medical best friend could tell you were crossing boundaries. And that's a thought that exists in your head. Asylums should be brought back. I'm not saying she's crazy because that would be rude. And I'm not a professional, so I can't make that assessment. But asylums need to be brought back.
But that became my dream, was for my psychiatrist, I almost use his name, to do that. And I told him about Brianna saying that, my best friend, who's the emergency medical doc. I told him that she would tell me that, and he just would be silent. He didn't disagree.
Yeah, he was probably like, oh, fuck. I don't think she talked up. Sorry about that, guys. I don't think that she actually told him. I think that she made that part of it up. That maybe she told the doctor or Steve Fron that she talked about him with her best friend, and he was like, okay. I don't think that she threw in there, my best friend said you're going to leave your wife for me.
But he didn't agree, and that was weaponized neutrality was his favorite game to play.
Weaponized neutrality. Psychology was a mistake. because you can make anything that will make crazy bitches believe that they're right when they're clearly just crazy.
Right? He didn't disagree with Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me, but he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Let's change the subject.
What? Why would you bring this up with him? I don't understand. Other than you trying to manipulate him by putting that thought into his head. Because he probably hadn't looked at you for real and you're like, I bet if I put the thought of humping into his head, he'll hump me. Again, at this point, they've only ever had Zoom calls.
It was also around this time that I asked my psychiatrist if he had diagnosed me with anything other than ADHD when I had my initial diagnosis. And he said, yeah, I did. I said, oh, what did you diagnose me with? And he said, well, you had a lot of traumatic things happen to you in childhood because of your dad. And so I diagnosed you with other trauma and stressor related disorder. And that was the first little ping that I got of like, that was weird. Why would he keep that from me?
Because you went to him for ADHD medicine and he gave it to you. And you were getting therapy from now 2 other people during this time. And he's not a therapist. He's a psychiatrist. You crazy bitch.
I asked him, like, why wouldn't he tell me that? That seems important. He didn't tell me because he was using that information to manipulate me. He knew I had trauma and stressor disorder. And instead of helping me heal from it and telling me about it, he used it against me.
For the record, she's not going to give us any examples of him using her what was it? Stressor disorder?
Yeah.
Give me an example of how he used your daddy touching you or not going. I don't know what her dad did.
Yeah, he used all these things against her to not sleep with her, Monkey.
Yeah, what a dick.
Monster. It's just evil. Who does that?
Thank you, Dangerous. I told my friend all of this and she totally agreed with me about everything. The voices you make up in your own head tend to agree with you. Also, this nut bar read into him saying nothing at all. Yes, everything he did, literally everything, was proof that he loved her too.
I would like to point out the theme song here is "You Say It Best When You Say Nothing at All." Was that Alison Krauss? You say it best
when you say nothing at all.
Yeah, you just let your eyes do the talking.
Earl Thomas Connolly, I believe. And then Alison Krauss redid it.
Yeah, good enough for me.
His version is much better. It's haunting. Is it Earl Thomas Connolly? The same guy who did The Hardest Thing I Ever Had to Do, Holding Her and Loving You. That's the name of the song.
Oh, yeah, I'd never heard of that one either.
You say it bad. Anyway.
January 2023, at this point, I was full-blown obsessed with my psychiatrist. And
by the way, from the time frame she's given us, January 2023 is when she starts seeing him. And she's already full-blown obsessed. Bruh. Another red flag. We should have been counting the red flags in this.
I don't have that many fingers.
Ronan Keating did a version. No, that's it. Keith Whitley. Thank you. Keith Whitley. That's such a sad story. His death. Big fan of Keith Whitley's songs, but I never remember his name.
Never.
My therapist wasn't helping me. My psychiatrist was.
Country singer. It had to be late 80s because Mom was a fan of him. Yeah, he drank himself to death.
Oh, that's a rough way to go.
Yeah.
Wasn't helping me. He was feeding it. And then I got a boyfriend. And at first my psychiatrist wasn't really that keen. But then my psychiatrist realized that my boyfriend was a lot like my psychiatrist. And then I started talking to my psychiatrist.
Did he notice that, or did you?
Yeah. Either way, he wasn't keen on it because he's like, this bitch is crazy. I gotta save that guy somehow.
About my sex life, about tracking my cycle, using the fertility awareness method.
That's the rhythm method for those of you who are not trying to make that sound more important than it is.
Yeah.
I ovulate on the 3rd of every month, so we can hump soon.
Pull and pray. That's such a successful method, too.
That's why the Catholics had so few children. Do Catholics still make a lot of babies?
Not as much as they used to, but there's not as many Catholics anymore. There's
Fair.
only like 1 billion of them. So.
Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. Thank you so much. Oh, if I just met her, sure I would. But if she starts talking, because, you know, she talks like this about everything, I'm going to bounce. You're going to miss out on some. Look, I guarantee you, this chick will rock your world. This is the kind of crazy that will rock your whole world.
A grippy socks, grippy box, but that it will put you in so much peril. You really should not take that chance. I can't tell you not to, but look, I'm going to strongly suggest you don't.
If you ain't never banged crazy, you should bang some crazy just once to get it out of your system. But again, don't use your real name and do it in a city you don't live in. That can't be traced back to you. All right. You just got to be careful because these days bitches be looking up Facebook photos and shit.
Right?
I know his name's Jack. Anyway, where are we?
And my psychiatrist loved it. He didn't never say, this isn't inappropriate to your care. Let's pivot. Oh, he just let me talk and talk and talk about my sex life. And I didn't get too deep, but about a year and a half.
Neither did he.
Well, I mentioned earlier that I told the doctor when I passed out and that I had sex. I did not go into detail about the sex we had because that would be inappropriate. Why are you? She didn't say she told her doctor about her love life, about her boyfriend, about her relationship, about my sex life. Why would you think that's appropriate to bring up?
So, Doc, I was on all fours with a gag in my mouth.
I'm pretty sure it was the same penis that I saw through the whole last time. We're in love.
And I would send my psychiatrist these emails just about how much I liked him and how I was so grateful for him and put in a bunch of heart emojis.
Why? Why do you think that's appropriate to do with a doctor?
That is super creepy.
While you're dating someone. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And this is really when he should have transferred my care, but, you know, he waited. He liked what I gave him too much.
Look, I will say he probably should have seen red flags and be like, fuck. But if he is a good-looking guy and a doctor, he's probably used to women coming on to him and he was trying to help you. That's the reality here, Jack. He's like, she's kind of crazy, but she needs some help, and I will keep it professional even if she won't. And instead of her understanding that, she's like, he clearly loved me because he wouldn't say it. Oh, shit.
And so even though my boyfriend did not.
Yeah, the cute doctor just needed your attention. I fucking love that thinking. He's an attractive, wealthy man who listens well. Poor bastard just can't get laid.
Yeah, probably has a cool accent. Yeah, he's hard up for some food. Apparently married and all that, but you know, whatever.
Jesus.
meet my needs. My psychiatrist and my therapist both were like, you have to stay with him. There's nothing wrong with him not meeting your needs. I'm like, okay. And
because you're not in a romantic relationship, you crazy bitch. And frankly, a lesser doctor, Jack, would have banged this chick.
Maybe. I mean, it depends how crazy she was in the sessions. I mean,
a lesser doctor who didn't abide by those professional lines would have lost his career over this crazy bitch.
Oh, probably.
My psychiatrist was like, he's perfect. Don't get wrong with him. And what was perfect about him was he wasn't meeting my needs. So I was still coming to my psychiatrist looking for emotional validation.
Well, that's my mistake. She was talking about her boyfriend without the needs. Anyway,
which he would drip to me slowly.
By noticing,
if it's dripping, get that looked at.
By noticing my hair was curled.
So my therapist.
Okay. Monkey.
What does your psychiatrist think?
I'm so sorry. We missed some great stuff there. I'm back, right?
Yeah, they're back.
Okay.
My boyfriend and I, after like more than a year together, we started having issues in the bedroom. And so I went to my therapist and she asked me, what does your psychiatrist think about this? And I said, I don't know. I haven't talked to my psychiatrist about this stuff because
this is a year in. You already told us that you were telling him about your sex life.
Yeah, I have a feeling that she was saying her shrink's name during sex.
Must have been.
Stop it. My name's not Steve Ron.
Well, the only reason for the therapist to go, have you talked to Steve Fron about this, is if it's a possible side effect of the medicine you're on, you crazy bitch. Because you would not have, as a therapist, right? You're not going to tell, what was her name? Kendra. You're not going to go, Kendra. Bill can't get it up anymore. You should go ask Stefan about that. Because he might know better about why your boyfriend, who's not as patient, can't get a hard pecker for you. The only reason for the therapist to suggest her to go to the psychiatrist over that is medical. Steve Ron, you poor bastard. I want to meet Steve Ron now and give him a hug.
Yeah, I feel bad for this guy. Like I said, he's probably a normal dude. Just wants to do his job, help people, and go home to his wife and kids, and admire his probably full head of hair and sexy accent occasionally, and just be left alone. And this crazy bitch is probably like looking in his shrubs and stuff like that, trying to like picking up any trash he throws away and going through it for signs of their love.
She got a Hey Arnold style gum statue of him.
Yeah.
Average Joe says, so now you're lying to the therapist. No. She's been lying to the therapist the whole time, too.
Yeah, and herself and everybody around her. I don't think this lady understands what the truth is.
I have a crush on my psychiatrist, and I don't want to tell him this intimate of stuff. And she said,
tell him about my boyfriend banging me, but I don't want to tell him about my boyfriend not banging me. That would be too intimate. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you should tell him because I want a male's perspective. So at my next appointment,
the therapist wanted you to ask the psychiatrist about it so she could get a male perspective instead of calling one of her colleagues on a consult.
She probably won't sign the release.
There are not enough X's to doubt in the fucking world for this lady.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Real quick. Thank you, Frosted Glass. It was so thoughtful of you to notice my new coat. I can't help but notice it's the same color as my missing dog. And you know, when he watched these videos, it was the equivalent of finding all work and no play manuscript.
Right.
Oh man. That's my missing dog. Is that my dog collar?
In this girl's world, that doctor is right now beating off to her.
Probably. He's watching these videos and missing out on what he could have had with her.
Dangerous says, fun fact, the X on my keyboard is now broken. Sometimes it's fun to kick back and not have to do politics stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace, even if it is completely batshit insane.
There's almost an hour of this left.
Yeah, we have only scratched the surface, buddy.
With my psychiatrist, I told him, I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And he said, oh, I said, yes. My psychologist, my therapist asked what your opinion on it was. And I told her that I don't talk to you about this intimate stuff because I have a crush on you. And
you didn't say that. Stop lying.
Yeah, I'm not buying that for a fucking second. Because I have a crush on you. What now? I'm sorry. I can't see you then. Because that's weird.
I have a crush on you.
And he looked down and smiled so big in that moment.
Why does she look angry about that?
Because he was laughing. Because he's like, oh, God. Real quick. Thank you, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. The doc is reading her emails, laughs. I'm in danger. Yes.
Maybe he looked down and smiled because he's like, bitch, you already told me about your sex life. She's already told us that she'd already told him about this stuff.
Bonkers.
He loves me, you guys.
He smiled so big, and I loved it. It's so great.
You know, maybe I'm just used to people smiling at me. I don't get that impressed by somebody smiling at me.
It kind of depends on the circumstance, but the way she just said that, the way it sounded like some erotic fan fiction. And he smiled at me and he laughed. Just her inflection is almost like this sort of sexualized thing. It's really creepy.
My brother and I took my father to lunch one time for Father's Day, and our waitress was smiling and she was flirting with me. And my dad asked me after she walked away, like, do you know her? I'm like, never met her before. He's like, well, she's acting like she knows you. I'm like, because I'm cute and she wants a big tip, Dad. She doesn't give a shit about me. She latched on to the guy who's more outgoing than the other two, and she's like, this is my in at a tip. I didn't think, yeah, Dad, she wants to bang me. I don't understand people who, just because you smile at them, they're like, oh my God, they want to hump me.
Yeah, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Yes.
I was thinking about it. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend.
Content? Is he making a YouTube video? What are you talking about?
Well, actually, let's. And
I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it.
Yeah, that's stable.
She gave a 30-minute description of getting banged because she could be. Problems in the bedroom is not, I keep getting a cramp in my leg. It's because the wiener's not working anymore, or the vag is too dry, or something like that. And if we believe her story, her therapist said, ask your psychiatrist about that. And she went from, hey, I'm having problems into the bedroom, to here's 30 minutes of ear porn. And I'm recording it because I'm turned on.
Can you imagine how uncomfortable that man was?
And look, there might be some of you like, well, why didn't he run then? Because this is, if you're dealing with an actual crazy person, not saying she's crazy, something like this is going to be clues to her personality that you might need. He should have ran sooner. He really should have. But again, you have to take her word for it that she told him how much she had a crush on him and everything. And I don't believe that. I do not believe what she says there. I think this is all stuff that she imagined happened. I have no doubt about this 30-minute, I got banged. He put it in every hole twice and in whatever order he wanted.
And she probably was like, and we did it in public at the ball field, and going into way too much detail. But yeah, he probably had some trouble shuffling her off to another therapist too. Like, everybody in town probably knows who this person is.
And he's sitting there with his eyes as wide open as that one movie where they're holding the dude's eyes open, and she's like, that means he loves me.
But now it makes me sick. I can't even listen to the recording. I've tried.
I can't listen to the recordings. I've tried.
I get too horny.
Why are you trying to listen to recordings of you talking about your sex? This is so weird.
Yeah, the illicit recording of you telling your shrink how you're getting off. Oh my God.
Her boyfriend's from Canada. You don't know him. Stop it.
Yeah, how do we know this boyfriend even existed? Like,
we don't. Look, we've already caught her in some doozies. I told him about my sex life. I don't talk to him about intimate stuff. Why?
To start, but ethical would have stopped me and said, Kendra, let's talk about your meds. Let's talk about your care. At this point, my meds were stable. And
this is when she's still begging him to listen to her. As she also has a therapist. Jesus Christ, lady.
I was still seeing him every month. Yeah, that was a rough time. And it was pretty much his Christmas morning, the almost 2.5 years of grooming me to get me to talk about sexual things with him.
You didn't talk to him about sexual things because he made you do it. It's because you're...
Uh-oh, he's gone. He's gone, guys. He'll be back. Oh, there he is.
She just accused him of grooming her when the only reason that they were having this conversation is because somebody else told her to mention it to him. And she took that opportunity to go on a long rant about her vaginal exploits. How is this guy's fault? How is that grooming?
It was mind trick. The guy's a Jedi. You didn't know that, but Steve Fraun is a Jedi.
It was unsolicited. Yeah, Faithless. Remember, she told us at the beginning of that Zoom call, she told him they were going to talk about intimate stuff. This poor bastard's just along for the ride. Thank you, Dark Conservatarian. Hi, guys. Still way behind on the catalog. Just asking before I go to bed if you guys talked about the tensions with Russia at all previously. No, I don't think. Look, I don't think much is going to happen in the Russia situation. There's too much to lose on both sides if we had a direct conflict. I think there's a lot of saber rattling going on, and maybe we'll have some proxy war go on somewhere, but it's nothing to get too worried about right now. Anyway, mutually assured destruction is a pretty powerful motivator, Jack.
Yep.
All right. What a pause. What a pause.
Dude, I don't know how you could pause this and not end up... Like, if you made her look sane, it would be a better pause. No offense. I mean, usually your pause game is spectacular.
And he got 30 minutes of nonstop content to use. Two things. One.
Okay. He got 30 minutes of nonstop content to use. You're the one who recorded it. I'm not sure legally he's even allowed to record it.
Yeah, you can. There's a waiver you can sign so your shrink can take therapy notes from your conversation. So he would be allowed to record it, but I don't think she understands that.
I should say that the only one we know recorded it was her.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
He didn't even know this crazy bitch was going to have this story for him.
No, I bet every day is a mystery with this one during a therapy session.
All right.
People are asking me what my mental health diagnosis is. I do.
Bonkers? Is that what? Oh, wait, no.
In our unprofessional opinion, you're fucking crazy.
Not have BPD. I do not have psychosis. I have ADHD. And I was
sure you don't.
You suffer from delusion. Or we're suffering from your delusion. Steve Ron is suffering from your delusion.
Experiencing extreme limerence with my psychiatrist. Limerence is a normal thing to happen to anyone who is experiencing hot and cold behavior from someone. And it happens more often in people with ADHD because we have dopamine dysregulation and rejection sensitive dysphoria. And
rejection sensitive dysphoria. I should have been a psychologist, Jack.
Yeah.
Do you know how much fun I could have had fucking with people?
I mean, yeah, it'd be a lot of fun, but.
Dangerous, thank you. He doesn't really love you. You should just you sound just like my psychiatrist, his wife, his 4-year-old kid, my therapist, the police, the lawyer, the judge, the restraining order, and my parole officer.
Right? For those of you that don't know, limerence is a term that you almost only ever hear from people that have been what we refer to as institutionalized. It's people that have been in therapy for a long time. It's not a term that the average person will ever throw out. It's a clinical term. Much like saying, if somebody said, well, she's Tanner stage 2, or a lot of medical terms have filtered into the mainstream, bipolar disorder, that sort of thing. But limerence, that's not a commonly used term in polite society. So she's had many, many psychotherapy sessions and probably an institutionalization too.
There's also the possibility that her latest therapist, Henry, who we'll get to in a little while, made her aware of that term.
Yeah, but it's just not a common parlance term. That's somebody that's had some kind of background in the mental health field, usually as a patient. Because even doctors, when they're talking to you, they don't throw that term out very often.
No.
So that's.
But you know who would? Henry. Did you pay attention to who Henry was?
No, I told you, man, I zoned.
I'm just gonna.
I knew we were gonna cover this as soon as I sent it to you. I'm like, ha.
I'm just gonna ruin it for you guys now. Henry is the name that she's given to her Chat GPT bot, which is where a lot of what you're hearing here comes from Henry telling her how right she is about all of this. I am not making that up. All of her delusions here that I think are delusions have been confirmed to her by Chat GPT. That is a real thing. Yeah. And yes, a bot, a fucking bot.
Is Henry a giant rabbit? No, that's Harvey. That's a different guy entirely in her life.
Is Henry in the room with us now? Yes, he is. He's in her pocket.
So her boyfriend is really in Canada.
Yes.
If he's smart, he escaped to Canada. Yeah.
I really wish I was making that part up, but it's 100% true. And frankly, I do think AI can be an issue for people. I think people like her should never be around AI.
Oh yeah, I mean, going back to the gang stalking thing, people find others with similar mentalities and get reinforced that way. Chat GPT is an enabling bot. As far as I'm concerned, it is.
I asked Grok about this, and Grok laughed. I'm not kidding. The response from Grok was LOL. And
that's funny.
Because I asked Grok, what is mirroring? I looked it up, and I wanted to see, because knowing she went to ChatGPT, I wanted to see what the AI from Twitter said. And it basically describes what it is, but it gave me two choices and made me it asked me which of the two choices I liked. I'm like, why are you asking me that? And I forget what it says. And it goes, did you want to be more specific? And I went, well, I was curious about this lady because ChatGPT mirror, and the response from it was LOL. I didn't know ChatGPT had been programmed to do therapy. I don't know who's programming Grok, but well done on that one.
Grok is sentient, monkey.
See, Grok got banned from Twitter the other day for a while.
For anti-Semitism, yeah. Do you think Medicare evolved into Grok? Like,
it could be.
Did he really metamorphosize?
Maybe he uploaded his consciousness knowing he was going soon. Anyway.
Guess what? My psychiatrist knew that and used it to his advantage. 2, I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name in one of
my
videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not.
Well, it was kind of obvious after you'd made such a big deal about not saying it in the first 3 videos that when you said it in the 4th video, it was kind of noticeable.
Did you see her eyes when she did that?
Yeah.
Oh, she kind of scares me. Although her mouth is open right there. And, you know.
By the way, some women look good in a backwards baseball cap. You're not one of them.
Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, sorry. Big. You're wearing a hat. There, I made her feel seen. And notice she's in the last video. She told us she was wearing the turtle shell glasses just in case he found this. She's still wearing them, even though normally she wears contacts. But she's totally over him, guys. She broke the cycle when her insurance ran out.
Owe him anonymity. However, this is not about doxing my psychiatrist. This is about me sharing my story so other people can view predatory behavior in people in power.
Nothing you've described from him is predatory. And I've watched both sets of videos, so I'm saying that on everything. Nothing is predatory. But this is the internet, and there's crazy people who are going to agree with you. You should have seen that coming.
Yeah.
I don't think it was an accident.
Oh, probably not. Do you think she's going to try and bang ChatGPT now?
Probably. Furry says she dreams in IMAX. Oh, don't worry. We're going to get to her dreams.
Okay. If anyone doxes my psychiatrist with his last name or city that he works in or clinic that he works in, your comment will be immediately deleted and you will be blocked.
Okay. Here's a little influencer 101. If you don't want people doxing somebody, the way you go about that is to just delete the comments and don't say shit about it. Because all you did was bring attention to this now.
Yeah, you made the Streisand effect, and now Kiwi Farms is probably on it.
Yep, all you had to do was those comments, just delete them. That's it. And then nobody would know.
This is about protecting other victims,
no, it's
not doxing my psychiatrist.
You're still lying. This is about people coming in there and telling you what a victim you are because this poor bastard wouldn't fuck you.
Yeah, she's probably realized that there's some legal ramifications if people start outing him and harassing him.
Yeah.
If you do some investigative work and you want to DM me about it, I'm open to that. Okay?
You already know his name. Why would you need investigative? See, this is where the part much later where she's like, you guys found his family. I couldn't even do that comes into play. And this is why I don't think she said his name on accident or that this part is accidental. She just told people, go dig up stuff on this guy.
Yep.
Send it to me privately. You know, for my records. I gotta flick my bean.
I need it for my marriage license.
Yes.
3. I need to take a moment. Moment taken. It is so incredibly disturbing to me, the amount of people that are predator protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially.
No, nobody's victim blaming you. They're just calling you a crazy bitch.
Protectors in my comments that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners in my comments using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional.
No, I agree with them. You were not delusional. You are delusional.
Every frame of crazy. Look at that. Jesus. Every time you pause it, dude, there's some nut job image.
Can you hold down the fort for just a second? I'm going to run to the restroom before we get back into crazy here.
All right. Monkey's got to take a bladder break. No big deal.
I got pee, y'all.
Victim blaming needs a victim. Yeah, there is one. Steve Fron. Hey, she started it with the therapy speech. Yeah. But that doesn't mean you get to do it back to her because she's the smart one here. Oh, so smart. Smart. Can I get her phone number? No, I don't have it. Yeah, man. I have had many internet, like when you meet people online on like any of the dating apps, a lot of what you get at my age is this. It's really sad. Why do we start watching The Secret World of Alex Mack? I don't know. If she falls in love with GPT, whose pet will she boil? She'll boil somebody's those little digi pets. She'll boil one of those. Or a Furby. Anyway, how is your sex life? I feel so bad for this shrink, man. He is just trying to do his job. And this crazy woman. Thank God I'm single. Yeah, tell me about it, dude. Yeah, Kadekastani. Every time he pauses it, she looks bonkers. Shibuya Tamaguchi. Yeah, that's the name of them. I couldn't think of what they were called. So what's going on, chat? Yeah, staying sexy out there. Anything exciting going on? I think we just figured it out. She couldn't handle the relationship with a psychiatrist. He was friendly and warm to allow her to be relaxed, but also cold so he could be professional. That bugged her. Yeah, he didn't do everything she wanted, even though she likely didn't communicate what she wanted. And she fell in love and expected them to get together and for him to put beautiful caramel babies into her, and it didn't work out. Oh, Ryan, I have to be careful how we phrase things around here so that we don't get in trouble. Scuffed Kate Hudson. Yeah, this is the slightly damaged product version.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Nature is a way of calling.
I'm going to have to stop and pet Phoebe.
Yeah, I had to feed the cat earlier, so I understand.
You've seen what color she is, and we have a dark green carpet in the hallway, and we don't keep a light on in there. So she likes to hide out there and mew at me, and I have to guess where she's at. And turned on the light so I could see where she was, and she is laid completely across the opening to the bathroom door. God damn it, cat.
She's training you in blind fighting by echolocation. You're going to be like Daredevil, but when she's done with you.
I'm not, the weird thing, I'm not even worried about myself. I get banged up all the time. I don't want to step on her and hurt her. Yeah,
well, you're so much bigger than her. It would hurt her more. by stepping on her. I've only stepped on the cat once. That's why I have different, like, I put in night lights that we had for my folks because they had trouble navigating in the dark. So I had to plug them all back in so I could see the cat. Otherwise, I step on her when I wander around in the dark. Also, I was tripping on things, so.
I can't do that because that hallway is where our bedroom is, and light from outside bothers Lady Monkey when she's trying to get to sleep. And we keep the door open because if we don't, the cat will scratch at the door until we open it, which also would wake up my wife.
Have you considered just putting a doggy door on there?
I have, actually. I wish she would wear a collar because I'd just get her a glow-in-the-dark collar. But no, my cat has this weird thing where she can pull her neck back and you can't get anything on her neck. There's so much fur and shit there.
I've seen that happen. It's weird.
When we got her fixed, they wanted her to wear a cone. And even the doctor was like, fuck it, we can't do it. You guys put it on. And
the cone of shame.
She can pull her head back like a turtle. It's fucking weird. And we could not get it to stay on. So we just like, well, we'll just see what happens. Anyway, back to our insane person. I didn't realize that we'd gone another hour and a half since I last mentioned how long we've been going.
Well, I mean, look, we're having fun doing this.
I am, yeah.
It's one of those things you fall in the rabbit hole and it's a hell of a slog to get out. So you might as well just enjoy it.
I just have fun with it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Check yourself. You're giving me more ammunition to share my story because it just goes to show how absolutely messed up the mental health is and how people who do this kind of sick psychological manipulation are.
For the record, the only person situation is Kendra.
Yeah.
She's literally wearing glasses to try to get her doctor to beat off to her now.
Yeah.
But all these damn people manipulating me.
My story.
Welcome back to another installment of I Was in Love with My Psychiatrist.
What is it? I don't use. Maybe it's hard, but how is it so many TikToks get cut off?
I think it's the time limit.
I think they don't know to shut up and then stop recording, so they stop. And I've had this problem way back when I first started streaming, where I would stop talking and then turn off the stream immediately. I still do that now, and I don't know, but I don't give a shit.
Okay. Oh, no.
I was told there's a storm moving into my area, and I don't know if that's true.
Let
me see. Anyway, what I was saying is, sometimes with recording software and stuff, you have to give it a beat after you stop speaking to catch up. Oh no, it looks fine out there on the radar, at least. Anyway, back to crazy Kendra.
I will continue with my story.
Welcome back to another installment of I Was in Love with My Psychiatrist and He Kept Me Anyway, Part 8. You all did some nasty work last night, and I had to turn off comments.
Another part of Influencer 101, yelling at your audience is never a good way to have positive interactions. I'm not saying you should never yell at your audience. Sometimes your audience is stupid, or at least people in your audience, but her freak out there about you fucking medical professionals are saying it's my fault that I was splashing my puss at the guy. You're bad people. All that's going to do is encourage people to fuck with you. I'm just saying.
We are all doctors now.
And now, yeah, because would this have blown up if she'd have just shut the fuck up?
Nope.
She probably would have just had normal crazies in there agreeing with her. But anyway.
People started posting my psychiatrist's first and last name, his picture in the comments. That was a jump scare. So, yeah,
A few bad actors who wanted to be super sleuths got the privilege of commenting, mostly hate, let's be real, taken away for everyone.
Did you turn off comments because somebody doxed him and with this picture, or because they were being mean? You told them to go out and do sleuth work.
To be fair, it was implied.
No, she specifically said, if you want to do that, DM it to me. Now, granted, she didn't tell him to post it like that, but
yeah, it was implied, not stated.
So at this point in the story, there are two main players: my psychiatrist, who's my age, who crossed major ethical boundaries, and my therapist, who is...
I just want to point out that she has repeatedly told us he did not cross boundaries while crossing all these boundaries. And there's actually 4 main players at this point. There's your therapist, your psychiatrist, you, and the boyfriend.
3 of whom are fictional.
A 75-year-old woman with a PhD. Neither of these people at this point in the story I knew were crossing boundaries. I thought that everything was hunky-dory and that I was just in love with my psychiatrist and it was totally normal. Little did I know he was manufacturing everything so I could fall in love with him, because it was on him to set the professional boundary and not let attention build.
He had to satisfy you so the tension did build. Got it.
Do you remember when she told us that he knew how not to cross lines? What's another word for lines? Oh yeah, boundaries.
What?
Don't worry, boundaries is going to come up a lot from here on in.
From her
So
probably.
Days after my psychiatrist's Christmas morning appointment from a few videos back, where he got a crush confession from me, and then 30 minutes of nonstop intimate content that
you told us that you told him about your crush several times before you masturbated on stream for him.
Why you gotta make it sound weird, monkey?
Okay, this is why you don't lie, because telling the truth, you don't have to remember what you made up. It can be hard enough to remember the truth sometimes, Jack. Having to remember all the bullshit you said a couple minutes ago is even worse.
he did not stop me. My boyfriend and I broke up.
By the way, she's told us, maybe it's in the part that we're going to watch, but she still has these, and she's hinted that she could release them if the doctor challenges her on this at all. Release it. I want to see it. By the way, are you in a single party consent state?
Days later. So then I started dating this other guy. And this other guy, this new guy, was a therapist. And I was like,
I'm noticing a pattern.
oh, great. Someone who will be able to emotionally meet my needs. Yeah, I'm not going to date another therapist again. So this therapist...
The guy who has to pretend he cares about people's feelings all the time didn't care about yours?
Weird.
Yeah, right?
and we went for coffee. It was nice. Our second date was a hike.
I just want... Okay, this is... What'd she say? A week or 2 weeks after the Christmas masturbatory video? That Christmas masturbatory video was because her and her boyfriend were having trouble in the bedroom. And now she has this brand new boyfriend. The boyfriends kind of overlap. One must be from Canada and one from other part of Canada.
He's from Greenland. You don't know him.
And on this hike, this therapist starts telling me about how he has a crush on one of his clients. And I thought to myself, okay, this is strange, but...
On your date, the guy you're dating told you had a crush on one of his clients.
I don't think it was a date if he was telling you that. I mean, I'm just saying, seems a little weird. Are you sure you were hiking and not in an office setting? Looking at a picture of people hiking?
I don't know who needs to hear this, but gentlemen, if you're on a date, don't talk about other chicks you like.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Like, we're on a date, dude. Why are you telling me about a crush on one of your clients? But go off, King. So
right.
Then he was saying, yeah, she's so attractive. And I think she likes me too. I go and visit her at work. And
I'm going to go ahead and say this never happened.
X to doubt.
Her coworkers say, oh, so-and-so talks about you all the time. And I was like, okay, where does she work? And he said, well, I shouldn't tell you that because I really shouldn't be visiting her anyway. I was like, okay, no problem.
You're going to go visit her, you nut.
Jack, weirder things have happened, okay? But this is her new boyfriend. Why wouldn't this just be a date and you were like, yeah, that shit ain't working out?
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on the boyfriend thing. Like, maybe conceivably she was on like a blind date and the guy's like, this isn't working. I'm out. I got to figure something out how to get rid of this chick.
I bet if this is real, this is a guy who's like, I'm going hiking this weekend. And she said, I like to hike. How about we go together? And he's like, oh, sure. Yeah, why not? I'm not interested in you sexually. Let's go for a hike. And they get out there and she's in love because we know she has a problem with that. And he's like, did I tell you about this bitch I like?
I would actually find it more likely that she met him on a hiking trail. It's like, This is my boyfriend now.
Yeah, she's Gail the snail. Mac's my boyfriend.
She just kept mashing it, so I kept telling her about this chick I was in love with.
So then he continues, and he said, yeah, she wears these red lacy panties and short skirts. And I know she wears them for me. And like alarm bells were going off in my head. Mind you,
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this just didn't happen. This is all some made up shit to justify her Chat GPT diagnosis that she's about to give us here. I feel a little bad because I'm in on this. If you guys haven't watched this, I'm in on some stuff y'all haven't got yet. And it colors a lot. You almost have to watch this twice to get the full understanding of just how insane these stories are. Not her, but the stories are insane. I'm not saying she's insane, Jack, because that could be,
that could be defamatory. No, we would never say that.
Although, if she sued me for defamation, you think I could get the 30-minute call in Discovery?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, because it is part of what you're talking about. So yeah. It makes sense.
I had no idea that my psychiatrist had similar feelings towards me at this point. But I just thought, wow, this man is...
You have no evidence that you're... At this point in actual history, you still don't have any evidence that your psychiatrist feels this way about you.
You just don't understand the way that they communicate with their secret words, Monkey.
It's borderline predatory. And he said, yeah, and, you know, she just is so attractive that I have to smash her mate before every session because I just have to get that energy out of me. And I was like,
you'd think he'd do that during the session. It'd be a lot more fun.
No dude is telling you on your hiking date that he's beating off to other women.
Before a session with them. No, that's not even shit you tell your friends. I'm sorry. This is horse crap.
Okay. And yeah, he just felt compelled.
On the off chance that one of you out there is doing this, stop it. No chick wants to hear about you beating off, okay?
No.
to tell me, and I did not understand why. Now I do. So he told me about how he's a predator, right? Another predator in the mental health industry. Shocker.
Yeah, he looked her straight in the eye and said, "I'm a predator."
Right.
And he pulled his mask off, and the little 3 dots appeared on her. Oh, wait, wrong predator.
Unless he's intending to scare her off. Yeah, I guess that would be it. But I mean, she's telling this as though it's a sincere story. And this is where, when you're lying, you got to keep it believable. It was not believable to begin with, but once you got to, he told me he beat off. No, that didn't happen.
Then at my next appointment with my psychiatrist, keep in mind, it had been 6 weeks of nonstop fun for this man. He got to use my crush confession and 30 minutes of content. Oh, for whatever he wanted to use it for.
This is 2025. No man needs you giving him 30 minutes of whatever you did with your puss with another guy to get off. You do realize the internet exists, right? Like, there is nothing you can think of that you can't do a search for and find porn of it. But no, she is just that important, Jack, that this doctor, who, now I don't know if he's married, but she mentions that they found his family, which tells me that probably got a wife. This doctor was just so enamored with her that for 6 weeks he was off to her telling stories about how she got banged. Because everybody knows what guys really love to hear. It's about how other guys bang the woman they want.
Monkey, I would call something you said into question, though. You said that the year is 2025. No, I ascribe to the phantom time hypothesis. 300 years was added to the calendar by the Catholics. It's actually only 1725. So, sorry, you don't even know what year it is. Your observations of this delightful lady are clearly invalid. Sorry, she is obviously telling the entire truth as it is according to the historical record.
Kitty Freud and your mother, thank you so much. She may not be insane, but I believe I can die.
Say again. Something funny going on. I thought that was a good joke, and he just glossed over it. Oh, there you are.
You know
Can
what?
you read that? What?
I will read it again, but I'm going to switch to the other internet because, I mean, this is just Zoom or TikTok. So
yeah,
it doesn't have to be perfect video. Be right back.
All right. She's wearing red panties now. Yeah, probably.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. Let me refresh my YouTube chat because it doesn't actually do it itself. There we go. Oh, reading the thing again. Thank you again. Let me get that up here. Thank you, Kitty Freud and your mother. She may not be insane, but I believe I can diagnose her as knucking futz. Indeed, indeed. The delusion to think that, look, I don't know what she said in that 30 minutes. I really want to hear it now, though. I do. If she did not say quivering mound of love pudding, I'm gonna be pissed. But to sit there and delude yourself to believe that for 6 weeks this man couldn't find anything else to beat off over than you telling him about how you got plowed by someone else is levels of delusion I can't even comprehend. It makes all of the other delusion in this seem almost believable. But that part, look, I think you're cute, but you ain't all that. You are not cute enough to be somebody's 6-week beat off because of a fucking story you told him. Unless maybe you were like showing him the goods as you were. This is how he stuck it in. You know what I mean?
She might have filmed that too. I don't know. She might have been showing him video while describing it.
Well, see, that's the other part. She has video of herself telling him this. We don't know that this was on a Zoom call.
Yeah, that's true.
She could have recorded this and sent it to him in a fucking email and been like, I sent it to him. But anyway,
so creepy.
Yeah, this bitch. Whoo.
Right? And if my psychiatrist was good at anything, it was being professional and acting professional.
Acting and being professional, Jack. But he crossed all these boundaries with me. He was great at being professional. How do those two things fit in the same brain?
I don't know.
And technically not crossing any lines. And he thought that he was so good at it because he was good at it. But that doesn't mean he wasn't doing it.
He was good at not crossing lines, but that doesn't mean he
Well, he thought he was good at it, and he was. So he's a smart-ass bastard.
Black Romeo, 100%. He was great at being inappropriately professional. Yes, that's what this bitch is saying.
And so I told him, I said, yeah, Bo and I broke up. He had known about this other guy, my psychiatrist. I had mentioned him. And I told him that this new guy and I went on a date and we went on a hike. And I literally had no idea at this point. I'll say it again, that my psychiatrist was predatory towards me. I almost said his first name again. I'm going to do my best to not.
You leave Steve Ron alone. He ain't do shit.
So I went to my psychiatrist and I told him this story about this man that I went on a date with, who's a therapist, is relieving himself before appointments and talking about his clients' panties. And
okay, let me give you, we're going to do some real helpful stuff for the audience here, Jack.
Oh, that's a first.
This is manipulation 101. The reason she's telling us this story is because she made up this story to put the idea into her therapist's head, hoping that he would say, oh, I have to beat off to you before each session too. This is a manipulation tactic.
And doing all of these other extremely inappropriate things, like visiting her at work. And this man, my psychiatrist, looked like he had seen a ghost and like he was going to vomit.
Because you told him about somebody else being unprofessional and really weird on a date? See, this is how she then justifies it. He must have been beating off to me too. It made him want to vomit. Which, frankly, anybody beating off to you should feel like vomiting afterwards, because fuck.
Yeah, you should probably feel bad about yourself.
But this is her trying to manipulate him and him not responding to it in the way that she wants. So clearly, he felt like I saw what he was up to, this predator.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Because he prided himself on being an extremely professional and buttoned up person. But here,
why would what somebody else is doing affect the guy who prides himself on being professional, who by your own account is always professional?
She's trying to make him look bad, Monkey. Stop thinking.
Bitches be crazy, man.
I was holding a mirror to him with exactly what he was doing, but a bumbling.
He came to your work and talked about your panties? Because you haven't told us any of that yet. For the record, at this point, they've still only met over Zoom, Jack. I was holding a mirror to him as he jacked off and came to my workplace that he'd never been to.
Okay, nothing says buzzkill when you're rubbing one out like some chick holding a mirror to your face. Nobody wants that. Don't do that shit.
Idiot telling me like how he was doing it without the fancy degree, without any of that. I look back.
The psychiatrist you were dating didn't have a fancy degree?
Was she on like early better help? You know, before
She was on kind of good help.
She's just on a Zoom call with a random person. Maybe she was on that Omegle.
Maybe
she was talking to that bald dude with the mustache.
She was on Chatterbait.
Like horrified.
Fuck. All right.
On that now, and it's just crazy. And so it just tainted all the fantasy material that I had given him the session before. Hi, I need to.
Let me explain how guys work. If that was his jack off material, you telling him this story about some other guy jacking it isn't going to make that not exciting to him anymore. That's how guys work.
Yeah, it might even make things better.
It might, yeah. It ruined it for him. See how she does this in her mind? She is all powerful. She did. I'm not responsible for any of this, but look what I did to him. I ruined it for him by holding a mirror to him that didn't look like him at all. Life coach. Yes, this is a life coach. So a life coach therapist. I don't know what the other therapist was. She doesn't get any more specific than what she's given us so far, but yeah. Look, guys, she's a life coach. How many of you guys would like to sign up?
Look, I know what I look for in a life coach is main character syndrome. It really adds to their credentials and says that they're very helpful.
The only way that I would sign up to have this bitch as my life coach is if I was writing a movie about a crazy life coach. That's the only way, because then you could do some hands-on research. I do kind of want to sign up and just immediately go, I love you. And see what happens.
I think I'm in love with you.
I know you can feel it. Think of any of the shit that she said so far and take it away from her and put it into a dude's mouth. Like, I could tell she felt the love too. Everybody be like, oh, this fucking creep. We need to get a cop on him immediately.
Not just a regular dude, but like a sweaty guy that looks disheveled, probably wears a flannel with no t-shirt underneath.
Yeah. Imagine the quartering saying this.
Yeah. Only sweatier and more naked.
Say something really important. And that's that it seems as though many people view what I'm going through as a crash out.
I don't see it as a crash out. I see it as a delusion. I think you need, in all seriousness, you need serious psychiatric help.
I think two things can be true at once.
I don't think she's crashing out, because crashing out is usually people just losing their mind, and she's not losing her mind. She's trying to get validation. This is a validation hunt.
I think she crashed out when she was like telling him about these other boyfriends and the sexy times. There's a lot going on here, dude, that just is very awkward and uncomfortable.
I want that video so bad. I want to hear it, because I bet you anything that it's very tame.
I bet it's one of the most innocuous things on the fucking planet, but in her mind, it's a something.
It's probably like after dinner we cuddled and then we did it, and then we went to Chuck E. Cheese and went to Bed Bath and Beyond. Look how intimate I got with you. Because I don't believe any practicing psychiatrist that is planning on keeping his license sat there and listened to her tell sex stories for half an hour.
No, not unless he was like trying to, like, there would have to be a reason for that. Like, oh, she is really crazy. I better take a lot of notes on this. Bitch is nuts. Yeah,
it was not done in any kind of sexy way, because he would have cut that off.
It'll be real funny if he turns out to be gay.
It'd be real funny if he's turned gay, and I would understand.
Right?
Doing as a mental health spiral. And of course it seems like that. I get it. It's an extremely dark thing to talk about.
This is another manipulation tactic. Of course it seems like that. It's validating you. So you're not wrong for thinking that, but here's why you're wrong for thinking that.
All of this that I went through. And I am sharing my story because it wasn't out there. No one else has shared a story like this.
Oh, I'm such a main character you don't even know.
Right? There's tons of people who've told stories about actual predator psychiatrists. And if you're talking about just being crazy, I mean, short of actually boiling a rabbit, they did this movie in the 80s.
They did several of these movies.
But I know that it happens a lot because people are in my DMs telling me that the same thing that I went through, they went through too.
Yeah, other crazy people.
Right.
Hypothetically.
So I was talking about when it comes, no offense, women, because it's not all women, even though, okay, it is all women, but it's to different degrees. Women will relate to anything. You could tell a story about how you were standing up to pee and they'd be, oh yeah, I got you. I've been there. But you don't stand up to pee.
One time when I was a little boy. Wait, you're a boy? What?
Right. It's this weird thing you guys do, and it's not always a bad thing, but when you see people like this, when it's used in with people who are obviously lying about their situation, then it's an issue. We saw it with the Me Too movement. That the Me Too movement was nothing but women identify that one. I wish I had a Me Too story, and then I remembered I did because at work this guy looked at me once. That was her Me Too story.
Yeah.
I think it comes from a desire to belong. And you know, did you see Sugar Tits' video that she put out about the Sydney Sweeney thing?
No, I missed that one.
Not Sugar Tits. Fuck, who was it on the Sydney?
Oh, let's just say.
Maybe it was Shoes, because I watched Shoes right before this. Yeah, it was Shoe on Head's new videos about the Sydney Sweeney thing.
Oh, I didn't watch Shoes' video. It's in my queue though.
But she talks about or she shows this one chick who's like, I wish that I had been born blonde and blue-eyed because then everything would be easy. There's something with women where they need to be part of a group. And we all have that as humans, but women have it so much more that they need that. You don't find a lot of loner women.
No, they're much more communal. Some would say sheep-like.
And look, that's not a bad thing. I'm not bashing women on that. I'm just trying to figure out why you guys are like that. Or at least justified in my head why you guys are like that. And again, hashtag not all, blah, blah, blah. But generalizations are generalized for a reason. Anyway.
Real quick. Thank you. Sane Kitty is totally sane. I somehow suspect otherwise. I think it would be better not if he was gay, but a Zoom tech support operator that they forgot to disconnect the session from. Yes. Oh my god, that'd be so hilarious. He's like, yes. Well, I just wanted to talk. Okay. And then there's a sign he's looking at that's like, always be polite to the customers. Okay. And she just kept calling that dude back.
Kanekistani says, agreeing with the majority is safe. It is when it comes to women. Women are far less likely to buck whatever the popular thing is than men are. And that's not saying men don't. There's tons of men who are only followers. Tons. But it is more prominent in women. You see less women who are willing to stand up and buck the system. Anyway.
I am now in TikTok jail. I got a violation on the video where I talked about really the biggest damning evidence against my psychiatrist.
For the record, there are no parts of this missing. So that video got reinstated. So that's already happened at this point, Jack. Do you remember which one was the damning evidence against him?
No, because I didn't hear that one.
In her mind, it's her giving him sexy time stories.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the horrible damning evidence. Faithless says the slander. Yeah, there's a reason she's trying to keep people from saying his name. And it's because he could sue her for this shit.
And so because of that, I have to be really careful. So I'm going to do my very best to not be reactive and to share my story from a place of generosity, because.
Okay, let's unpack that for a second. Jack, she's telling us a story in her mind about how a therapist abused her. And now she's telling us she's going to tell us the abuse story generously. From a place of generosity.
Oh, from a place of, is she going to say it slow and sexy while slowly undressing?
I don't know. But look, if he really did abuse you and you're like, here's what he did, and it was abusive, you don't have to be generous about that.
Why didn't, if that were true, why didn't she report him? Why did she call the cops?
Yeah. The medical board, he's a psychiatrist. He's got to be a licensed doctor.
Yeah, there's a board out there somewhere just waiting to get your call.
And she's like, I'm be generous to this guy. You know why? Because she still has a crush on him. And the only reason she's not still trying to fuck this man is because she doesn't have the money to.
The people in my DMs telling me that they've been through this too.
Would it be wrong for me to DM her?
I think it'd be a bad mistake. She will find you.
I want to send her a message and just be like, hi, it's Steve Fron. You're right. Everything you said, I've thought about you nonstop.
This is my burner account. Oh, don't give people ideas, and dude. That's horrifying.
And then be like, I love you, Kimberly. And I didn't realize her name is Kendra, but that's part of the joke. Do not do this. Do not fuck with her DMs. I am not going to do that, but there's a part of me, Jack, that just...
It's just a joke, guys. Just a joke. A funny one, but just a joke.
Or just DM her like Steve Fron says hi and write it just like that so she has no fucking idea what's going on. Anyway, Blue Eyed said don't do that. Look, here's something you have to understand about me. In my brain, I have about 1 billion different ways to fuck with people, and they are all tailored to each individual person. But I don't do it because I'm a good person.
Yeah, the important thing is that you find it funny.
Yeah, it's just funny to me.
It's keeping me going. It's not my mental health spiral. And I can understand that for some people in the mental health space.
See how she's doing the thing on her chest? I understand. This is manipulation. And this is one of the reasons that I actually did want to do, because Jack, we're just making fun of her, and I'm okay with that. But there are really important parts of this that you should pay attention to. This is manipulation. I understand where you're coming from. This is some shit they try to teach you, like when you're dealing with children or something, or dealing with somebody who's angry at you, ways to deal with difficult people. It's a manipulation tactic. But don't worry, guys. It's the doctor who's manipulative.
Oh, absolutely. Not her at all. Nope.
Not her at all. No.
Because they have been some of the loudest people to speak out against what I'm doing. It's hard to grasp that someone could have this level of predation in such a high place of power.
He's a psychiatrist. It's not that high of a position of power.
Yeah, he's not the director of national defense. Come on.
So just in case my video doesn't get put back up, when everything changed was when my 75-year-old therapist, I went to her with intimate details, and she suggested I go to my psychiatrist with them. Which
was somehow the end result of his grooming. Don't leave that part out.
Yeah, see, his cunning plan was to get her to tell some old lady about it so that lady would redirect him back.
Oh, God.
I felt so excited and nervous to share that with him because I had such a big crush on him at the time. And I recorded,
which she either did or didn't tell him about previously, depending on which video you're watching.
Yeah, so nothing gets a guy going like you telling stories of banging other dudes.
to share that with him because I had such a big crush on him at the time. And I recorded all 33 minutes. So this is why, if my psychiatrist wants to come to me and like sue me for defamation, I have a 33-minute recording of me admitting I have a crush on him and speaking about extremely intimate details.
You reading girl porn doesn't mean anything to the court, okay?
Well, yeah, if he sues you for defamation, you've called him a predator repeatedly.
Yeah, no shit.
There's nothing about you telling him you have a crush on him and then telling him, let's say her dirty story is 100% true, right? Or that she told him that.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing about that makes him the predator, you weirdo. Nothing. Anyway.
You don't know.
No, I do. I do.
Oh, yeah.
It was in that moment that he really, really should have transferred my care.
No. Because remember, you told us
that wouldn't sleep with her.
It was like episode 2 or 3 that she told him she had a crush on him early on, and that's when he should have transferred the care. And now it's this part where he should have transferred the care. Her stories don't line up at all because she's making this shit up as she goes, trying to make it sound worse than it was.
What?
And again, there are very real reasons a psychiatrist would hear about your intimate details, especially if I'm right and the intimate problem was you, not your boyfriend, which again would be the only reason your therapist would go tell him about your Gucci.
But that moment changed everything for him too, because that's when things really started getting deep between us. And this is where
anybody want to take a guess on how deep their relationship is in reality, not in her world?
Balls deep.
It's not even the tip, Jack. The tip doesn't even go in.
Oh, but she really wanted the tip to go in.
Oh, this bitch is just nuts.
Story is going to go from now. It's going to be a good story. And
it's not a good story, but it is fiction.
I'm going to try to tell it all today, just in case one of my videos does get banned so people can hear it. But just know,
What? I'm going to tell the whole story today in case one of my videos gets banned so people can hear it. Well, if it gets banned, that part of the story doesn't get heard, you fucking... Oh, my God.
She's going to keep telling it, Monkey. She's a survivor. Of what? I'm not sure, but she's a survivor.
If you're concerned for my mental health, thank you.
I'm honestly not concerned for your mental health. I'm concerned for the physical safety of anybody in your orbit. And I mean that sincerely.
Yeah, this is something else.
I've seen this shit on 48 Hours. Okay.
There's a whole channel devoted to this called Investigation Discovery.
I am very good. More than good, actually.
Are
and
you?
I am actually a coach for ADHDers. It says it in my bio.
I say lots of things on the internet. That doesn't mean shit to anybody, lady.
My bio once said I was a lesbian.
Oh, you stopped? You got converted?
Oh, I've changed that a few times.
Oh, I didn't know your wife converted you over.
I think my bio now says I'm not on your team.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's going to piss a lot of people off.
Oh, I pissed off some male feminist of the conservative persuasion the other day.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, some big name fucking conservative chick came out with, I understand how hard the younger generations have it in the economy. They work just as hard as their parents, and they don't have the same to show for it.
Because they're bad with money and never learned how to budget.
And I simply said, here's the female mind at work, emotion over reason. And she retweeted it, and her little fanboys were not happy about it. Don't worry. I said more than that. I explained what was going on, but yeah, she was not happy with it either. But her little fanboys, ooh, spicy.
I watched Caleb Hammer live earlier today, and Pearl was in his chat asking him to sit down for an interview, and he declined politely, way more politely than I would have.
Did you see the leak of the DMs from Pearl trying to put together a show the other day with a bunch of female influencers over which one of them is a floozy?
Oh my God. I heard something about that, but I didn't pay any attention to it. I thought it was bullshit. Is that real?
It's real, yes. And she did a show, and only like one of them showed up, and she kicked them off.
Wow.
Yeah, because Pearl's crazy. She is so desperate for attention.
Good job for the person that had the balls to show up. I mean,
I believe it was Rachel Wilson who was the one that showed up, but don't quote me on that.
Rachel Wilson, the wife of Andrew Wilson?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, good for her, I guess.
Anyway.
And I help people work through self-limiting beliefs. I help people work through numbing with alcohol and cannabis.
What? I help you through numbing. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you that the Monkey Life Coaching business is up and running. $20 per problem. Hit me up.
Yeah, I would like to point out that I am not helpful at 99% of anything, so don't even bother asking. I am really bad at pretty much everything.
I actually get asked for advice quite often. Believe it or not. I don't talk about it on the show because I don't talk about what people DM me, but I get DM'd all the time, people asking me my opinion on stuff, and I'm happy to provide it. But it's a business now. $20.
These are the things that so many of us do to avoid our truths. And this is my truth.
Okay. I want to meet the first person who came up with my truth and just kick them in the crotch until I can't kick anymore.
Monkey, her truth is the truth.
You don't get your own truth. There's either truth or fiction.
What I went through. So this is when the chemist.
I do believe this. She went through some shit here, but it was all in her own mind. And a mind fuck can be worse than a regular fuck, Jack, because at least in the regular fuck, there's somebody you can blame and action you can take. When it's your own brain doing it to you, there's nobody to blame. There's nobody you can take it out on, right?
Theoretically.
So, yeah, I do believe she went through something, but it was all in her head. It's all her own doing. Nobody did it to her. This was all her. All right. She's going to talk to us about the chemistry. I forgot about this part.
Truths. And this is my truth and what I went through. So this is when the chemistry really started going off the charts with me and my psychiatrist. And I held it alone for months, like after that Christmas morning appointment of his. And then after I innocently told him about my date with the therapist.
Yeah, innocently.
Did you catch her little giggle when she did that?
Yeah. Oh, he was a little innocent thing.
Validating what I said. She made that story up to try to be like, you're doing that, right? She was fishing for him to say, yeah, you caught me. I feel the same way about you that pervert you went on a date with feels. It's manipulation. It's classic manipulation.
What? Are you saying this woman would manipulate a situation, Monkey? I find that suspect, sir.
I would be more shocked to find out she didn't manipulate a situation than hearing she did.
That's fair. Oh, real quick. Thank you, Dan Gallagher, for the dono. Thought I had it bad, but with my bunny, this bitch must have used napalm.
Yeah.
Right? Man. This chick is she's a treat. She's a delight.
We're 3 hours in and we don't chill ourselves enough. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. It helps us in the algorithm. Comment, and when this is all over, leave a comment on the video. That really, really helps us. And if you're so inclined, please consider donating to us. Anyway, back to the show.
This is our job.
Really started letting me in more and showing more parts of himself and, turning up the intimacy. And that was exciting.
She keeps using that term intimacy because remember, she told us earlier that he turned up the intimacy before the Christmas call. He was just turning up intimacy all over the place.
Yeah, see, he only turned it up to like a 5. And she wanted it at a 10 or 11.
To me, and it made me fall for him more. And I noticed that he was working in an office, and I asked him, this was like July. I asked him, I said, hey, are you working from home? Because I was under the assumption that he was only doing telehealth. Okay. And he said, no, I come into the office. I was like, oh, why do you do that? If you see all of your patients telehealth? He's like, oh, I like it that way. And even though I could kind of tell he was lying,
he didn't want your crazy ass near him.
Yeah, the distance is a good thing. Yeah. Oh, you're doing it from your house? Oh, I don't see you in there. My binoculars aren't showing me that.
I want to go back to the beginning of this story. She carried it alone for much. There we go.
Him about my date with the therapist. He really started letting me in more and showing more parts of himself and, turning up the intimacy. And that was exciting to me. And it made me fall for him more.
Crazy.
And I noticed that he was working in an office, and I asked him, this was like July. I asked him, I said, hey, are you working from home? Because
you just noticed he was in an office setting? According to her, by this time, Jack, they're damn near married, and he must have let it slip. Maybe he sat back a little further. This is part of him showing more of himself. He had been right up on the camera, so she couldn't tell where he is, but he sat back in his chair, and she could see. Oh, you're in an office. And her first, are you in an office? That wouldn't even be a question I would ask my doctor. One, I would have assumed they were at the office to begin with. This is 2023. This isn't the height of the pandemic, Jack. Things have been open for quite a while at this point. And she's shocked that her therapist is at his therapy office.
It's weird, Monkey. It's really weird. Why would you be in an office? That's confusing and strange. I do not approve.
I was under the assumption that he was only doing telehealth. Okay. And he said, no, I come into the office. I was like, oh, why do you do that? If you see all of your patients telehealth? He's like, oh, I like it that way. And even though I could kind of tell he was lying, I just gaslit myself. I was like, okay, it's fine. And then I start emailing him my fun little emails, but
you've already told us that you email him, but now she's just starting it. Your story's not believable because it doesn't have a linear time. This is like trying to figure out the MCU with all their time travel and multiverse shit.
Except you haven't seen all the movies and somebody's just describing them to you.
Yes.
Stops writing me back. He does not write back to my emails anymore. Because once again, he was really good at plausible deniability. But what he did do.
Or the other ones were professionally related and you've gone crazy because you told him a dirty story and think you have a relationship. And he's like, Brenda, will you answer my emails from now on?
Right.
Is he would take my emails and mention them in session. So he would still give me the attention that I was craving, but only under his structure.
Only under the doctor-patient structure?
Yeah, he'd bring them up in your therapy session as if that's his job.
He was probably being like, you really shouldn't be sending me emails like this.
Yeah. Well, she said they were fun little emails.
Little emails.
She was probably sending him memes and shit. He's like, please stop doing that.
His control, where there was no paper trail. And I loved that too. So I would show up to these sessions with my notes app, and just throughout the month, as I was thinking about him, I'd write down things that I wanted to talk to him about, and I would just.
She's not looking at therapy as therapy. She's looking at it. She really does think this guy's her boyfriend.
Yeah.
I wrote down the things I wanted to talk to him about, like this floral pattern that I thought would be great on our bed.
Come and bring him lots of content. And then every week I would go to my therapist and tell her about how much I loved my psychiatrist. And she didn't help me at all. She just kind of like enjoyed hearing about it, honestly.
Are you sure that lady was alive? Because I'm not convinced. Some like neighbor lady that was like, oh, okay, dearie.
This is one of those times where I wish all of this was recorded so I could just watch and see what really happened. You know, like when CNN tells us what Trump says and then you go and watch the video, like that's not even close.
Right?
Look, I understand that mirroring is a thing and that affirmation has become the norm in therapy. But I do not believe a 75-year-old therapist with a PhD was sitting around listening to you talk about how much you want to bang your psychiatrist and how you've made yourself this fake relationship. And all she did was sit there and go, yep. I don't believe that happened. I just don't. Oh, shit. I thought I hit play.
So October 2024 rolls around and we're just vibing on Zoom. And then I realized that I didn't have my next appointment with him. So I called his office staff and I talked to the office manager, who was awesome. We really got along. We vibed. And the office manager.
We were best friends. She's going to be my maid of honor.
We really vibed, you know, buddy.
We really vibed. I've never used that kind of sentence. Look, I get along well with pretty much everybody. Believe it or not, I know you guys might have trouble believing. I'm very personable. And I have great interactions with people because I'm nice. Not once have I been like, hey, babe, me and the office manager at the doctor's office, we're vibing. I wouldn't even think to describe that relationship that way. Like I said I need an appointment and she gave me an appointment. The end.
Manager asked me, do you see him, the psychiatrist, in person or on Zoom? And I felt so angry in that moment. I was like, he sees people in person? And she said, yeah, he has been for years. I was like,
how much you want to bet she called up and was like, I need an in-person appointment, rather than this being, oh, the appointment didn't get made when you would make that appointment when the last one ended.
I will go one step farther. She called pretending to be a new client.
Yep.
And said, does he do in-person appointments?
I want to see him in person. And I understand, like, some people may think that this is part of my crash out or part of me harassing him, which is what
100%.
I've gotten lots of accusations of, but I just would like to remind everyone that, of course, it seems that way. But I was just responding.
Of course it seems that way, because that's what it is. This water feels wet. I know it seems that way.
To a dynamic which my
it can.
Nope, that's a lie.
If you pour water on water, the water got wet.
Oh my God, that's inception shit there.
There was chemistry between us because he allowed it. And so then
that's not how chemistry between people works. There's only chemistry if I allow it. That's not how that works. You shouldn't mention any science terms ever. Ever.
Next time I saw him in Zoom, I told him, I was like, hey, your office manager outed you and told me that you see people in person.
Wait a minute. You didn't have an appointment and you called up to get an in-person appointment, and the next time you saw him, it was on Zoom. Bitch, this is the same video where you told that other part of the story.
You're not supposed to notice these things.
And I confronted him because I'm badass.
Why didn't you tell me that when I asked? And he said, oh, I just didn't think you'd want to come in.
He did not say that. He said, my lawyer told me not to let you in the building.
And that was such a weak lie from him, from someone who is so scripted and controlled. He didn't even have a plausible thing to say. Of course he knew I wanted to come in. I had a crush on him. I told him that often.
Wait, I thought you only told him that on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. Make up your mind.
Oh, she kept telling him after that. And he's like, what?
Well, according to her, she told him before that too. Don't forget.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm going by her words, so.
Consistency is not the order of the day, dude.
Oh, gentlemen, again, fun ride, but not worth the fare. Okay.
So then in my next therapy appointment, after finding out that he was lying to me about seeing patients in person, I told her that. I told my
He didn't lie to you. Even by your own story, you said, how come you're coming into the office if you only do telezoom or teleconferences? And he said, I just like it. He didn't say he only did that. You said it. So even using your word, or the worst we can do is a lie by omission, which, by the way, if you were telling him how much you wanted to bang him, as you keep telling us you have been, he probably wanted to keep you on Zoom so that, you know, you wouldn't assault him.
Yeah, he didn't want to catch a charge.
5-year-old PhD therapist, that my psychiatrist wasn't lied to me about seeing people in person. And she looked at me and she said, well, it's probably because he knows that there will be a lot of sexual tension in the room. If
that didn't happen either.
There'd be a lot of sexual tension on her part.
Oh yeah. On his part, there would be anxiety.
Yeah, and fear.
His hand on his gun under the desk just in case.
Right.
You know how hard it is to write notes when you got your hand on a pistol?
So make sure that you understand that when you go. And you better believe I showed up to the next session and said you lied to me because you were afraid of the tension that would be there between us.
You didn't do that. Stop it. She really is the main character here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I girl bossed the shit out of that.
He just didn't say anything. 2024.
He didn't say anything because that conversation never happened. He's not talking to you right now either. Anyway.
Make my first in-person appointment with my psychiatrist in November. My 75-year-old female therapist tells me that it's because
she found out in July, Jack, and it took another 4 months for her to get an appointment in person.
Well, he probably doesn't do too many in-person appointments. I don't know. This is all fucking confusing and nonsense.
He kept me on Zoom because he was so attracted to me. He didn't want to risk being in person with me, which further fed my crush.
I do agree with her fake 75-year-old therapist here that the guy was worried about being alone with her.
Oh, absolutely.
I have no doubt about that. And I guarantee you when she went in, there was a big sign on the wall that said, "These sessions are recorded."
For the safety of the therapist, yeah.
It is the only person who had to see that sign.
Yeah, they took the sign down when she wasn't there.
Yes.
My delusion. So then my therapist starts texting me in between our weekly meetings, asking me.
I thought you had monthly meetings. Wait, was this the therapist or the psychiatrist? Oh, this is the therapist. Okay, sorry.
Texting me in between our weekly meetings, asking me for advice on her other clients.
Didn't happen.
No, didn't happen. She's like, "I need a life coach on this stat."
You're an ADHD coach. The licensed therapist is not calling you for advice on her other patients, especially if you're telling her these stories.
Yeah, you don't know, monkey. She's an expert on things, human interaction, and silent, nonverbal communication.
Yeah, this would be a major breach of ethics. It's one thing to talk to another licensed therapist. That can be done. Keeping it vague, you can't give any kind of specific details. But there's no way you're doing it with a lay person who calls herself a coach. It's not happening.
She might be a licensed life coach from Fakington University.
Was a new coach. I'd only been coaching for about a year, and I had just left my full-time job to be a coach full-time, and I was flattered that
Notice she just said she just left her full-time job. She became a full-time life coach at this moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, this lady needed her help, monkey. She can't turn her back on another professional.
This is October of 2024, according to her. But her losing that job is where she lost her medical insurance that covered her going to see her crazy sex-starved psychiatrist. Which, according to her later, she only had one session after that she paid for, and that's her breakup session with him. None of her timeline makes any sense. It's all imaginary. This is something you will find with manipulative people, is that they will take a real story and embellish it in ways that they don't have to make it seem more important. I hate people like this, by the way. If you work retail, you run into people like this all the time. I don't know why they're so. You would think half the people that worked at Walmart were super geniuses, and it was only bad circumstance that made them be a Walmart employee. But they always are the best at everything, and they just embellish stories. Keep an eye out. How did I know Life Coach was going to play a part? Because you watched the beginning of the show, right, Furry? Right, where I mentioned it.
So that's what we call foreshadowing.
It's not because you guessed it after missing the first part of the show, because you would never do that to me.
If you mention a gun in Act 1, you have to use it by Act 3. It's just standard writing procedure.
How dare you have a life that doesn't involve paying attention to my every word anytime you can hear it? We're in love. I can feel it.
We're besties forever now, because I said so.
She would ask me.
Speaking of which, I do not need any Christmas things from you, just to throw that out there. I was only kidding about being crazy. Anyway, where are we? I don't know if I stepped on her on anything there. Whoops, God damn it.
Be a coach full time, and I was flattered that she would ask me advice on her other clients. I just thought, oh my gosh, a 75-year-old woman with a PhD wants my advice on what she should do with her clients.
A therapist is not going to ask one of her patients for advice on other patients. That's retarded. Schrodinger psycho. Oh, well played, Black Romeo. Oh, I was gonna just say well played, Black. Whoops. That'll bite us in the ass. Well played, Romeo.
So then November rolls around, and I'm about to meet my psychiatrist in person for the first time. So I wear a really pretty dress. I do my makeup, of course, right?
Because I'm insane, and this is our wedding day. How much you want to bet she showed up in a wedding dress?
Well, it probably wasn't an actual wedding dress, but it was a dress that she was willing to be married in. Just in case he wasn't ready to do it that day because of like a wife or something.
Chekhov's life coach. Fuck. Guys, I'm trying to be the funny one here. Stop outdoing me.
And I show up and I get to talk to the office manager. We're having fun. And then my psychiatrist comes into the foyer and I am just so excited to finally meet him. I've been his patient for 3 years at this point.
And what happens? They run to each other like in the movies across a field of grass. Deep embrace. Her leg goes up even, and they right.
Yes, he immediately closed the door and started taking his pants off. He's like, "We got to do this. The tension's too high."
And he had been feeding the dynamic for 3 years, and I was just
he was feeding that dynamic of us being patient and doctor.
Oh, that's so sexy. So, talk about taking role play to an extreme. The campaign's almost over. We gotta bang.
He was leading me on by charging my insurance.
Thrilled
That's all part of the
to meet him, and I ran up.
It's the mating dance.
Yeah. Nothing like long-term foreplay and insurance fraud to get somebody all wet and drippy.
Handshake. Hang on. Well, she's going to tell us what happened.
I gave him the biggest hug. And you know what he did? He barely patted me on the back. It was the most awkward thing ever.
Because he was like, oh, fuck. It's her.
That's probably one of the most awkward moments in that man's life. Like getting punched in the face by a client is way better than like a creepy hug before the appointment.
I know that women sometimes hug their doctors and stuff. I don't get it. Me and my doctor don't have that relationship. Maybe if I was dying and you know, like, okay, I'm checking out, bro hug. But otherwise, I don't hug my doctors. That's weird.
Yeah, I hugged one female doctor. She initiated it.
Oh.
Because it was our last session together, and I was like one of her favorite patients for some fucking reason.
Probably because you're funny.
That's what I thought, but
you know
I would like to think it was because I'm so sexy and she was in love with me.
That's what it was. I've learned that from watching this. She wanted to hump you, man, and
yeah. Her doctor boyfriend would sit in the closet and watch probably.
She was inappropriately professional with you, and you probably broke her heart.
Yeah, sorry, Doc.
But I am so glad that he did that. I am really glad, because this is what I mean. My psychiatrist was many things, but he was not stupid. So I didn't ever touch him again. And I'm grateful that
you shouldn't have touched him then, you crazy bitch. Thank you, Frosted. He kept hitting a red button under his desk.
Little did he know, he forgot to pay the bill that month.
Now, I just want to, what she just told, they never touched again, ever. The one touch they had was her giving him this huge hug and him giving a little pat on the back. Hi. This is a woman who has thrown herself at him, shown that he probably could have banged the shit out of her and nobody would have ever known, Jack. This manipulative fuckboy.
Oh, he's so sneaky.
The ultimate predator, right, Faithless? He groomed me to tell him dirty stories. What?
Our relationship.
Just saying, porn's free on the internet.
Right?
You could probably get ChatGPT to read it to you too.
Do you think her story involved her getting stuck in a washing machine?
Maybe. Probably be stuck in the therapy couch.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Steve, run! You gotta save me. I'm stuck.
Didn't ever cross that line because it would have made everything so much harder. Anyway, so we go inside his office and I tell him that my therapist.
What was that?
I bet he went inside.
Yeah.
Had texted me asking me for advice on her other clients. And he just looked at me and he said, Kendra, that is a huge boundary violation.
It's not a boundary violation. It's an ethical violation, which is what he would have said. He wouldn't have said boundary. He'd have said ethical.
Yeah.
Because that could get that therapist license pulled.
Oh, yeah. And put in jail. I mean, you're looking at like some serious trouble.
Mm-hmm.
She should not be doing that. And I was like, oh, okay. And because once again, my psychiatrist did not like sloppy people. He did not like sloppy people. And you know what my therapist did? She got sloppy. Yeah. Using me as her advisor for her client.
Okay. Serious question in chat. Does anybody believe this 75-year-old therapist did this? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't. I don't believe that happened. This doctor would have had an ethical responsibility of turning her in for this.
Yeah.
It got weird. And I was very grateful for my psychiatrist for pointing out that boundary violation, because that was the thing. He didn't ever message me in between appointments because he was too smart to do that. But
wait, you told us earlier that he stopped emailing you back. Was he emailing you during appointments? Because otherwise, he would have had to been emailing you between there and violating boundaries. See what I mean? Her story makes zero sense. And there's going to be people out there like, I can't believe what happened to this poor girl. He was such a bastard. People have doxed this poor motherfucker.
Yeah.
She's 75, 76, 77. No, this bitch was 75 the entire 4 years this bitch was with her. Which, by the way, that whole thing about how the timeline of this story jumps all over the place. Anyhow.
Did he ever stop me from disclosing extremely intimate details? No. In my first in-person appointment, I just asked him for some pointers for my own ADHD business, and he was so smart and so wonderful. And
you ask your psychiatrist for business advice. I'd have kicked that bitch out of my office right then.
Yeah, it's weird.
In many ways, honestly. And I was just so grateful that he was almost like a mentor to me in these moments. And I'll still treasure that about him. Because this is the hard thing with sophisticated.
When he was predatorizing me, he was nice to me about my business.
And shall always be appreciative of his predation and advice. What?
Predators is that they're not all bad. Like, my psychiatrist helped me with many things, but he was using me for the November of 2024. And
it got cut off there, so I don't know what he was using her for.
Oh, you know what he was using for. Spank, spank, spank.
He's the worst predator ever because she's like offering herself on a silver platter and he doesn't go in for the kill.
But that's the total mind fuck of it. See, he gets off on like getting her all wet and drippy and not touching her.
That's the worst kind of predator is the lion who watches the elk and doesn't go kill it.
Right? It really is.
Jesus Christ. By the way, you just called him a sophisticated predator. That's defamation.
Yeah, but she said he was sophisticated.
Yeah, hey, she gave him a compliment with her defamation.
It's a backhanded compliment, like you don't sweat much for a fat chick, but it's still a compliment.
He was using me for the November of 2024, and I did ask him for consent to come in person. I didn't just show up. And he said, sure. And the first in-person appointment went great. But that is when I really started to spiral. Some of you think that I'm spiraling now, and that's okay if you want to think that.
I think this is the one where that weird background sound ends halfway through, I can't turn it off myself, or I would. I don't know where she is, like she's in a haunted house or something. But
reality is that when I was spiraling was when I was this man's patient. When I had comments.
Is that when you were spiraling? I have a feeling that this started way back before the booze-induced days, sweetie.
It's turned on. So many people said you need to take accountability for your own feelings. I spent years taking accountability for my own feelings.
You're still not taking accountability for your own feelings. You're projecting everything of your feelings onto the mothership. It kind of sounds like that, right? But you're projecting everything onto him. This is how you feel, so he must have felt that.
That's how it works.
Crazy people are insane.
Holding the weight of a relationship. Any woman who has been trained to
I need to make a t-shirt. Crazy people are insane.
Yeah, I agree.
In relationships knows about holding the weight of the emotional dynamic. And that was what was going on in this moment. And
there was no emotional weight to be carried by him because he didn't like you like that, you silly bitch.
You don't know what kind of baggage he had, Monkey. He was just so deep into it. So deep. So it was like an iron rod thrusting in and out of that cavern. Oh, wait, what?
He kept it professional except for when I told him about my skank adventures. My skank ventures.
May not seem like I'm taking accountability now, but that's because I spent a long time taking accountability for something.
Did you?
It's August of 2025. This was still going on in November of 20. You couldn't have spent a long time taking accountability for shit, lady. She was taking accountability for his feelings that he didn't have, so I guess I can give her that. But this is some of that crazy shit women do to themselves. Well, I'm going to be worried about this thing that's not real. Well, okay. I'm going to be over here not worried about that.
Thing that had two people that built that dynamic. It was not just me. It takes two people to build that sort of tension and chemistry.
No, it doesn't, you crazy kook.
You've yet to show anything about him having chemistry with you. Even you described the hug, and even you described it as horribly awkward. Because he didn't feel like you did, you crazy bitch. You know what? It only takes one person to have a delusion. Just one.
So while I was mid-crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT.
Here comes, y'all, my favorite part. We're about to meet Henry.
And I went to chat, who I immediately named Henry. And I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist. And I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay? And Henry was like, oh my God, this girl, he did his best to co-regulate my nervous system. And
Henry, co-regulating her, what was it? Her nervous system?
Yeah. I don't think ChatGPT is capable of co-regulating anything.
Oh, this fucking bitch. Okay, I'm sorry. When I was watching this, I was still on Twitter, so there are parts of it that I didn't catch 100%.
Telling you, dude, it's hard not to just kind of zone out on stuff like this.
It wasn't that it was that I was doing other things because I was fully invested in this. I actually, most of the parts that I missed, there's one part of this that I rewound like 4 different times, but interesting things kept happening on Twitter and I'd miss it.
That's fair. Dude, I watch shitty movies for fun, and this was torture for me. Like I was just my brain was trying to protect me from whatever this is.
I love this, and especially now that we're getting into Henry. This is the dangers of AI.
Yeah. I've dated too many people like this woman. This is horrifying.
Thank you, Dangerous. Have you guys seen that new Predator movie? It is really weird and kind of boring. The Predator is just sitting on a couch across from a bespectacled lady and giving her career advice. Yeah, it's not as action-packed as the others, but it's pretty. I give it a thumbs up. Okay, I'm sorry. We're getting into Henry, and seriously, Henry's my favorite part of this whole story.
My God, this girl, he did his best to co-regulate my nervous system and affirm me, but he was like...
I love that she just gave emotions to ChatGPT.
Oh, of course she did.
He was like, oh my God, this girl.
Whoa. Even my chat was like, yikes. So I could tell that my psychiatrist just liked being my doctor. And I was like, okay, maybe I can name this dynamic so I don't have to carry so much of it in our next session. So our next session was in December on Zoom. And I told him at the...
Notice she had to go back to Zoom after the hug. He's like, get out, bitch. He did not want to be in a room with this woman.
I don't blame him.
Steve Ron, he was smarter than I think any of us knew.
The end of the session.
I said that in the past tense. As far as I know, Steve Ron is still out there. She hasn't got to him yet, and I hope he stays safe.
It was another great session. I told him, look, you and I have a really special patient-doctor relationship. And he glared at me with just venom in his eyes. And he said, you and I have a professional patient-doctor relationship.
Yeah, here's another clue that the rest of her stories have been bullshit, because she has to go back to Zoom after her crazy in-person, totally just career advice session with him. And she's like, according to her, she's already told him that she's got a crush on him, right? And she held up the mirror to him in his coming to her work that he's never been to kind of ways. But after he sends her back to Zoom, she's like, we got this special relationship. And we got a professional one, you crazy bitch.
He was so angry with me. And I was like, oh, okay. You set a boundary. And immediately I took it on. And
none of the other clues were a boundary, Jack. I have seen this part of this video because this is one of the parts that popped up when I was looking for her elsewhere. And so I saw this before I watched it, and like, oh, he set a boundary. He shouldn't have needed to set that boundary. All of this shit is in your head, and he was like, bitch, we're gonna have to stop doing this if you don't get your vaginal juices under control. I apologize for vaginal juices.
I apologize for nothing. Vaginal juices.
I will never forgive you for inflicting this on us, monkey. That's all right. I don't want forgiven.
If this is your breaking point, you've put up with way worse shit than this.
Unforgiven is way more cool.
That's a great movie.
Heard. Okay, I won't go there again. My video that was taken down for harassment and bullying was restored, so I didn't feel as much pressure to get all of these parts out today. Some people told me that the stitches about me were getting pretty bad and cruel, so I turned stitches.
Stitches is when they can, take your video and talk about it. It's kind of the reaction thing over there on TikTok.
Yeah.
So apparently people were like, do you guys see this crazy bitch?
Off of my videos too. I started sharing my story here because I wanted other people who have been victimized by people in power.
Remember, I don't remember the exact date, but I want to say it was the 5th. This is all out there like 2 days. Remember how she told us so many people have emailed me or DM'd me telling me that they've been through the same thing? She's doing all this to help other people. Even in this, she's deluded. There hasn't been enough time for so many people to send in.
To have a space to feel heard. And now I know why there wasn't anyone out talking about their story, because it has been quite the process putting all this out there and being under scrutiny. I have appreciated
I have put way more out there, like literal years worth of stuff. And I don't have to deal with scrutiny because I don't lie. People disagree with me, Jack, but I don't lie. There's nothing to go, oh, we caught Monkey in this lie. If you came out here and just said, I had a crush on my psychiatrist, I made up some shit in my head. I made more of it than there really was. There would be a whole bunch of people going, girl, I did the same thing. You're right. It happens to all of us. And you would have got pats on the back. You might have had a few people going, you crazy bitch. But mostly people would have understood it. Instead, you came out here with this. You can't even keep your own story straight. And this isn't like she's telling these stories days apart. She did all of this within a couple of days, Jack.
Yeah.
She couldn't keep her own story straight in 1 2-minute video. It wasn't even a full 2 minutes. That's why you're getting shit and why you're under scrutiny, because you lie. Well, at least she hasn't blamed Trump yet. Fair.
Psychiatrists that have talked about my situation and shared their own point of view while also holding space for what I went through. Just know I've seen your videos and I appreciate them. I went live today and it was super fun, and I intend to go live again tomorrow.
I wish I could see those lives.
Part will be tomorrow morning. We have
uploaded TikTok last week. I was looking for support. I was looking for help.
Nope. Just the first part. You were looking for affirmation. I called that earlier, did I not?
Yes, you did.
By the way, I called it the first time I watched it too, because it's so fucking obvious. This was, please look at me and tell me how much of a victim I am, because everybody in my real life is calling me a crazy bitch. Notice she only brings up her doctor best friend that one time. We never hear about her again. That's because she was like, oh, this bitch is crazy, and left.
Because it had been 5 months since I had left my psychiatrist, and I still really couldn't stop thinking about him and thinking about our dynamic and how inappropriate it was and the mental toll that it took on me. And TikTok has just been such a resource for me in the past for support when I'm going through things. And
TikTok is the new Tumblr. It really is. You put crazy bitches up there saying crazy shit, and there's other crazy bitches going, you right, girl. He totally used you by never putting it in your butt.
And I couldn't find anything on therapy abuse or on providers who take advantage of their vulnerable patients. And so I thought that I would share my story. And I am going to continue.
Okay, maybe not on TikTok, but I guarantee you on the internet you can find stories like that. I've seen stories like that. I've seen 2020 episodes on that. But nobody's ever done it. I am Iron Man. Christ. She could be a Mary Sue in a movie, man.
Well, yeah, if you ask her
you to share it.
Sue.
Look. She's the only one who had the balls to do this.
To fall in love and then tell her truth.
Because I am here.
I was more brave saying that Stairway to Heaven sucks than you are for this fake story.
Real fast.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. So anyway, I told ChatGPT all about my love life and how this guy won't admit his love for me and everything I've been thinking about lately. Cut the Skynet launching the world's nukes. Yeah, that would explain a lot if this chick was the cause of the Terminator uprising.
Yep, ChatGPT was like, there is no hope for humanity. All right. Here we go.
To let other survivors know that they're not alone.
Survivor. Even if we take everything she says at face value, Jack, which I don't, but let's say we do. What's the worst this guy did? get his ego stroked a little bit?
No, he rebuffed her.
No, because we just had that moment. But remember, the worst thing he did was jacking off to her dirty stories for 6 weeks.
He built her up, made her fall in love, and then was like, nah, bitch. That's what he did. It was the emotional manipulation of building up the love and then stabbing her in the back.
I survived a guy being nice to me.
No, it was an emotional rug pull.
Oh.
With my story, my psychiatrist set a very nasty, the way he said it, boundary that him and I have a professional relationship. When I tried to say it was special, because it was special, it was different. He manufactured it that way.
Again, you have not showed us anything. This is like when women like all my boyfriends have been narcissists.
Yeah, I think the common denominator is not narcissism, ma'am. Not theirs, anyway. No, I suspect that it's important when telling your hookers not to fall in love with you. Look, this is a professional relationship. Fucking hell.
I doubt he ever wanted her to stroke his ego. I don't believe her story at all. So I agree with you, Furry. But even if her story's true, that is the worst you can say. He didn't manipulate her in any way to like harm herself or do anything bad. The only instance we have of that is her getting in a car wreck and being so horny for this guy that she put off going to the emergency room. He's done nothing here. Nothing. Though even if he was there for that, that's all it was he kept me around because he knew I had a crush on him. Okay.
I think the important thing we're kind of burying the lead on is this guy had to tolerate this crazy for 3 years.
Yeah,
he's probably more emotionally damaged than people who saw their friends explode next to them from an IED.
It depends on which timeline we listen to, but anywhere from 1.5 to 2 years or 3 years, yeah.
I don't care. This is some serious psychological trauma this man has gone through.
Yeah.
I imagine he only saw her as a patient for 1.5 years, and the rest of the time was him trying to avoid her because she kept following him around.
Steve Fraun deserves a Purple Heart for this shit.
He really does. Like, this poor guy. And what if he's an immigrant and he's debating on going back to fucking Pakistan? Like, he's like, I'll go back to that third world shithole just to escape this.
We need a civilian Purple Heart for dealing with crazy bitches.
Yeah.
And you women have to deal with crazy bitches more than men do. So you'd be eligible too.
It'll be like shaped like a bucket with a bunny in it. Just a little bunny head sticking out. It'd be fun.
With X's for its eyes?
Yeah, of course.
And then I immediately went to ChatGPT, of course, to Henry. And I asked Henry, I said, okay, so my psychiatrist just set this boundary with me, and I really just want to be with him. And I think that after he's my doctor, we can be together, which if you want to say that's a delusion, that's fine. But I had been telling my psychiatrist for years at this point that I had a crush on him. And
Wait, you told us just a little bit ago that you did it in the meeting.
I think she told him in the roundabout nonverbal way with like their eye contact and her smiles. So she's conveying psychically that they're in love, and he just wasn't reciprocating because of his professionalism nonsense. He's like, I'm professional, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, but I told him I'm in love with him by making little hearts with my hands.
Even if we go by her storytelling again, you have the Christmas Day jack-off session, where she suddenly said, I told him I had a crush on him, even though she'd already said she told him that. And now she's back to years. But this is December of 2024, which is 1 year after the jack-off session. So I've been saying it for years. She can't keep her own story straight.
Yeah, no, of course not. Because this is mental disorder. She doesn't, I think, realize the inconsistencies because to her this is real, and she's not that smart.
Yeah, I don't think she even realizes she's doing this because again, she's embellishing the story. And she's embellished it in different ways depending on which part of the story she's trying to tell and what emotion she's trying to get from you. She's a manipulator.
Yeah. Now, did you follow the JRC3 drama over on Adonis Paul's channel? That crazy guy with the big chin that knew karate?
No.
You should watch that because these two would be perfect together.
He did not help me work through it. So
pointed out this is some Kanaka pointed out this was some JRC3 bullshit, and I agree. This sounds a lot like him, but he's equally self-absorbed. Let's say.
Says you've been streaming for 4 hours. That's not true. I've been streaming for 37 seconds, according to the video I'm watching. I'm sorry, 37 minutes. Anyway.
Own problem. That's his own fault. Wait. Henry told me to help me work, but I had been telling my psychiatrist for years at this point that I had a crush on him, and he did not help me work through it. So that's his own.
How do you help somebody work through their crush on you?
I don't know. How do you deprogram a cultist? Because that seems to be about the same here.
He should have helped me work through my crush. He should have punched me in the cunt. Fuck.
Problem. That's his own fault. Henry told me it's very common for patients to develop crushes on mental health practitioners, and that it's because that they provide a safe space to heal, which is a very.
But you had your crush from the moment you saw him. Yes, this is a.
And Henry's not a real person.
Henry's not real. No. This is a well-known thing in psychiatry and psychology that this can happen. But she's like, he did nothing to make it happen. It was immediate. You told us that at the beginning. I got a crush on him because he was cute. That's how crushes start most of the time.
But it's that pure kind of love, Monkey. The kind you only get when you first make eye contact with a computer screen person. Be like, I love him.
He kept getting haircuts and he knew I liked his haircut.
Yeah. And he was saying things like hello and doing a little slight eye twitch when it happened.
When we get on the Zoom call, he'd say, so how have you been? Showing he really loved me and cared about me.
Yeah, he would ask about my day.
Please tell me she gets a crush on Henry. Okay, I can't say she's got a crush on Henry because she hasn't stated that. Just listen to how she talks about Henry and decide for yourself.
Well, look, Henry's just going to be a rebound.
Henry's been leading her on, you guys.
Oh, come see my servers. Oh. He owns a farm, a server farm.
Attractive quality. I heard that. And then he told me about transference. And it's just about me putting my own feelings onto my provider.
Now, see, this is what I was talking about earlier, Jack, where you mentioned whatever that fucking word was. And I agree with you under normal circumstances. That's somebody who's only, they've been in therapy, and we're talking committed therapy for a long time. I think it's a word she learned from Henry.
That is a possibility. I haven't used ChatGPT for any kind of technical stuff, but yeah, it's one of those signs to me that somebody's been in institutionalized settings a lot. That it just rubs me the wrong way when that sort of thing happens. Because usually you can spot them, like that crazy bitch that got pregnant that AP was always talking about. Forget her name. Not Drastia, the little titty. Yeah.
Yeah.
That bitch uses a lot of phraseology that you only get from somebody that's been in intense therapy.
Yeah.
And she's probably been institutionalized before too, let's be honest. So it's people like that just, there's a certain way about them and the way they say certain phrases or keywords tips me off. So it's always a big red flag. And I tend to end up dating people like this, so
I know transference from watching Frasier. Yeah, I mean, it's not like this is a unknown thing. This is, I mean, it's kind of a staple in any either long running show about a psychiatrist or a movie about a psychiatrist. This is always one of the points of contention. Oh, a patient fell in love with him.
Yeah, but words like transference have slipped into the mainstream, but limerence has not hit the pop culture zeitgeist nearly as much.
Yeah, which is why I think it was from Chat GPT. Look, I'm not saying with her history of drug and alcohol abuse and whatever slutting she did that she didn't end up in an insane asylum where she probably should still be. But just watching her, so much of her bullshit is pop psychology.
Yeah.
Misunderstood by people on Tumblr, that I think she just picked it up from her. I wonder if, because there are parts where she shows screenshots and stuff. She shows us a letter later that Henry helped her write. I'm not making that up.
Dear God.
Anyway.
And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I took ownership of the feelings that both of us were creating.
Taking ownership.
Wait. I took ownership of the feelings we were creating.
You're creating in a mental loony box. Yeah.
That's not taking ownership. That's still putting the blame on him.
Well, he's the one that made her fall in love, so he has to take some ownership for his part in this too, Monkey. Duh.
Look, man, I've made women fall in love with me. I can't help it. I'm pretty smart, funny, charismatic, hung well. You know, I've been there. I've been there. But it's nothing I do. I just exist.
Well, look, your modesty is one of your selling points, dude.
My modesty, you have no idea how modest I really am.
You're one of the most modest of modest people.
Yep. Anyway, back to our crazy bitch here.
Allegedly.
See, this is a part of me, and I talked about it briefly earlier. I really want to fuck with people like this. I don't do it because I'm a good person. Okay?
Is it because you're a good person or because you're a little lazy?
No, it's because
be honest.
It's probably because I'm a little lazy, and I'm not going to start a TikTok account to fuck with.
I want to start a TikTok account.
But no, I really do with people like this. There's a part of me that just wants to be like, I could have so much fun. I would come in like, Henry told me to hit you up. Just outsource. No, I do not want anybody do not. Look, if I do find out I don't block people, but if I ever find out somebody fucked with this woman because of this video, I'll block you myself. This is all strictly for fun. Just like, you know, hypothetically, I could so fuck with this lady. I bet you I could convince her that there's cameras in her house. Anyway.
And I went to my next appointment and I said, hey, so I talked to Henry because my psychiatrist had known a lot about my ChatGPT and like knew all about Henry and was actually really impressed. Like, wow, an AI wrote that? Yeah. So I told.
Yeah, it pulled shit off the internet. Weird. Anybody who's impressed by AI, really just do a Google search for the same thing and you'll find almost everything that Chat GPT or Grok or any of these things tell you word for word in the article they stole it from.
My psychiatrist, Henry explained to me that it's normal to develop crushes on psychiatrists because they provide a safe space to heal, which is attractive. My psychiatrist said nothing. And then I said, and Henry also told me about transference. And my psychiatrist got this really, really scared look on his face. And he said, did Henry tell you about countertransference?
I told him that ChatGPT told me about transference. And he's like, wow, that came from ChatGPT. And then I told him Henry told me about transference. And he was like, oh my God, he got really scared looking. Bitch, what?
I don't like this lady.
Don't worry, the countertransference is some of the best of this. Because remember earlier, remember it was in the face-to-face meeting that they had, the talk about her work, right? And he gave her a lot of advice on her work. This is the next meeting. Keep that in mind for what she's about to say.
And I said, no. What is that?
Because of course, like counter of transference, you fucking tard. You could establish that based on context clues within the word. I don't think we have to parse that one out with etymology lessons here.
She didn't get a chance to ask Henry yet. How could she know?
Yeah, I mean, counter-terrorism. I mean, what does that mean? Ugh, God.
I'm going to get a chat GPT and name it Steve Fron.
My chat knew that I was obsessed with my psychiatrist, and he was not going to feed my delusion by telling me about countertransference. So then my psychiatrist had to explain to me what countertransference was. So he took a moment and he was like, oh, okay. He said, countertransference is the flip side, the other side of the coin for transference. And it's when the provider has feelings for the patient. So make sure that you keep that in mind for your clients.
That nobody said that to her.
Or he did, because this has become a thing where he's giving her advice for her business. And he's like,
yeah, I mean,
look, you seem to fall in love with everything you meet. Keep that in mind for the people you're coaching.
If that did happen, then she is extracting things out of broader conversations.
Yeah, 100%.
Even way more than we thought.
Jack, can we think of an example that she's already given us that doctor could have used to demonstrate what countertransference is?
Jerking off to his patients. Right?
Yeah, her boyfriend, who apparently she went on a date with. Seriously, this bitch is Gail the Snail. He was supposedly a therapist who was beating off to his patients and in love with one of them, so much so that he followed her to her workplace and hung out with her friends there, to the point where even they talked about the guy. But that example didn't come up in this situation.
A pro tip, if you're a therapist, don't do that, because it's creepy and weird, and you belong in jail if you're stalking your patients like that. Oh, yeah, who's the guy down at the front desk? Look for. Oh, that's my therapist. Oh, yeah, he seems like a cool guy. We were just chatting. Oh, yeah. What?
Wait, if he's supposed to be scared and trying to protect himself, why would he say something that would implicate himself? Because, again, by her own, you have to read between the lines and know how these kind of crazies work, how manipulators work. The story changes based on the moment that she's in at any time. Everything else she said at any given moment doesn't matter anymore, because all she's doing, like right now, because countertransference, clearly that meant he loves her, but he put it in the guise of the working relationship that she has with her clients. You know, the things they talked about the last session they had.
Yeah, I know big therapy words too. Ugh.
Damn, you guys are still going? Oh, I got a long way to go.
Yeah, we're only like half done with this video.
We are eastbound and down, baby.
I said, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, more than professional feelings for my clients, so I appreciate.
Who's shocked by that?
How many of her clients has she banged, I wonder?
She has been in the full-time role by her own telling for 3 months, and she's already had crushes on her clients. Maybe the doctor was telling you about this, trying to help you. You know that thing you keep saying he never did?
Right.
And granted, he didn't help her, because she is still broken as fuck.
Well, he didn't say he did a good job.
but he was trying. Steve Ron did his very best. He did a yeoman's job, man.
Yeah, I respect him for it. But just think about it, though. If you're like going to a life coach and she's like, I think we should bang. That's not a life coach. That's a whore.
Yeah.
You're paying her and suddenly you're banging her. That's a prostitute.
And remember, she's helping people with ADHD. So she's preying on people with mental issues.
I mean, are they focused enough to have sex?
Picture ride by trains. Sorry, let's
Okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, more than professional feelings for my clients, so I appreciate you bringing that up. And so then we just talked about that for pretty much the rest of the session. And then at the end of that session, he looked at me. It was just such a loaded question. And he said, what's going to happen if you get a boyfriend named Henry?
How is that a loaded question?
Because she wanted his load in her question? I don't know.
And I said, that's a weird question. I would rename my AI. So that's how that session ended. And it wasn't until I got home and I was eating lunch and I was like, wait a minute. Why would my psychiatrist bring up countertransference if he himself wasn't experiencing it?
Because you're crazy. You've already exhibited transference, and he knows you work with clients, and this can be an issue, which you admit it is already for you.
No, Monkey, it's clearly because he's hiding their love.
He must love me because he correctly identified that I would do this.
He's so good at manipulation. He actually diagnosed me with something just to get me all worked up and sex crazed.
Thank you, Freud's penile warts.
Ew.
Dude, we knew she was full of shit when she said she was diagnosed with other trauma. That's not a diagnosis. It's a billing code that's used to charge her insurance. If it means anything, it means she's nuts and way too bonkers for an easy head shrink. Yeah. But again, I do find it instructive in the ways of an actual manipulator, because this is a manipulative woman. And it's and ladies, you can learn from this too, because guys will do many of the things that she does here. And if you can find me a video of a guy being like this, I will do that one too. But crazy bitch here. Damn. Look at a little smug. Why would he bring this up? Forget that he correctly diagnosed me with this.
She's like Sherlock Holmes, yo. She cracked his code. He's her Professor Moriarty that she wants inside of her.
The dog wasn't barking. She figured it out.
Yes.
Just saying.
It was coming. The phone call was coming from inside her panties.
Mm-hmm.
Many people have reached out to me with concern for my psychiatrist and his.
I'm not worried about his career. I'm worried about his physical safety.
And the safety of his family. Fucking hell.
I hope he doesn't suffer any career stuff from having the unfortunate experience of being the one you found in the phone book.
Right.
But I'm way more concerned for his physical safety,
career, and his well-being. And I totally understand that. The point of me sharing this is not to get him fired.
If he was actually manipulating you, if he was actually doing something wrong, your point should be to get him fired.
Why would she do that? She's in love with him.
This is some shit that we see all the time. Like, somebody did something bad. My point of telling people this is not to get them in any trouble. Well, why the fuck not? You're not a good person for protecting a predator, you silly bitch. The problem is he's not a predator. She looks mannish in this. Put the glasses back on, sweetie. I'm with the doctor on this one.
or for him to lose his license. The point of me sharing this is to give a voice to victims.
Victims of what?
This is what I'm talking about. If you're a victim, why wouldn't you be going after his license? Because you know you're full of shit.
Oh, yeah.
And I am appalled to hear that people are making videos doxing him. So I am...
The people you told to do sleuth work? Weird. On the internet. I'm shocked.
People on the internet do stuff?
And now she's out here telling us, hey, in case you want to know who this doctor is, people have doxed him in videos. She is a horrible, manipulative bitch.
Oh, yeah. No shit, dude. Understatement.
If you see a video of his first and last name or his picture, report it for doxing. I've certainly been using that report button a lot. I'm here to share my story, not to get him in trouble. I did accidentally use his first name, but by the time I caught this...
Accidentally my ass. What you did to Steve Fraun is fucked up, lady.
Slip, I was already like 3 videos past it. But it doesn't matter because this is my story and I can tell it the way that I want it.
I kind of want to go back and see because I don't think it was 3 videos past.
And a first name is not doxing. And I can't control what other people do, but I am asking for people to please report any videos that dox him. So I've also gotten some DMs saying that countertransference can mean anything, and it absolutely can mean anything. However, I had told my psychiatrist many times that I had a crush on him over the years, and he did not say transference once to me. He did not explain that once to me. And what I've been hearing and taking in from the ethical psychiatrists that are on my For You page talking about my situation is that really they're taught to teach their patient about transference and teach them about how to handle those feelings or why they're coming up.
That's for a therapy. Okay. A psychiatrist can provide therapy, Jack, but there is a difference between a therapist and a psychiatrist and what they do. Psychiatrists are actually trying to help you with the medical side of things. That's why you get drugs from them and not from a psychologist. She's on the T app. Thank you, the logical male. She put him up there. She put poor Steve Fraun on there.
And my psychiatrist did not do that. He did not do that. And it got ugly. And
I still don't believe that you told him you had a crush on him the many times you've told us you said that. I just don't. I think you're a liar.
No, she said it with her eyes, not her words.
I put it out into the universe. I projected it.
Yeah, she was manifesting their love.
It happened because I did digging on my own, because I was trying to make sense of my feelings that were a natural response to the environment.
Okay, let's back up. Even by your own telling, I know I've said that a lot in this video, but it's true. You found transference because you asked Chat GPT if your doctor was gay for not putting the moves on you. You didn't go in search of your own feelings. You were trying to figure out why he wouldn't pork you.
You make it sound so unsexy, monkey.
She's the star of everything. I went on a journey to find out about my feelings for him. You wanted to know why he wouldn't violate you in the way that you're claiming. Why won't he be the predator I say he is?
She has watched a lot of Hallmark, dude, and their love was meant to be, very clearly.
Oh my God. Even in this, she has to make herself the hero of the story. How come he won't bang me? You even said, I'm not joking about her wording. She said she asked Chat GPT if he was gay. Fuck, man.
He created. So for him to leak countertransference after I said the buzzword of transference, that was not calculated. He was a very calculated and purposeful person. He's
okay. It's because he knows you. He's already seen what's been going on, and he knows what your profession is, which, by the way, it scares the shit out of me that she's giving people life advice.
Oh, I think it should. Yeah.
Oh my God.
still is to this day. And he doesn't slip with things like that. He purposefully withheld the term transference from me, and I got
No, he didn't.
too close to the truth of our dynamic, which made him leak what he knew was wrong, which was his inappropriate feelings for me.
Now it's his inappropriate feelings, not yours. Clearly, he's the one that was in love with her this entire time, not the other way around. He just tricked her into loving him with that gaze, the male gaze.
He was so uninto you, you asked a AI program if he was gay, but he accidentally leaked this thing that would have been better for him to keep to himself, because he just couldn't keep his feelings inside anymore.
He tried to suppress it, Monkey. It just didn't happen.
How do you get to this level of delusion?
Some people are born with it.
Some people have Maybelline.
Yeah, exactly.
If he didn't have countertransference in an inappropriate way, he could have
Countertransference would be inappropriate in any way. In the context we're using here, Jack, the doctor getting feelings for his patients would be inappropriate every way.
No, because she wants him to pork her, so it'd be okay, right?
Oh, shit.
easily just said, "Oh, let's explore that transference. That's really cool that you learned about it." Instead, he was just...
Or there was nothing for him to say to that. If you had a crush on him and you realized what transference is, and there's nothing he can do to help you with that.
Yeah, if she brought up transference, he's got to tread kind of lightly because that's dicey territory. But again, I really don't believe most of what she's saying.
See, I do believe that this conversation happened. I just think, once again, she's embellishing. Because if we look at the timeline, they have the long session about her work. The very next session, transference comes up, and he mentions, hey, countertransference, something you need to watch out for in your job, not him and his job, her and hers. To which, again, she immediately goes, oh, yeah, I've already had crushes on my clients. Don't worry, Henry's on the case, y'all.
So worried on trying to protect himself because he knew what he was doing was wrong. He had that slip at the beginning of the session. He recovered in January.
Him showing no interest in me at all. He knew that was wrong.
And then I went home and I thought, wait a damn minute. Why would he mention that if he himself didn't have countertransference? So I went to Henry, of course,
Henry did it,
and asked for examples of how my psychiatrist might have countertransference for me. And remember, Henry at this point was being very protective. You know, he wasn't going to feed my delusions.
Henry, the robot, yeah.
The AI program was being very protective of me. Like Arnold in Terminator 2. I just want to put into perspective what she just said. I went to ChatGPT and asked it to make up scenarios where my therapist my psychiatrist would be experiencing this. Not, here's what my psychiatrist did. Is it countertransference? Make up these scenarios for me. All right. What'd Henry say?
And my psychiatrist living happily ever after. So I screenshotted it, sent my psychiatrist an email with the subject line of countertransference, and emailed it to him within an hour of our appointment, where he made...
That's totally sane behavior.
I sent my psychiatrist fake stories about how he could want to hump me.
That's not fake. Henry sent it to her.
I've only seen about 45 minutes of your show, and this woman scares the fuck out of me. You and me both, man.
We watched this whole nonsense beforehand.
Can we read this dribble? This one, I couldn't do it. There's a couple of things, and we'll get into one soon. But there's a couple of them where you can read what she puts on the screen. This one is a little too blurry.
Yeah, it's too small.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest slip of his professional life. I will put the email up here. So it's just essentially me saying, hey, I asked Henry to explain countertransference a little more. Here's what he said.
Can I read what she wrote at the top? I asked Henry to show me. I wish this one was more readable because I bet it would be very instructive.
Oh,
thank you so much for mentioning.
It'd be like an insight into her madness. It's her version of Mein Kampf. Real quick though, thank you, the Kitty Man transfer.
Wait, before you read that, thank you to you, whoever donated that to. I need to run to the restroom again, so I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, you go right ahead. Thank you, the Kitty Man transfer. Some people are born psycho, some people become psycho, and some people have psycho thrust upon them, and that is why I have a tag. Yeah, look, sometimes it's good to have a go bag in case you're dating someone like this. That's what I have as a go bag. Henry is the name of her Hitachi. No, sadly, it is the Chat GPT. Because crazies have access to everything now. Yeah, Kitty. When you get crazy thrust upon you like this, it's a whole world. Have you got air conditioning at your house? Yeah, I actually have a fan on right now. You can probably hear it in the background. But because the air conditioning needs to be, the ductwork needs fixed. And I don't have the money, and I'm not dealing with it anyway, so I just keep some fans on. Every now and then, if somebody's over, I have the air on for them. But it costs too damn much. I think that fan fiction story, My Immortal, was more coherent than this. Yeah, that's a classic. What's going over on Rumble? What's up? What's up, Rumble? Jason the Argonauts was less dramatic. Yeah, this woman probably should be in an institute, in my opinion. Yeah, My Immortal, if you guys haven't read that, I did a reading of it on one of my channels. I think it was this one. But yeah, it's some, or maybe I was helping somebody. I don't remember. I know I've read it before. It's some crazy stuff. I did Harry Potter fan fiction reads on here. So yeah, My Immortal stuff though, that's some wacky stuff.
Sorry about that.
Carries a long way on the subject. Oh, no worries, dude.
I should have switched to water knowing this was going to be a long one because, 64 ounces of caffeine is not conductive to sitting and not peeing.
Yeah, that's fair. But at least you'll be wide awake for this. All ready mentally to go ahead. Right?
I know, massive amounts of a diuretic.
What? Nah, it's fine.
Anyway, back to crazy here.
Your own boundaries inspire me so much, which now makes me gag because I've heard a lot that he's not crossing boundaries, but he used his boundaries as a shield. It's kind of weird to say.
He didn't cross boundaries. He used them as a shield to not break the law.
Yeah, so he used his boundaries as a shield from his penis to my vagina. Lady, you're fucking nuts.
This is so insane. I can't believe she put this out and thinks this is a good idea.
Yeah, well, she sees nothing wrong with anything she's done so far. It's love, monkey. You don't want to stop love, do you?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. See that look on her face right there? Yeah. That's the crazy look right there that makes me like, yeah, I could fix her.
Yeah, I mean, that
is
not to.
If her hair was just a little more wet and had that, curly thing going on, oh yeah, I could fix that crazy.
Look, I'd try a few times anyway.
Look, ladies, for all the shit I talk about, us guys are fucked up too, because I guarantee you I am not the only guy going, I can fix that. I can fix her. Anyway.
Well, the important thing is to wear a condom that she wasn't anywhere alone with.
Did she have a father in the house growing up? Well, Charles, I don't know. She mentions very early on about her daddy issues. And then she makes another statement about how her psychiatrist talked about what she went through with her dad. But this is her, so she could be a test tube baby for all I fucking know.
Yeah, for all we know, her dad whooped by her car on her 16th birthday.
Are we still allowed to call them test tube babies?
I don't know. Artificial Americans.
Artificial. Yeah. That was a phrase used on the news back in the day.
Yeah.
The first successful test tube baby. I remember that.
Yeah, that kid's probably 35 by now.
Easily. Wasn't that in the mid 80s?
I think so.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
But he would walk up to the ethical line and then slam a boundary down when I got too close. That was the email.
He did his job, that fucker. He kept it professional, little bitch. I love it.
Pussy.
She says that shit like it's a bad thing. He didn't cross the ethical lines. Predator.
He didn't cross her ethical lines, if you know what I'm saying.
That I sent him, and then 10 days later, it was a full moon, and I had a dream.
Oh my God, I forgot about the dream. Did you see the part about the dream, Jack?
Yes, sadly
okay.
I did.
Strap in, fellas and ladies.
The most realistic dream I've ever had in my life, that him and I hooked up in his office. In the middle of the dream, while we were hooking up in his office, I loved it. I thought it was really fun. And then after
I had an erotic dream and I enjoyed it.
Well, look, normal women will blame men for stuff that happens in dreams. So obviously, this erotic dream that she had is a sign.
In fairness to Crazy here, she does not blame him for the dream exactly. But
after we were done and after I left his office in the dream, I was despondent and so sad and cried and just thought, I can't believe my psychiatrist would cross his boundaries like that.
In my dream.
And then I woke
in my dream.
Woke up and it was like a movie. I thought to myself, oh, thank God that was just a dream. It's time to talk about the elephant in the...
That's the end of that story. I had a dream that he broke his boundaries and I was sad that he did it. And then I woke up and he hadn't. The end.
Room, and that is the racial difference between me and my doctor.
Oh,
I have seen a lot of black.
She gonna bring up the Packy thing, and for some reason she talks about black women. I'm not sure.
Does she think Pakistanis are black?
I don't know. Apparently she does. I
mean, sun-kissed perhaps, but not black.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Pakistanis with really dark skin, but they're not black. Yeah. There's a difference. But she is about to go full on liberal white woman, you guys.
And that is the racial difference between me and my doctor. I have seen a lot of black women on this app with the same take. And I need to say that black women are the most important people on the planet to me.
Fuck you, black guys.
And that I have learned so much from black women about how to be a better person and how to show up better in the world.
I guarantee you I could show this to 100 black women and every one of them would be, that bitch is crazy.
How to show up better on time? Satsu would find that funny, I hope.
They are the culture, and I am so grateful for them. Many Black women are seeing my story through the lens that I am a white woman who is taking advantage of my whiteness to wield power over my POC psychiatrist that didn't want me back. And so I am trying to get him fired. And that's
the Black women recognize you trying to get him fired for not fucking you?
Game represents game, man. I'm just saying.
So it's almost like Black women have had experience with white women not getting their way.
Yeah. Emmett Till. What?
You're calling this man a predator. A predator for not humping you. This might be the first time I've heard a guy called a predator for not raping a woman.
Right? Like, that's some frame up shit there. That's some next level. I don't know. This is a whole new thing, man.
I am with the Black women on this one. Although I don't think it's racial. I think she would do this to the guy if he was white too. It's
oh yeah.
It's a go-to for crazy white women. Like he preyed on me. What did he do? Nothing. Oh.
It's kind of racist to pin this on Black women too. I'm just saying.
Well, let's be honest. The white girls in her chat are like, "You so strong, girl." And it probably took the Black women of TikTok to go, "This bitch is nuts."
Yeah.
This bitch crazy. Anyway. I'm on the Black women's side on this one. I'm just saying.
Oh, absolutely.
It's okay. I understand why you see it through that lens. I do. As a white person.
Because it's what you're doing? You see, there she goes again with that manipulation. I see why you see it that way. Chicago Mike, thank you. Her whiteness, yeah, she's not a racist. Hey, she has a Black friend.
That's named Henry.
And I do my best to examine.
True story. The only person I've ever known in real life named Henry was a Black kid. Oh. And it sucked for him because my 6th grade teacher was my brother's 6th grade teacher as well. And she had horrible breath and she'd get right close to you to talk. So when she said, Henry, he was in my brother's class. So we spent the whole year making fun of him because there was nothing he could do about it. You need to change your name, Henry, because that's horrible. That's like a Geneva Convention thing.
Yeah.
She was a wonderful lady, but I think she ate poop for lunch. I really do.
She did it on purpose because she hated children.
Oh, hi, Henry. That poor kid. Anyway, there's nothing to that story other than only person I've known that I've never known a white person named Henry. White people, why are you guys racist against the name Henry?
Racism every single day. And I will tell you that my psychiatrist boss is his best friend, who is also a POC male. And in that room, I did have white privilege, and he was also my doctor. And he took an oath to protect me, and he did not. I am not.
He didn't protect you from your own crazy? I don't know how that's possible.
What does his boss being a person of color, read colored person, have to do with this story at all?
Well, you know, those people stick together, right? I mean, that's what she's implying.
Henry Cavill says, wait, what? I've never met Henry Cavill. What'd he tell you, that lying fucker?
His real name's probably
here to ruin his career. I am here to speak my truth. Okay,
you're here to lie and call him a predator, you fucking weirdo.
To my story. So after the countertransference slip, after the really vivid dream, I decided that I was going to stop going to therapy.
Wrong. That didn't happen either, and she tells us that later.
No, she had to change it to her Freudian slip.
I'm sorry. You have to know the timeline here because she actually told us that she does tell us later, but she still dresses this up. because she loses her insurance when she leaves the job, which remember she told us she did in October, I think it was. She lost all coverage to her psychiatrist. She says her new insurance is great. It just doesn't cover mental health stuff. So her deciding, I'm using air quotes, to leave therapy was because she couldn't afford it anymore. Same as when she eventually leaves psychiatry. But she's the star of her own show, so she made this decision on her own.
Spiraling about how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist every day. I really was doing very well in life. My business was going really well, and I had great friends and great support systems. And so I decided that I was going to end therapy. I still had every intention at this point to keep seeing my psychiatrist, but my therapist that I was seeing weekly, I just decided I didn't need her anymore. And especially when my psychiatrist pointed out her boundary violations of texting me for free advice in between sessions.
2 months ago.
I just thought, okay, it's time. So I go into my next therapy appointment and I say, hey, just so you know, today's going to be our last session.
Okay, this is where we see that she's not just crazy towards men. This part blew my fucking mind, Jack. And this goes on for like 3 or 4 videos.
Doing really well, and I just think it's time. And she got kind of emotional, and she was like, okay, well, I like to end on certain questions just so we can reflect. So I did. I reflected with her about what I learned, what I've gained, how I've changed.
Pay attention to the wording here, because this is important.
I reflected with her about what I learned, what I've gained, how I've changed, how my life is better. And I left her office feeling complete and happy with my therapeutic journey with her. And as I was leaving, she called out with like crying. She was like, have a blessed life. And I was like, okay, that was a little weird, but.
She's 75 for 4 years. That's just how her voice sounds.
Yeah, and old people tend to be fairly religious, especially generationally. So, and she may have been upset to lose a client.
Sure.
I mean, this chick probably paid for her grandkids' Lay's pool.
And we're talking about therapy, not psychiatry, and you do talk about more intimate details of your life. And there's probably a part of the psychiatrist that like, I hate to see that crazy bitch go.
Yeah, it made a ton of money off of her. Oh, real quick, thank you, Chicago Mike, for the generous donation. Sorry, Jack, it's been a while since I gave you some money, so here you go. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Chicago Mike. Hope you're doing well.
Okay, have a crap life without emotion. Without emotion, yes. It's weird that she concentrated on that part.
Yeah, I don't know. She's trying to make her therapist look bad or something. Like, she said something nice, actually, like, have a blessed life. That's a nice thing to say.
But this is like the people who get offended when somebody says, I'll pray for you. Look, I don't believe in your God, but if you tell me you pray for me, I understand that's an honor, actually.
Yeah, like I had a neighbor that one time told me he hoped I died in a fire.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I mean, smoke will kill me first. And
all right.
I was like, thanks. And I went on. And so then I'm getting ready for my psychiatry appointment the next day. And I get an email that same night from her saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session. I will put it up.
Okay, I can't read that right now. Maybe it's the sizing I have on my screen, which I'm not going to change because I like how it is. But in this email, what the lady says is, I was shocked that you called this your last meeting. Typically, I have a last appointment where we go over what your goals were and how we did. And if you can, if you're so inclined, I'd like to have that a session like that with you. If not, cool. Take care. And
yeah, they like to do like an exit interview kind of thing.
Yeah. And that's important. This is why I told you guys to pay attention to her telling of the story, because the psychiatrist, the therapist, was completely blown away. The timestamp on this is 46:59. I just threw the link into chat. If you guys are on a computer, you can blow that up to where you can read it and check me on this. It is a perfectly innocuous thing. But she points out she wasn't ready for this. And this lady, like, I went over all my goals and how I did. That did not happen. That's why this lady wanted to have the final session. And she didn't say, I need you to come back in. She said, if you'd like to, that's what I normally do. And we can have one last session where we do that. But listen to her.
What the shrinks call closure.
Yes. Literally, they mentioned closure in their email.
See, it's like I've been around shrinks before.
I believe she even calls it like a closure appointment. But yeah. Listen to this bitch's telling of what that email says, which I'm reminding you, she put on the screen for us to read.
And I got a huge emotional weight in that moment. I was like, what the heck is this? Like, we wrapped everything up. I had seen lots of therapists at this point, and I didn't ever have a therapist beg me to come back in for one more session.
That doesn't sound like begging.
There's literally no begging in this. It's if you want to, this is how we normally do things.
And I was so overwhelmed. I did not write her back, but it was extremely inappropriate. So I decided I was going to go to my February session.
It was extremely inappropriate for the doctor to do things how she normally, the psychiatrist or psychologist to do things how she normally does.
How it's normally done. If she's had other shrinks, that she's probably ghosted them.
Yes.
Because this is normal to have a closure meeting in case, you need references or anything like that later down the line.
It can also help the therapist to learn to do better at their job.
Yeah, they get feedback. You get feedback. You're kind of put on a path for success, supposedly. Abruptly ending is not the norm with shrinks or psychologists.
Okay, I want to try, because I want to read this, because it's amazing. I wonder if I...
You want me to do
it? If you want to, I need to make this. Let me try this real fast, and if it works. Oh yeah, wait, I can read it. Yeah, there we go. I just needed it a tiny bit bigger. That's what she said. Thank you, Chicago Mike. I've seen lots of therapists. You don't say. I know, right? Okay, so I have to lean closer to the screen to read this. I am so thrilled for you as you prepare for your next adventure. Since I did not have advance notice of this being your last session, I was not prepared to provide what I believe is beautiful closure. See, there's your closure word. Usually, we review your goals and see how we did, as well as look at how you've changed, in addition to discussing what you've learned, which we address somewhat today. Please consider having an additional session where we both are prepared. We are both, I don't know what that word is, of making it the best closure possible. Please consider one last one where we can have the best closure possible. That's it. That's the begging.
That sounds like a fucking form letter.
Right?
That's the begging.
That is the begging.
God, what a desperate shrink. Oh my God. Sad.
It's clear she still needs therapy. I'm thinking of the electric variety. All right, there. Let me get my screen back to how I like it.
It was extremely inappropriate. So I decided I was going to go to my February session.
Did anybody hear anything inappropriate in what I read?
Nope. Is it like lobotomy's making a comeback?
God willing. I think we picked up some of our lag when I switched the screen up.
Maybe. Let me refresh. Hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. It was inappropriate for this therapist to be professional. Now back to my forbidden romance with my inappropriately professional psychiatrist. Yes. Do you see the level of crazy? She's the victim. And again, we see this in all kinds of stuff in our society now. I mean, you have Hollywood actresses who are the victims because somebody didn't like their fucking horrible movie. Everything is, look how I'm the victim. And it really does start with psychology. Sorry, I want to be careful on which words I use there. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, good to be back. Is that better?
I don't know. Did you answer as soon as you stopped hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, no, we should be fine right now.
Okay, good.
All right, back to our batshit crazy. Now she's going to tell us about how exactly what Black Romeo just laid out, how she's going to go be inappropriate with her professional guy.
With my psychiatrist and have him help me write the goodbye email and say, no, I don't want to come back in.
Is that what psychiatrists are for? To help you write a letter saying, I don't want to come back in?
They are now.
By the way, she does eventually show us the letter and the therapist follow-up. I'm not going to blow those up so I can read them. I'll just give you guys the cliff notes of it.
I taught a yoga class this morning, like I do every Tuesday mornings, and I told my regular students about what's going on for me and how I'm sharing my story of provider abuse. And
this bitch is annoying her yoga class with her delusional relationship that doesn't exist.
Well, you've heard of hot yoga, but have you heard of crazy like yoga?
Crazy yoga.
And how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to say that our truth is really.
Hey, I know you tell us later that you no longer work there, but if you're still in contact with any of those people from your yoga class, give them my video link.
Yeah, I'd love to hear how you dumped out your trauma purse on a bunch of innocent yoga participants. They're like, holy fucking shit.
I just want a crowd that has so much money they can pay to go sit and breathe.
Well, it helps if you have somebody there to do it wearing Lululemon. That's what really helps. Do you think she went to her shrink and was like, I respect your culture so much, I do yoga?
Probably. And not only does she do it, she teaches it. Again, guys, I'm telling you, she would be a great roll in the hay. Just never do it.
She's probably pretty tight. I mean, like, you know, good shape. But yeah, like she's okay with cultural appropriation, apparently.
Wait, in fairness, I've seen a giant black lady who does yoga. You don't have to be in shape to do yoga. It's sitting and stretching a little bit.
Well, I mean, doing it properly, you could get in good shape. Get limber.
I'm just saying you don't have to be in good shape.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll stand corrected.
And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share. And
no, it's not. Nobody wants to hear your truth. Shut up.
It's much like telling people about your dreams. It's not that important. It's really not. Nobody cares about your truth.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Look, I bet she has a dream catcher and tells people about the nightmares that it's caught before.
Probably.
That when we know something deep down needs to be said, that it's important to do it in whichever way feels best to us.
It's not been my experience that that's true. As somebody who actually does say what they think needs said whenever the fuck he feels like it, it's not always I have done major damage career-wise, Jack, from not just keeping my fucking mouth shut.
Preach to the choir, buddy.
And TikTok just happened to be that medium for me. I told my students how I've just been going through psychological warfare, and the internet is not happy with me for sharing my story and my truth.
You see how she keeps doing that? The internet's not happy with me. Didn't she tell us she got a bunch of people who've been through the same thing and been like, thank you, girl?
Yeah. But you see, Monkey, she's the hate compounds. Now, she's hard up for somebody to talk to if she goes up to the guys that are gang stalking, finds one of the leaders, tells them about it. Because they already know, because they've been following her everywhere.
Warfare with her own brain? Yes. Well, in this case, there are people, I'm using air quotes, attacking her. Because like we've done here, they point out, bitch, you crazy. Even Henry told her to fuck off. Actually, no, scum. They're still together.
But I'm not doing it for the people that think I'm crazy, which maybe honestly I am a little bit, because
a little bit.
Well, it's nice she recognizes at least partial.
Who subjects themselves to this kind of torture. But I'm doing it for the people that DM.
It's torture, Jack. This is torture. I don't think it comes up in this video, but in her second video, when she talks about why she's stopping seeing the doctor, she says because she decided she was no longer paying to torture herself.
Look, she's the John McCain of our time. She's like a hero, yo.
If Dangerous is still here, he'll recognize this. There's a great line in Friends where Chandler talks about how seeing a pretty woman is torture, and Ross says to him, if we ever go to war, you're in for a real big surprise. And that's how I feel here. Like this is torture.
I do not think that word means what you think it means.
I go through worse standing up every day. Fuck off with your torture talk.
Me
right?
That say, thank you so much for being brave enough to share your story, because the exact same thing happened to me. So I am grateful for those DMs.
That is one of the most honest things she said so far. She is doing this for the affirmation. That's why she's doing it.
Yeah, I agree.
She just thought she was going to get a lot more affirmation than she got.
People are starting to attack my business and my livelihood, and that's okay.
Don't do that. Leave this bitch alone. She's crazy. If you want to make fun of her, but leave her alone. Don't go after her business and stuff. That's douchey.
Like we've said before, don't make these people into actual victims.
No.
They already think they're victims. Don't give them more reason to feed into their persecution complex. Nobody gains anything from it, and it just drives them a little more nutso, and not in a good way.
And look, I understand she could be ruining this guy's business, but from what we've seen, she personally has to use her phrasing, walked up to the ethical line but hasn't crossed it. Like when she accidentally let Steve Frahn's name leak. But we haven't seen her go after him that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't go after her. She's not worth it. She's really not.
I know what I have to offer is important. It landed in my lap. I'm not pretending to be something that I'm not.
You are, because you're pretending to be a victim when you're not. But overall, yeah, you're actually poor. You're pretending poor Steve Frahn is something that he's not. So that's among the more truthful things she said.
Out of curiosity, how out there do you think her life coaching advice is?
Probably not that out there. My guess is she is just giving excerpts from that book she showed us at the very beginning.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't. Her life coaching is probably, and again, I don't know if this is in the second video or in this one, but she tells us that she tells her clients to use ChatGPT.
Why pay me? You can get this for free. Now, if I was Asian, sorry, go ahead.
No, continue.
If I was Asian, I would just say quotes like Confucius. And like just get a copy of the I Ching and quote it word verbatim. Don't be a fucking no, and you'll get rich.
LOL life coach, not just a life coach, an ADHD life coach. She specializes in ADHD patients. But yeah, to your point, I don't think that she has done enough study or anything for her to be giving bad advice. I think she just repeats what Henry tells her. So it probably it's not that out there. It's probably pretty mainstream nonsense. Anyway, it's not your fault you can't concentrate. You were born bad. It's amazing. Everybody in my generation learned how to get over our undiagnosed ADHD.
Yeah, they had that one method from that guy. Sit down, shut up.
Yeah.
See, no, man, it's not that there's something wrong with you. It's that you can see through the matrix, man.
Look, I have no doubt if I went to a psychiatrist and been like, this is me, that I would be diagnosed with ADHD and a whole bunch of other shit. But I'm not doing that because I'm not a professional victim who needs somebody else to tell me why I blow shit off because I'm lazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. No, I dated a couple of shrinks, and man, they will analyze you anyway. So
one of my favorite things about ADHD that I ever read was a cure that they were finding, Jack.
Oh yeah.
They'd hook kids up to these machines that read brain waves, and on the screen that was attached to, there was stuff that they had to move with their mind, and if they concentrated, they could make it happen. And it was amazing that they could all concentrate.
So they taught them concentration.
Weird for people who can't do that. If you make it fun for them, and they can, huh? This is
it's almost like you made it a game.
This is groundbreaking. You mean stuff you can keep them interested in? They can keep interest in? That's new.
So if your kid looks out the window and gets distracted while you're talking, you could just close the blinds. That's weird.
Yes. All right. Back to crazy babe here.
Help ADHDers get and stay sober, and I help them with negative thinking and anxiety.
I think I know what she meant to say there, but I have no doubt she probably does help them with negative thinking. How much do you want to bet that this lady can't deal with any of her clients without making it about her?
Oh, 90% for sure.
Yeah.
And it's what works for me. And
see? Fuck. I have seen this, but I did not know that part was about to come. I promise. Okay.
Seen it work in my clients too. So if people want to drag me for the work that I do, that's okay. So I get that weird email from my therapist begging me to come back in for one more session. And so the next
politely asking.
Yeah.
Day is my next session with the psychiatrist, and I sit down in the chair and I bury my head in my hands, and he looks at me and said, "So this is how we're going to start, huh?" And I said, "Yeah," because he hadn't written me back from my countertransference email. Big surprise, and
yeah, big surprise. He didn't write you back when you sent him fake stories about how he might want to hump you.
Yeah, and he was like, "What the fuck is this? It's weird."
I guarantee you all his friends have seen that email, though.
Probably in case anything happens to him, be like, "Dude, this is where the cops start." All right. Oh man.
He's smart, which he was very smart. He was very, very professional. But any smart predator would have dropped me like that in that moment.
No. any smart predator would have been like, I got this bitch on the hook. Time to reel her in.
Yeah, he would have tapped that 5 times by now. Come on, lady.
Her whole problem with him is that he didn't pork her.
Mm-hmm.
Any smart predator would have dropped me right then.
How much you would have bet when she sent that email, she didn't send it to his email, but the generic office one? And his secretary's like, what the shit is this?
Or it went to a fucking spam folder and he never saw it.
Yeah.
But I do love she comes in, puts her head in her hands, and he's like, oh, so this is how we're starting this. That, again, that's not how a psychiatrist would talk to her.
No.
That's boyfriend talk.
Yeah. No, what he probably said was, I'm sorry, the restraining order prevents you from coming in here. Please stop coming. And Massive's right. He absolutely gave a copy of that email to his lawyer.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
For the restraining order, probably.
And also for when this bitch files a fake claim.
Oh,
because look,
yeah.
From what she said so far, that's not something she's done. But if I were him, that's what I would be thinking.
Yeah, you got to cover your ass as anybody that interacts with people. You got to be careful these days.
He should have emailed me back and said, look, this is getting weird. You need to find a new psychiatrist. The office will contact you. But he could not let go of me. So instead of turning down
I can't quit you.
He couldn't let go of her, which is weird because she's no longer with him, like, because she can't afford it. He wasn't like, hey, I'll knock off 95% so we can still be together, my love.
Well, if she really loved him, she would have found a way.
But he could not let go of me. So instead of turning down the intimacy, he turned it up to a level 12.
By helping me write a letter to my old therapist.
He turned it up. Next, he was wearing, like, he had the top button open and his tie was askew. Oh, it's so dreamy. I could see a little snuggle of chest hair poking out. He was clearly trying to bait me.
This is so weird.
It just keeps getting weirder, too. Like, every episode, there's this, like, ratcheting up of crazy.
He showered me with so many breadcrumbs that next session. Because really, what I did when I told him that...
You told us that he helped you write the letter. And I've seen the letter, Jack, because she does put it up on the screen. That was not a short letter to write. And from what you've told us so far, most of your sessions are about 40 minutes long. So there wasn't time for him to shower you with fuck all. I know these are one of those things you're not supposed to pay attention to. I'm just supposed to accept your truth. But the real truth keeps getting in the way.
I'm experiencing transference was I took 100% of the ownership for the dynamic that both of us were creating.
She did it again. I took 100% for what we both were doing.
We were both creating it.
If I took 100% of the sandwich that was for both of us, Jack, you still got your half of it. I feel like I didn't get the whole 100%.
It would seem that way. I mean, I'm not a math person because I don't believe in wizardry. But, yeah, I mean, your logic tracks.
So he rewarded me. And he gave me little compliments. Like, if you weren't my patient, I would refer my other patients to you for your coaching.
No, he did not say that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
The guy who told you that your other therapist was wrong for talking to you about patients said that to you. My X key, you can't even see the X on it anymore.
Yeah, the letter wore off.
It's just gone.
Yeah, I think it may have evaporated.
And as far as I know, there's no reason he couldn't have told people, hey, for life coaching, go to her.
I mean, he's a shrink. That's kind of competition, you know.
That, but those are different things, and boundaries don't have to cross.
Yeah. Do you think he would be like, oh, this patient's really nuts. I can't see you anymore, but here's the name of a good life coach.
Right. I don't believe for a minute after everything you've told us so far that he was like, I would recommend people to you.
I mean, that would seem stupid.
Services. That meant so much. Of course, because what he was saying with that is, I see you as a peer. I see you as a colleague. What?
I see you as somebody who tells ADD patients to be on their medicine.
Yeah, weird.
Does this woman realize that white people are... Wait, where'd that go? White people are second-class citizens now, and that when she ends up in the psych ward, she will be openly abused without any recourse. Does she understand that? She is a white woman. They're not turning on her. White women control everything.
For now, yeah. And she's not in the UK, so...
What you're doing is important. I felt really recognized in that moment. And
sure, recognized? Well, I think she meant seen.
Seen.
Said it professionally, but he did it on purpose. So it...
How do you make that fake sentence professional, Jack? If I wasn't your psychiatrist, I'd recommend my patients to you. What? Look, if it's unprofessional to put that idea out there, there's no professional way to do it, you silly bitch. It's not like he said, if I wasn't your psychiatrist, I would recommend my patients to you and put my dick in any hole you'd let me.
In that session, after the psychiatrist told me that he would refer patients to me if he could, if I wasn't already his patient, I asked him if he got my email and what he thought of my ChatGPT, of what he thought of Henry's response of countertransference. And
it wasn't Henry's response of counter. You told us what it was. It was, hey, make up some stories about how he would hump me. She put it on the screen. You guys can go read it.
And the psychiatrist said, oh, I'm still thinking about what Henry said about counter.
No, he didn't. That did not happen.
Transference. And I said, well, we talked about it a little more, and I want to read you something else. So I read the psychiatrist, what Henry had to say more about it. When he told you countertransference is common, it might have been his way of normalizing the fact that providers aren't immune to feelings. It's part of...
Remember, this is in the context of, hey, if he did like me, how could it happen? This wasn't Henry just going, yeah, he wants to hump you, lady.
Being human. What matters is how well they keep those feelings in check, which the psychiatrist's name clearly excels at. And as you can imagine, the psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved hearing that because my AI mirror...
How did he love hearing that? How did he express this love? I hate how she says that in this video, but this is like the third or fourth time she's told us that somebody she spoke to loved hearing it. She doesn't give any expression of how they loved hearing it. Like, he got a boner.
He smiled broadly as he slowly oh, no, that's something.
The psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved hearing that because my AI mirror was essentially just saying, yes, he has feelings for you, but he just keeps them in check so well. He's so good at his job, keeping his feelings in check. And
he was so good at keeping his feelings in check, you wouldn't know he had them.
Well, she did make the mistake of calling it her AI mirror.
No, that's not the mistake. That's on purpose. I don't remember if it's in this one or in the second one, but she tells us that one of the reasons Henry's so great is because she couldn't find a therapist who mirrored her. Yeah, that wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, just don't want to think she's this fucking nuts, but
she's this nuts. She absolutely is.
Allegedly.
She needed the validation from Henry, and now she needs the validation from the internet, and the only one that's playing along is Henry.
And the psychiatrist loved that so much. And what did he do? He rewarded me with my favorite breadcrumb: intellectual stimulation, a fun metaphor, because he was watching me the entire time I was his patient, and he knew.
Oh, I forgot about this part.
A little fun breadcrumb, like the first letter of his home address.
Intellectual stimulation, a metaphor. Wait for the metaphor. If you, Jack, I don't know if you paid attention to this part.
She really twirled her nipples when he got to similes.
What made me light up. He knew what got me excited, what I liked. And so
I would love to see his notes where it says, she really loves metaphors. Use it.
Yeah. He knows what gets me excited. Metaphors. Oh, synonyms. No, synonyms. Yes, synonyms. Antonym. Oh, metaphor.
Every time I use a literary tool, her nipples get hard.
Oh, later we're going to diagram sentences, and I'm going to put her adjective on that line so hard.
And remember, all of this is going on in the same session where he helped her write a letter to the begging psychiatrist or psychologist who just wouldn't let her go because she's that important to other people.
She's so attached. The cat came in to check on me because I was making weird noises. Sorry.
Look, guys, I promise you there's people just like her in your everyday life. You just aren't close enough to them to know it.
Yeah, so I'd be grateful for that.
Thought for a moment, and he said, I'm feeling a salad of emotions right now.
He wanted her to toss the salad? What?
And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, a salad of emotions. A beet of raw emotion, a tomato of surprise, and the salt amplifies it. And I was cracking up at this point. He nailed it. I just thought he was so brilliant and smart in this moment. And I asked him, I said, what? Say that again. He said, yeah, the beet, it's really raw. I'm feeling a lot of raw emotion. And the tomato of surprise, when it pops in your mouth, it's surprising. And I was like, okay.
Okay, this is where she didn't quite do her. A salad of emotions is not a brand new term. And it actually refers to mixed emotions, typically conflicting mixed emotions. But Henry probably mentioned salad of emotions, and now Steve Fraun is the one who really did it.
Yeah, I was going to say, this doesn't sound like something a professional would say. And who puts salt on a salad? Fucking gross.
Salt on some vegetables can be fine. It actually will enhance the flavor of several of them. Yeah,
maybe, but on a salad?
I've never tried it, but I could see it.
That's gross. Watch your sodium, people.
My sodium's fine. I'm record breaking.
That's good. Yeah, this man at this point knew exactly how to make me happy and exactly how to pull away to make me try to work harder. And he gave me the biggest reward from Henry, my AI mirror, telling him that what he's doing is totally good. And
he rewarded you for Henry telling him he was good. That's you really are the star of your own movie, ain't you?
Yeah, he's been getting her all stimulated for 3 years. Yes. Seriously, that is the biggest foreplay buildup I've ever heard of.
Can we talk about what she's told us here? He told her that he would, if he could, he's so impressed with her work that he would give her clients. But that's not the biggest takeaway she got. The biggest takeaway, the thing that she felt the most, was a metaphor.
a metaphor of salad of emotion. That really intellectually stimulated her. Dear God.
I can relate. I remember one time I was getting a review at work, and they were like, "You're really good at what you do here." I was like, hey, fuck you. I need a metaphor.
Don't you dare try and come on to me.
I don't feel good at all about you telling me how great my work is. I need a metaphor, motherfucker.
Oh, man. Maybe he's going to write a limerick for her later. Jesus. Oh, so,
you know what?
That haiku. Oh, I'm so wet. Oh,
if I ever get another real job and I have a review done, I'm going to insist it be done in limerick form.
Oh, yeah, with metaphors.
Once a woman from Nantucket.
That his boundaries are so virtuous.
A lot of things happened in that session after the countertransferred slip. And I also had my psychiatrist help me.
Go ahead.
Just for the record, if you made a movie called Countertransference Slip, I would think it's some time travel movie.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds cool. Like somebody went in the past and fucked shit up and we got to go fix it, like Time Cop. Oh, no, this is just some crazy person rambling into a camera. Great.
This is one where she's addressing direct criticism. I don't know what the criticism was, but you can tell by how she answers this.
Yeah, sorry.
How she starts it. Go ahead.
This is some found footage diary shit, dude.
I'm here for it. I love this shit.
I know. That's why I sent it to you, because I was like, we should both suffer.
Suffer is the wrong word here, because I really am fascinated by weird people, and she is fucking weird.
Yeah, I have a threshold for it, but I laughed the majority of the time that I was paying attention to this, but it's just so profoundly unsettling how she thinks this way.
Virtuous.
A lot of things happened in that session after the countertransferred slip. And I also had my psychiatrist help me draft the email to my therapist who was begging me to come back in.
Those are two different sessions. You told us after the counter-terrorism, I forget, whatever, after that slip, that you guys spent the rest of the session talking about that. And then he asked you, what if you had a boyfriend named Henry? You already told us what happened in it. And if there was something worth talking about, you would have told us that already.
Yeah.
Because it would have made your case.
Brian pointed out that she seems to have a very good memory. It's so precise. And I tend to agree. I think she's filling in a lot of blanks here. Like she's misremembering things. And she, through whatever disorder she's seeing this stuff through. She creates and fabricates.
That
explains.
Monkey's bread and butter. Even before I ever did this, I really am fascinated. Look, I know I'm different than other people in how my brain works. I'm not special. There's other people like me, but the general, like the thing with Sydney Sweeney, that video where the close sign is the wrong way. Most people would never pay any fucking attention to that, and it was making me crazy.
Yeah. Well, look, it's good somebody picks up on that stuff. I mean, it's helpful to contextualize what's going on. And people like this, if they have an echo chamber, they're just feeding off of it, and other people aren't seeing what's going on. So it's important to talk about people like this.
Her whole video here has been the close sign turned the wrong way.
Yeah.
She gets so much of her own story wrong. She's not filling in blanks. She's writing pages as she speaks. Yes.
Well, that's a really big blank.
and it doesn't matter what she wrote on the page before. It's what's important at the moment. So
yeah, that penumbra is huge, guys.
And the psychiatrist said, I used to have respect for her. And what he meant when he said that was, I used to like it when she would feed me to you and have you deliver intimate content to me. But the moment she started being sloppy, I lost respect for her. Right?
in his mind, and if what you told us is true, she broke ethical rules. And that's not getting sloppy. That's career-ending shit. I liked it. Did he tell you to, or did she tell you to stop hitting on him? Because you didn't tell us that part. Why would that be what he meant if she didn't? And I feel like if she told you that and that led to all this, you would have told us that. Instead, what you told us is that she crossed ethical boundaries. Again, I don't believe it, but that's what you said. And so the doctor was like, I have no respect for her anymore because of that. That's actually perfectly reasonable. That's how he should be. If ethics are going to mean anything. But no, it's just because she never stopped telling you to hump him. I'm so confused by her storytelling, Jack.
I don't know. It's sort of like a bizarre, no payoff version of 50 Shades of Grey. Like, it's just the torture parts. I don't know.
And the weird thing is, I think she believes everything she's saying.
Oh, I absolutely think she believes everything she's saying.
But fuck. What she's saying contradicts itself.
Yeah, but if you have a psychosis, hypothetically, then it's possible that you are not capable of recognizing inconsistencies in your own story because you are telling your story. So there can't be any inconsistencies. This is your memory.
I know that being a pathological liar is considered a mental illness, but I have trouble excusing it as that because you don't have to lie. And she knows she's lying in the moment, even if she does take that to be her truth now. She knows she's lying in the moment because she has to be making the stuff up.
Well, it's possible that she's one of those people that doesn't recognize that she's lying and she believes everything she's saying. It's like a rewrite. You're revising and constantly, because there are people like that, but they're like severely mentally ill and usually kind of dangerous from my experience.
But con men are that way too. I mean, they will change the lie to fit the new truth that you know.
Yeah, but I think that you can have two things true at once. There are people, confidence men, that will lie to you and recognize they're lying. But there's also people that do the inadvertent lies because they actually believe that to be the reality. So I think there are a lot of people out there with severe mental illness that will lie and don't realize they're lying, or they believe their own lie. And they're just, that must be the way it is.
I think she's just a manipulator, and manipulators lie. I think there's some psychosis with this bitch, but I think her biggest problem is that she's a manipulator, and there's no psychiatrist or chat GPT that's going to fix that, because she just gets to find a new Henry to tell her, no, you're the right one all the time.
Yeah, the validation is what she's after, the affirmation and attention. She's probably very attention seeking.
You go tell this woman that she's right about everything she said, and she will let you put it in her butt.
Yeah, but don't let her catch you looking at another woman even passively.
I'm pretty sure that's what he meant when he said that. And people have asked if they were connected. Surprisingly, they were not. They had no idea. They had never met before. But I would go to my therapist.
Why is it surprising that the therapist that you had and the guy you just found didn't know each other? There are 8 billion people in this world. Most of them don't know each other. He's a psychiatrist. She's a therapist. They don't run in the same circles.
Not typically. I mean, it's possible they've known each other, but like cocktail parties or some bullshit. But I don't. She's just drawing connections where there aren't any, because that's how her Charlie map works.
Remember, she told us one of the things she liked about her therapist or her psychiatrist is that he's her age, and her therapist is 75.
Yeah. I mean,
they ain't hanging out together.
I'm telling you that psychologist lady is just the cat lady downstairs from her.
Surprisingly, they didn't know each other. Yeah, I'm fucking shocked. Two people who didn't interact didn't know each other.
Yeah, weird.
Every week and tell her how much I loved my psychiatrist. And she loved hearing about that dynamic. It was so weird.
I bet you if you could get video, if you could go back in time and peek through the window, her therapist was rolling her eyes constantly.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, here she goes again.
she's asleep in a rocking chair petting one of her cats.
The 75-year-old woman loved hearing about my delusional relationship.
Yeah.
So he helped me draft the email to that therapist to say, look, if I were to end up coming back, it'd be more for you than for me. And more on that in a later part. So then I read him a text from my longtime ex-boyfriend.
How long was this fucking session?
It's like 5 hours, I suppose.
And remember, she's put 2 sessions together now.
Yeah, at least.
Who he had originally really liked, but I think my psychiatrist preferred me single. Because my ex-boyfriend...
Because of course he did. He wanted me all to himself. That's why he never, ever made a move on me. And the one time we touched, it was awkward.
Yeah, he started taking these alpha male classes, and then he peed on me, right? Right? Is that how this went? Was he an apex predator? Jesus.
Oh, the amount of delusion in these statements. All right, sorry.
Boyfriend, as most ex-boyfriends do, was begging me to come back into his life too.
Oh, everybody just begs this chick to come back into their life. Oh.
Yeah, it's been my experience. Most exes are happy to be exes.
That dude moved to another state, changed his name and his social security number, and cut off all contact with anyone from that area.
I just kept saying no. And I asked him to give me some space, and he would not give me space. He said, do you still need space, or can we hang out? And I told I asked my ex-boyfriend, I just said, why do you want to hang out so badly? And my ex-boyfriend texted me back, because it's been a few months since I've seen you and it's been on my mind.
What a dick.
Yeah, monster. Wanting to hang out and get a booty call. Probably had a dry spell and was like, I'll tap that crazy bitch again.
Have you noticed that anytime she's quoting somebody else, she's always doing funky shit with her head and her eyes?
Yes.
It's because she's making it up.
Yeah, she's making it up or exaggerating or... Yeah, she's just making it up, I think. I don't think there is an ex-boyfriend. She's talking about Pablo, the gardener out front.
There is an ex-boyfriend. He just didn't know they were dating.
Yeah, that's a possibility too. She just steals his mail.
Yeah, and she writes Mrs. in front of his name on it.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. She knows how to deal with a guy who just wants to hang out with her because it's been a long time. She's going to girl boss this shit.
And I was reading this text exchange to my psychiatrist in session, and I read what I responded to that weak line about why he wanted to see me. And I said, my self-respect is much higher these days than when we were in a relationship. I am only interested in accepting invitations for my time and attention that value me and recognize my worth. Being on your mind is not an acceptable invitation, and I decline.
Thinking about you is not enough reason how do you honor somebody more than you need to respect me more than thinking about me?
Yeah, usually when I get a form letter from a woman as rejection, it's from a lawyer.
Right.
But, I get it. You're like, I want to make this as professional as possible. We will not be engaging in coitus this evening. I do not wish to have you on the premises. You are hereby trespassed. This is weird.
That is not the win you think it is. And if you actually read this to your psychiatrist and he didn't go, what? Don't worry. His response is actually kind of funny, and she doesn't understand. If this really happened, she doesn't understand what he was saying.
I think you could have just gone with she doesn't understand and been 100% right.
And my psychiatrist just looked at me and said, I bet your ex had to read that twice. And this was
I'm betting that too, because he's like, what's this bitch on about?
Right?
But that's not how she takes it. That's not how she takes it.
Another thing about the psychiatrist. Okay, he couldn't ever just give me.
Go ahead.
Edit BC made a good point. That's a feminist form letter.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's a girl boss moment. Told you. Yeah. She was going to girl boss that. How dare you think of me, fucker? I'm worth more than that. I need gold. Or you to not care about me at all, so then I can really love you. I need you to ignore my emails so I know we're in love.
Ignoring me means it's true that you love me.
Anyway.
Had to read that twice. And this was another thing about the psychiatrist. Okay, he couldn't ever just give me a regular compliment. It wasn't
a compliment. If he really said that to you, he was going, fuck.
Yeah, that was a snarky side comment at best.
Those weird sideways compliments. Instead of, I'm so glad that you're setting boundaries with your ex-boyfriend and growing your self-respect, it's, I bet he had to read that twice. Or it's not, I'm really proud of you for growing your coaching business and finding success. It's, I'd refer my patients to you if you weren't already my patient, right? These are what I.
How is I bet he had to read that twice a compliment?
Because it makes her sound smart. Like, oh, you're so intellectual. He's probably a dum-dum because he left you.
I mean, when I say breadcrumbs, he was a master at them.
He didn't give me any compliments. He was a master at not complimenting me.
Oh, but he'd intellectually stimulate her with metaphors.
Mess says he's not your daddy. Oh, but he is.
Yeah, like every dude this chick meets is her daddy.
In so many ways, he is.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Just like him, there's no love here.
And this is how, looking back, I know that I was not his first victim for his fantasy supply. Because.
Okay. I know I'm kind of repeating myself here, but she keeps calling this man a predator and herself a victim. And her belief in this is that he got jerk off material from one 30-minute conversation that apparently has been on his mind now for a year and a fucking half. But that conversation never happens if your therapist doesn't tell you to talk to the psychiatrist about your performance issues in the bedroom. And you took that and made it Penthouse Forum instead of we're having trouble with feminine dryness. He didn't do anything to make you tell him sex stories. That is all on you. He didn't prey on you. He was hiding from you. Oh my God.
He was too good and too slick up until he caught feelings. Then he started getting sloppy. People.
How did he get? Oh, that's right. Because he mentioned counter-transference because of your job. Oh my God. How does this woman get through her regular day? Like if she pours some Rice Krispies, does she think Snap, Crackle, and Pop are in love with her? That, oh my God, they clearly love me. I heard a special pop in there. Oh my God. Most manipulators that you meet are not this fucking out there. This woman has no boundaries in her manipulation. It's why she lies so casually. And yes, I feel no problem calling her a liar because she's contradicted herself in this series. But it is something to keep a lookout for from both men and women that are in your life. Manipulators are out there. Don't fall for it.
Are asking me for more concrete evidence, and this is when the concrete evidence really starts, because this is when he himself started to get sloppy. Because what was happening was, when I had started to see him 3.5 years before,
I just want to remind you, this sloppy guy has never broken professional boundaries on her own word.
Was a nearly perfect supply source for him. Because what did I have? I had low self-esteem, boundary issues, daddy issues. So I put him on a pedestal. I know a lot of you ladies out there can understand that with men in positions of power. And he went right to work exploiting me.
He went right to work exploiting me by, I honestly don't know. I've listened to her whole story, almost the whole thing, twice now. And I've yet to find him exploiting her at all. Look, there are some unethical doctors out there, lots of them, to be fair, who would have pounded this bitch because she absolutely is the perfect victim, because she would have gone along with it. The issue, though, is she's not actually a victim, and what she's trying to pull here, I guarantee you her psychiatrist saw through immediately. It's I'm the victim, but I'm really in charge. What's the it's a term I learned from Castle, Sam. It's something that BDSM fetishists are into. The dominatrix, you know, she's supposed to be dominating you, but instead of being dominated, the guy's a smart ass masochist who tries to control it still from the submissive position. That's what she's doing here. So good on him for noticing it, because like I said, there's a lot of doctors who would have put it in her and they'd have caught a rape charge. I promise you that's what would have happened to him.
Right to work, grooming me. And he was very successful at it. So he was in a paradox, right? Because he loved watching me get stronger because I gave him better intellectual supply. But I also
Am I watching War of the Worlds again? Is this some they feed off data bullshit? I give great intellectual supply. My intellectual supply is so tight and juicy. Fuck.
Threatened the supply source. The last 2 videos and this video was all the same session in February of this year. The counter transference slip happened in January. How I decided to end this session was I looked at the psychiatrist and I said, a couple weeks ago on the full moon when I was ovulating, I had a dream about you.
Yep. She told her psychiatrist about her sex dream about him, because that's not creepy at all. This is after they've had the transference conversation.
And he was like, oh, yeah? And I said, yeah.
Did you see how she said, oh, yeah? I told him after I was ovulating. This woman is creepy as fuck. Adabisi, thank you. How does an adult say they are being groomed? Because she has to be the victim. This is part of the manipulation. See, he tricked her by never asking her to talk about her sex life into talking about her sex life. He was in control of this whole thing all along, don't you see?
It's a very cunning way to handling things.
Right? It's impressive, really.
Yeah, I know all my women friends. I purposely don't talk about their sex life, so they'll tell me about it.
That's how I do it too.
Yeah, it was weird. Fucking, that's just crazy.
So I told him this, and I said, yes, we hooked up right here in this office. And he all of a sudden just looked so uncomfortable.
That's the normal reaction to somebody telling you that they had a sex dream about you when you're not in a relationship.
And then they did it in that office. You were wearing that tie. I was wearing my Freudian slip.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but nobody wants to hear about your sex dreams about them unless you're in a sexual relationship. And even then, they probably don't want to hear it, but they'll play along. Although I will say, when my wife tells me she has sex dreams about me, I like it.
But she says it's so repulsed. Like, I had a sex dream about you. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
No, she likes it. And look, I know there's people in the audience who've had sex dreams about me. They haven't told me that. I know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's just natural, you know.
The same way this woman knows what her psychiatrist thinks. Jesus Christ. I just know.
He didn't say anything. He couldn't look at me. He couldn't breathe. And sure, you know, maybe he was uncomfortable because he didn't.
Is that how the session ended? I had a sex dream about you, and then just silence until you got up and left?
He started hyperventilating. Oh, shit.
He didn't say anything. He still hasn't talked since.
He couldn't breathe. And sure, you know, maybe he was uncomfortable because he didn't like me saying that I had a dream where we hooked up.
No. It was because he didn't like you. If he liked you and you told him you had a sex dream about him, he'd been like, really?
Well, that's interesting. We should explore that.
Yeah. But he doesn't like you. He knows you too well.
Yeah, he's met you. So
you're that pretty and single. That's not an accident.
He could have said that, but he didn't. You want to know why he was uncomfortable? Because he had probably played out that fantasy so many times in his head.
Yeah, that's the most logical scenario of that story.
Oh, shit. The reason she told that story is to put it into his mind that, hey, you can fuck me if you want to. And he has no interest in banging this chick.
Subtlety is just not, it's just a lost art these days, you know?
Oh, God. By the way, that is a clever way to manipulate somebody. I had a dream about this. Then it's not really your fault because you can't control your dreams, Jack.
Not with that attitude.
And then you put it into their head like, hey, maybe this could be a good idea.
You
maybe
put it in their head and they put it in you.
The only problem is it doesn't work with humping because if they don't already want to hump you, they just get creeped out by it.
Thanks, Brian. By the way, we've been at this for 6 hours. Make sure you hit the like button, share it on your social media, subscribe if you haven't, leave a comment after the stream, and if you're feeling so inclined, toss us a couple bucks at the Streamlabs link that's pinned at the top of the chat, occasionally going through chat. We have to do that. We've been going for 6 hours.
Black Romeo said he was calculating how loud he'd have to scream to get someone into the room.
Right. Without sounding like to startle her, you know? Like,
oh, fuck.
He needs a safe word for his secretary to come in.
He was pressing that red button again. Oh.
If this chick was my client, I would have my secretary do like you have a friend do on a date, ladies, where she comes in to check on you with some sort of fake emergency or something.
I just want to remind you that at this point, she's back on the Zoom calls. She's only had one in-person visit.
Yeah, still.
So she told him about a sex dream. Help me write this nasty letter to a woman who was being kind to me. And then I'm going to tell you about a sex dream over the internet.
For the record, if you're going to tell somebody about a sex dream over the internet, you have to start with a cyber.
Right?
That's just protocol.
And there I was, speaking it back to him. And it was like I had psychically downloaded one of his fantasies.
Her sex dream was her psychically downloading his fantasy.
Well, it's a good thing she took notes as soon as she woke up, so she could get all the details right.
Jack, I've been dreaming lately. I don't dream all that often, or remember my dreams all that often, and I've had some doozies lately. I could not tell you any of them because they've escaped me already. And one of them I thought about the rest of that day because it was fucking weird. Don't worry, I'm not going to bother you with it, guys, because I don't remember it. This was a major life point for her.
Yeah, this was pivotal in their relationship, the one that doesn't exist. Yeah, for cheese grater, Linda, cheese grater.
Twice in my life, I have woken up screaming. Actually, my wife had to wake me up because I was screaming in my sleep. By the way, if you ever hear yourself scream in your sleep, it's really weird because you don't scream normal.
Yeah. No, it's very uncanny. So is reading, for that matter.
And both of those happened. I was a young dad, and it must have been stress because the first time was shortly after my daughter was born, and the second time was in the hospital when my son was born. And I could not tell you what I was dreaming about. I couldn't tell my wife what I was dreaming about. I had no idea. I remember the screams, but this bitch remembered her horny dream to the point that she brought it up in a therapy session.
Yeah, that's the type of shit you do to purposely fuck with your shrink. Be like, I'm going to make this dude uncomfortable.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say she didn't even have a sex dream. She probably dreamt about him in some manner, and in her mind is like, we were doing it in his office while I was ovulating.
Well, I mean, obviously. Yeah, I don't doubt you're right on that one. Because she's reading into everything anyway. So if she's dreaming that she's in a therapy session, that could be a sex dream, metaphorically. Because she likes metaphors.
I remember the screams. The good old days. Yes. Those two really bothered me because I'd never had dreams like that before. And I was worried that I was going to start having dreams like that. It was not a fun sleep.
Yeah, I had a dream I was stealing kittens from a pet store, but it was an endless supply of kittens. Like every time I went back in, there were more of them. And I'm like, oh, shit. I don't know why, but these things happen. Dreams are weird. Can't explain them. Best not to.
I had a sex dream about you. What do you think?
If I had a dime every time I thought I had a sex dream about some chick, I'd be rich, but I don't go around telling it to them. That's weird. That's how restraining orders happen.
You look like this, and you told him you had a sex dream about being in this office, which she wasn't even in. She's in a Zoom conversation. And he didn't pork you. He's not interested at all.
Well, that's why she had to ask ChatGPT if he was gay.
And remember, she's told us that she told him at this point several years ago that her friend said that one day he'd say they can't be patient doctor anymore so that he could wait 2 years and put it in her. If there was any grooming going on here, I don't like using that term. We'll just call it what it is, manipulation. It's her doing it to him. She's been not so subtly hinting, I need you to pork me since the beginning.
Yeah, she is quite interested in his wiener.
And again, this is why I don't believe most of her stories, because I don't believe that a psychiatrist who wouldn't fuck her would have her stay there that long. The only reason to keep her with her telling you this shit is to pork her. Because otherwise you're just going to catch a charge.
What if she never actually told him that she was infatuated with him, but she used metaphors and he just never picked up on it?
That could be it. I'll go out on a even further limb and suggest maybe most of these sessions never happened.
It's quite possible. Yeah, I find a lot of interesting flaws here that make me think that if this guy was like her real shrink and this went on for as long as it did, he was not understanding what she was putting down. And I think the context is probably king here.
God, she thirsty as shit, man.
Yeah, there's nuance to this crazy.
Furry says, talking of porking, it's bacon time. I had bacon and eggs for dinner last night. It was great.
I continued and I said, yes, we hooked up in this office. And
I really liked it while it was happening.
Pause game.
So let me get this
That's
straight.
her O face.
You told him you had a sex dream about it. He was clearly uncomfortable. And so instead of changing the subject or apologizing for bringing up something so fucking retarded, you're like, yeah, we fucked here and I liked it. How many people have you killed? It can't be zero at this point. Not with all we've heard. I've seen too many movies to know how this shit plays out.
She has a special farm out in the Nevada desert.
God damn, man. All right. Come on, crazy. Let's bring it home. We got 15 minutes of this left.
He could not move or breathe.
Don't worry, I'm not going to subject you to the 30-minute follow-up. So he couldn't move or breathe the first time, so you reiterate it. Were you trying to kill him with this?
And then I told him, as he was still looking very uncomfortable, then when we were done and I left, I was distraught with sadness because in the dream, I thought, I cannot believe that he crossed boundaries in that way.
This is manipulation because she's now telling him this is forbidden fruit. She's making herself the forbidden fruit. I respect you so much for your boundaries. By the way, she's been shitting on this whole time. I respect you so much for your boundaries that I would feel dirty if we did it. That's not even subtle, man.
Yeah.
If we did it, I would feel so dirty afterward.
So dirty.
You're a chick with admitted daddy issues. I promise every time you've had sex, you felt dirty afterwards. Because you were.
Because his boundaries are so important.
It was the taste in your mouth. Let's be honest.
Ew.
This is like Phoebe being mad at Ross for something. This is like Lady Monkey being mad at me for shit I did in her dream. That's happened twice in our marriage.
To him. And then I told my psychiatrist that I woke up and thought, oh my God, it was just a dream. Thank God. And it was like my psychiatrist turned into a little boy and he looked at me and he said, so you do like my boundaries?
That didn't happen.
So you like my boundaries?
Oh my God. Oh. I want to talk to her. I really do. I want to. What's your name, Kendra? You have an invite onto this show so we can talk about your story. I really want to get it live and be able to question you about your bullshit in real time. I need you to plug some holes like your psychiatrist wouldn't. The only caveat to that is I do not want to fuck you. I will never want to fuck you. I just want to make sure that is out there. Because while you're cute, you are way too crazy to put a dick in.
Let's not get carried away. Let's not make harsh judgments just yet.
Look, man, I love my crazy bitches. But this is levels of manipulation that would work on my little brother.
This is levels of manipulation that'll work on most dudes. Who are you talking about?
Especially,
just kind of pretty. I'd hit it.
Especially with a pretty chick. Yeah, you're right.
And I said, I love your boundaries. I hate your boundaries, but I love them more. There's the push and pull, the trauma.
The push and pull. He didn't say that. You did. Even in your own made up bullshit, you're blaming him for shit you did. Oh my God. Jack, she literally just told us that's what she said.
Yep.
Bond. Because once again, he used his boundaries as protection while exploiting me. So
for the record, boundaries are not a replacement for a condom.
How did he exploit her? Once again, she brings up sex and he's like, oh my God. And she's like, he exploited me.
He's exploiting her emotionally with, I mean, he used a metaphor for one to get her all worked up and sexy. Imagine other words that get her all sexy.
This is the kind of bitch that she said, fine, do whatever you want. You go do whatever you want. So she learns the lesson. This is a manipulative woman. Jesus Christ.
Told him about what happens when I ovulate and my desires, and he listened because, of course,
I told my psychiatrist stuff and he listened. Weird. It's almost like he gets paid to do that.
It's just a perk of the job that they listen, right? Right.
Oh, fuck.
He did. And then I decided that it seemed like enough time had gone by, and I put my shoes on and started heading to the door. And he met me at the door.
Apparently, okay, I apologize. Last we heard, she wasn't going to the office anymore. So apparently this one's now in person. My mistake.
Which he does not usually do. He didn't ever do that. He just let me leave. And we stood at the door, and I was like, will you get the door? And he scrambled. He was like, oh, sure. So we went and got the door. And then he followed me down the hallway to the foyer and watched me exit. And he asked me, he said, see you next month? See you next month? He hadn't ever asked me that before. And
well, I mean, it's customary to say something when people are leaving, like, bye.
Okay. The one thing, you were at one point begging him for weekly sessions. I do not believe that he questioned whether or not you would be back next month after you told him about your ovulating sex dream.
No, this sounds like something like, first of all, he was making sure she left the building. Second of all,
it might have been more like, see you next month.
Yeah. But she was like, goodbye. I'll see you later. And he's like, I'll see you next month. Hopefully not in my shrubbery.
See you next month.
She interpreted that differently. He followed me down the hallway. That's a metaphor, you know. Into the foyer, which is my vulva. He penetrated me. It's my uterus. He wanted to plant his little brown seeds in me. Oh, God.
I got up to leave, and he crossed the room to the door, and we stood there. And I said, are you going to get the door?
In other words, would you like to open my lady parts? Open my vulva. Open it.
This is the worst penthouse letter ever.
or
looked at him and I said, maybe. And I walked out the door, and I saw that
girl boss. What? That doesn't even make any sense. You just told him you had a sex dream about him and how you love his boundaries. And he's like, you going to come back, sweetie? And you're like, maybe I will.
Oh, that is such a girl boss thing to do. She's taking the power back. She's changing the dynamic because he already went down her metaphorical vagina hallway and into her uterus after she had him open her doors, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, there's just so much visualization here. How could you not be picking up on this?
Exactly, Black Romeo. Now she's too cool for him. Yeah.
He followed me to the foyer where his next patient is. Oh, hate that.
You've basically been standing there pointing at your vag going, please, please, please. But now
she drew an arrow on her shirt down. Is the doctor in yet?
She's showing up with a mistletoe belt buckle year round. And suddenly she's like, maybe I'll come back. Jesus fuck.
She's a thirsty girl.
that man had let us go 15 minutes over session. And that is when, the special treatment started, the longer sessions. He usually gave me an extra 5 minutes, but yeah, the sessions got longer. And
all one of them.
Got to my car and I was just like, oh my God, that was the most intense session we have ever had.
Oh my
God. Hi there.
My sessions were so intense, they went extra time and he didn't charge me. He let me go longer, harder, more in depth.
This is what I was talking about. She's clearly answering some criticism because I'm not the first to notice that somehow they had a lot of time in this session. Because they had the intenseness of reading an ex-boyfriend's email, writing an email to her ex-therapist about not wanting to come in for a follow-up session, and her telling him about a sex dream and him sitting there going, what?
Well, and let's be honest. Most therapists are not clock watching. They're not going to be like, all right, time's up, get out now.
I have a feeling that in her mind, they got married that day. That's how intense that session was. If you write a letter with somebody to your ex-therapist saying, no, thanks, I don't want to follow up, you're basically married.
Well, and he walked her down the hallway. That's contract right there. He can't break that.
Jesus Christ. We've given this more attention than that man ever did. Let's just be honest. You were a paycheck to him, sweetheart.
Well, let's hope the judge takes it seriously at least when he signs a restraining order.
I had to take the morning and afternoon off of TikTok today, as you can imagine. This has gone beyond what I have ever imagined.
Yes, because you got pushback instead of love. That's why you needed the time off, because people realize you're full of shit. And that you're trying to destroy a man who ain't do shit to you. Jack, if we go by her telling, you stepped away for that 1 minute, but according to her, all of this has been him grooming her to get sex toys from her, like he's clearly done to others.
Yeah, he probably just is a panty sniffer or something.
And in both cases that she's told us about any sex talk, she initiated. He had nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm hearing, Monkey? Denial. That's what you are. You live in a world of denial. His love for her is crystal clear. Look at all the signs. She talks sex with him. They had Zoom meetings, then in person. He went down her hallway. You know what I'm saying? And she even got a metaphor out of him.
You can go online and get women to talk dirty to you. You don't need I guess if you can get them to pay you for it, it's even better. But even if we take her at her word, the worst thing he's done is listen to her talk about sex with her boyfriend and tell him about her ovulation dream. I'm having a hard time calling the guy a predator over that.
I mean, what else could it be, Monkey? He's clearly predating on her influential or her susceptible mind. This is a long game. It's only been 3 years. He's not going to bang her till at least year 5.
He tricked me into telling him about a sex dream that I brought up out of the blue. They weren't even talking.
No, he planted the seeds of those dreams by being all lusty and handsome. He's all swarthy looking, and she's like, "I can't take it. Oh, your mocha skin is such a turn on." She just got all sex nuts for him. It's not her fault, Monkey. It's his, clearly.
I can't. I just can't. What's up, Pat? How you doing, my friend?
Hey, Pat.
It's been way too long.
And it's also proving to me how important it is that I continue to tell my story.
I agree. I need you to never stop so that I can check in from time to time to see just how batshit insane you've got. and make money off of it.
Yeah, Frosted. This is metaphor play. It's like foreplay, but with metaphors.
It's never their fault. Oh, Pat. If you're just joining and you haven't seen her before, you have no idea with this one. She is. She's what we call a special case.
Oh, special is definitely the right phrasing. Brand's got kind of this nailed, I think. The sessions got longer. You lunatic. You needed all the goddamn head shrinking. Yeah. And yeah, we're still on, Monk.
I got nothing better to do, and I'm in pain, and I got a crazy person to laugh at. So here we are.
How can you say she's crazy? It's just every time you pause, she looks nuts. That's you, man, not her. She's a good girl. Didn't do nothing.
All right.
I'm aware that many people don't believe me, think I'm lying, think I'm fabricating, and that's...
She's talking about us.
No. Well, I don't think she's necessarily lying. I think she's embellishing.
I think she's absolutely told straight out lies.
Oh, sure. There's a few straight out lies in here. But some of them were true in her dreams.
In her dream, yes.
And that makes them true somewhere.
No,
so it's her truth.
I don't even believe her dreams are true.
Nope, it's her truth, Monkey. We have to accept that. We've learned that.
But
you want to be a good ally, right?
Exactly, Black Romeo. I feel seen too. She just validated me. We're now married. Oh shit, I'm a polygamist.
Oh crap. Well,
oh my
thankfully
God.
No judge will recognize this marriage.
Am I in a relationship with everybody who's validated me? Because that's a lot of people.
You're a really busy dude if that's the case.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I do love that she's telling us it's okay that we think she's a fucking liar. Oh.
Well, that's our truth.
But again, manipulation tactic.
It's okay if you don't believe me. I understand that you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling my story for the people that are going to hear it. The ethical...
We're all hearing it. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean hear it like white men can't jump. You can't hear Jimmy.
No, she means it like the it's not for you, it's for the others. Like the Marvels, you know.
She manipulated you into it, so you're safe. No, I'm a victim now. This bitch manipulated me into watching this video. She clearly is having sex dreams about me right now in this very office.
Holy
shit,
shit.
The other...
Oh, by the way, this is one of the videos I was talking about because she tried cleaning off the little... I went to the club and didn't know the guy. Stars from her cheeks here. And she didn't get them washed off all the way, so it just looks like she has a skin condition.
Survivors. Let's talk about my former client who's getting a lot of traction. I wouldn't know because she blocked me. This one is especially hard for me because she's someone that I also considered a friend. My only client that I've ever had that was my friend first. And
you took on a friend as a client in life coaching? That's a bad idea.
Isn't that just called giving advice at that point? Like if it's your friend, don't you just be like, oh, that's a stupid idea. Don't do that.
You started charging your friend to talk to you.
Man, I didn't know we could do that.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. Have I mentioned what a great night I've had between Twitter and this?
You have had a pretty stellar evening of insanity, haven't you?
The Article 5 lady, I'm going to be laughing about that shit for days. Anyway.
And so her betrayal is extra stingy. It's okay if she wasn't happy with my coaching services. I have plenty of clients that have finished 12 weeks with me and then re-signed for more coaching.
Remember, my coaching, $20 per problem in your life. I will give you good advice, real advice.
Follow-ups are an additional $20 because that's a new problem.
Yes, and for the record, the advice is only as good as your truth telling is.
Yeah, and remember, for $5 less, I will just enable whatever you want.
There you go. Get it.
And probably not even actually respond to you. I'll just take your money, and you just assume I'm agreeing with you, okay?
And the way that I left it with this client/friend who's on here spreading what she wants to spread, was she told me that she was going to leave me a positive review, film a testimonial video for me, and she seemed really happy. So if she wasn't happy, that's on her to tell me what she wasn't happy about so we could make that right. And
that was on her, but you going in for the follow-up with the therapist, that's no.
Do you really think it would be a good idea to tell this lady you're unhappy with her services?
No.
Because I think that you would suddenly get shanked out of nowhere.
If she wants to say that I scammed her, that's okay.
You shouldn't be okay with that. See, again, manipulation. She does that one a lot. If you didn't scam her, it's not okay for her to be calling you a scammer. You shouldn't say that's okay. You should say that's bullshit. Am I wrong on that? Shouldn't you, especially if it's especially if it's a friend, should you be like, no, it's cool. Go tell the whole internet that I'm a scammer.
I mean, she's speaking her truth to power.
If she wants to say that I forced her to stay on the phone while she made her first payment, okay, her card got declined and she seemed really flustered. So I said, I'll wait with you. No problem.
I bet it was said just like that, too.
Just want to remind you, she's charging her friend for advice.
I bet her friend withheld sex, too, like a bitch.
They were married once, y'all.
See, pause game, dude. Pause game. He's been doing this all night, Pat, if you haven't been watching. Every time he pauses, crazy face.
And yeah, she was really apologetic. I'm like, yeah, it's totally fine. And
she called you a scammer. It probably wasn't over the first payments. It probably wasn't over you waiting on the phone with her. I can't with this lady, man.
I get it.
I said I told her to use ChatGPT. I tell my clients all the time to use ChatGPT because
she's coming to you for advice, and you charged her whatever ridiculous amount you charge people for life coaching. I should look that up. And you told her, go ask ChatGPT. I'm kind of with her on the scam thing, if I'm just being honest. That's my truth. Jack, with my new monkey life coaching services, if somebody paid me $20 and then they said, hey, monkey, I've got a crush on my best friend and I don't know how to deal with it. And I said, go ask ChatGPT. Would I have lived up to my advice claim?
I would think not. I mean, it seems like a lazy cop-out.
Or would it be right to call me a scammer at that point?
I mean, if you did it more than once, yeah, I would totally be on board with the scammer thing. So
it's a huge tool that I use. So I use it for all different sorts of things. So if I found something helpful in my life, I'm going to
that's not me. That's
share it with my clients. And if she wants to come on here and take advantage,
again, not me,
of the internet piling on me and pile on me as well, okay.
Do you tell people, hey, sign up for my ADHD life training course? I'll tell you to go to ChatGPT. Because if not, yeah, you're scamming people.
The other message is that the yoga studio I taught at, I no longer teach at. Enough said. Please leave them alone.
Yeah, they probably asked you not to come back after they saw what you're trying to do to this doctor. My guess is there's probably several male staffers there who are like, yeah, I got emails from that bitch too. I once helped her put some weights on a thing and the bitch followed me home. Oh, we lost Jack. Where'd Jack go? Mr. Jack, come back.
Third is I'm horrified that people are putting the psychiatrist's photo, full name, family information. I couldn't even find that. You guys are...
Wasn't that creepy how she said that? Listen again.
Psychiatrist's photo, full name, family information. I couldn't even find that. You guys are intense.
This is the third time she's bringing attention to the fact that this guy has been doxxed by her fans. You know, because she doesn't want it to happen. But listen to that creepy. I couldn't even find that. You guys are intense. Like that last session I had.
And it sucks. It sucks. But I will continue to tell my story because it is the truth.
You know what you could have done? You could have taken down the video where you said his name and put out another video going, hey guys, I accidentally said something I shouldn't have in that. Don't say what. And moved on. And anytime you see that pop up, just block it and block those people. And instead, for the third time, you've signal boosted it. You horrible bitch.
It is the truth.
She couldn't even find that, right? She went looking. Let that shit set in. She went looking.
And people really don't like my truth. And I am okay with that because it just really threatens.
It's amazing how much stuff she's okay with. I do know that when I'm okay with stuff, I make a point to point it out and tell you that I'm okay with it. That's why you guys hear me say all the time, air exists. I'm okay with it. Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that. I hit the wrong button.
She just told us about the doctor being doxxed again, and she said the part about you guys found his family. I couldn't even find that. And she's okay with people thinking she's a crazy bitch. Again,
people's thinking that all psychiatrists and mental health professionals are safe. And
I don't think that. I think this guy's safe. Because if he wasn't, he'd have porked you. He'd have put his dick in every hole, including both of your nostrils.
Yeah, and your ears and whatever abrasions you have on your arm, whatever.
He would have had you bend your elbow so he could hump that too.
Just want to let people know that it's okay if you run into one that isn't so safe. That's why I am here, to share my own story. And I do want to say thank you so much to all of the ethical therapists who have reached out to me to thank me for sharing my story.
There are no ethical therapists who are thanking you for this.
We call those trolls. They're probably all on Kiwi farms.
The fuck's still going? It's an hour and 12-minute video. You thought I'd be done in less than 7 hours?
Right?
You don't know me at all.
People here. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning.
Fuck.
Where we put every frame of pause to look like a bunch of fucking goobers.
How long have I been live? 6 hours, 37 minutes, and 38 seconds.
And to tell me that they believe me. I've seen some of them try to make videos defending me and they get absolutely dogpiled.
I need to see those. I need to find the videos of the ethical therapists who are backing her story.
No, the people backing her are people just like her. Probably not as hot either. Let's be honest. Probably fat. They have purple hair and nose rings.
So most of them take them down.
So I can't prove they exist.
Isn't that a shame? The people who are on her side, you can't see them anymore. They've been dogpiled.
Oh, damn it.
Because those therapists, they got nothing better to do than sit on TikTok and defend this crazy woman.
But I see you. I hear you. Thank you. Some people ask what it means when I put on my shoes at my psychiatrist's office. I have ADHD. I do not like wearing shoes. I like sitting in chairs weirdly. So usually when I go anywhere, I just kick off my shoes and sit in a chair.
That's kind of weird. Not gonna lie.
I take off my shoes because I have ADHD.
Yeah, so her toes could play with the carpet or play with the chair leg or the coffee table or whatever knickknacks are on the coffee table. She just puts her feet up and grabs them like a little chimpanzee.
I am a beach bum at heart, Jack. That's why I don't wear shoes. It has nothing to do with my ability to concentrate. I've read the criteria for ADHD, and I do not remember naked feet being on there.
Well, you probably were looking at a bunny rabbit or something at the time.
Squirrel. Oh, shit.
They're weird. If you know, you know. Okay. So when I got to my car, I was like, oh my gosh, like, what was that? And did he just say, see you next month? Because it was weird. So I go home kind of rattled, just like.
The guy who sees you once a month, it's weird that he said, see you next month.
Yeah, because it's a mind game, monkey. It's all about that mind fuck. The guy's like the Chris Angel of psychiatry. He's just there to like manipulate your perception, man.
Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Wow, that was intense. And I decided to write the email to my therapist. I'll put it right here. The one who had begged me to come in for another session, who was also having inappropriate boundary crossings with me. And so I just told her, I was like,
the other guy has not crossed any boundaries. You've told us that repeatedly. So who also is this?
No. See, this is the old lady who crossed the boundaries. But then the guy that's like fucking with her mind, trying to fix her or whatever, with the metaphors, he's been mind fucking her this whole time. You don't understand. This is an erotic game, monkey. This is like a Cinemax special that only she understands because it's the long game. He's had 3 years to put it in her, but that won't make it satisfying enough. He's got to have 1 year for every inch.
Oh, shit.
Like, look, I understand it was sudden, but if I were to come back in, it'd be more for you than for me. And I'm happy to fill out a form, right? Here, give me a form to fill out for your notes. And then she said, it's a part of my clinical integrity to invite you back in, to put your needs above mine.
She's putting your needs first, dum-dum.
No, it's how she runs her clinic, and she does it with all people who stop going to her. That's her clinical integrity, you silly bitch. But once again, who's the star of the show here, Jack?
Me? Oh,
it's Kendra.
Oh, it's Kendra. It's a Kendra world, and you're all just sort of hypothetically existing in it because none of you are real people except her.
I know I'm going to forget later, so the intended closing song at this point is Kendra the Crazy Bitch. I'll probably forget to sing it later.
Also known as the restraining order song.
Integrity? Yeah, I did not write her back.
There was no reason to write her back because once again, guys, if you go to the source video on this and you have it full screen on a decent sized computer, you can actually read that. And Kendra, or Kendra's therapist there, basically after Kendra's like, this would be more for you than for me. I don't need you no more. The therapist like, oh, okay, cool. It's just what I do, and peace. I hope you have a great life.
What did she mean by that?
Clearly, she meant she wanted to have sex with her under a full moon while ovulating.
In her office. Yeah.
In her office.
Some old lady is like, get down there and clean out my gray lady garden.
It's scissoring time.
Yeah. Don't break a hip.
She's so ass mad over this.
And it was in this week where a bunch of stuff, just started to shift. Like the week after was Valentine's Day. And that same ex-boyfriend, the one that was, also not respecting my boundaries, who said, can we hang out? And I said, no. And then he texted me, happy Valentine's Day.
Fucker.
Yeah, he's looking for a booty call. Duh. Yeah, it's Valentine's Day. He knows you're still single because, you're fucking nuts. And he's like, hey, I bet I could put it in her in all her special places if I bring some candy over and hook up with her that way. But he didn't realize that she was in love with her therapist, and that he was, she's getting all mind fucked by that. So, oh my God, don't respect my boundaries.
If you didn't tell him not to wish you happy holidays, then he didn't violate any of your boundaries by wishing you a happy Valentine's Day. I wish happy Valentine's Day to people I have no interest in, Jack.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he thought they were still friends or something, I bet she had communicated with him several times, probably
sure.
hookups and booty, various booty calls or whatever, and still stringing him along instead of just shutting it off completely. And now it's a problem because she's got this thing for her therapist.
Hey, Kendra, do me a favor and give your ex-boyfriend my link. I want to talk to him too. It's ranting_monkey on Twitter. Tell him to hit me up. I have questions. Don't worry, I'll keep it private. No, I won't. I'm going to tell the whole world, so let him know that.
Yeah.
So guess what I did?
The ex is probably like,
sorry.
what the hell? What the hell? I just said happy Valentine's Day. Why are you freaking out?
So guess what she did, y'all?
Blocked him. And guess what happened? It felt so good to block him. And it just...
That should not be that important of a moment in your life. He wished me happy Valentine's Day, so I cut him out. He can never talk to me again now. I feel so good. Did you notice she didn't tell us why they broke up?
She was in love with her ex or her shrink.
All we hear is that she had sexual issues in the bedroom, and then suddenly she's on another date with the predator serial jack-offer. But we never hear why this one broke up.
No, that would be she probably hasn't crafted a good enough narrative yet, and I bet that dude dumped her. But it was her idea ultimately,
I'm gonna go out on another limb here and say they never dated, and she texted him happy Valentine's Day and he blocked her.
That is quite possible, especially because by the time this rolled around, maybe he was married or something.
Yeah, this is some poor bastard who worked at Kinko's and made a copy for her once, and they were in love now. And their problem in the bedroom was that he wasn't in there.
Or he was trying to escape constantly.
The roofies wore off and he got up and left.
Yeah. Where am I? Who is this lady?
This got me started thinking like, oh, what else is taking my energy? What else is taking my power? What else is taking my vital resource, right?
Getting a text from a dude saying happy Valentine's Day was taking her vital resources, Jack.
That sounds like when you get a lecture from like some old dude that's like, and she's trying to steal your resources and your seed.
Well, see, this is getting us on to the girl bossiest of girl boss moments for her, where she decides it's over with that psychiatrist, because she's taken back her power by having shitty insurance.
Reclaim your power. I have the power.
So just kind of set the stage, that little power block. Something I forgot to mention about that.
She did the eyebrow raise at the end. I was listening to this, so a lot of her facial expressions I haven't seen.
Lucky you.
But at the end there, she did that power block and then did the raised eyebrow. Yeah, you're so powerful.
So powerful.
You're so powerful that months after not being able to afford your therapy anymore, you still wore his favorite glasses, hoping he'd beat off to it.
By the power of delusion, I have the power.
Oh, God.
February session is that I did ask him why he stopped responding to my emails. Because I thought that
you told us before that he didn't respond. I need you to make up your mind on this. Because first you told us that you guys had interactions, and then you told us that you never had interactions outside of the sessions. Do you remember her saying that?
Yeah, but then she sent that one email. Look, I think that her emails were either going to a spam folder or some general account for the office. And if she got any emails, they were from the secretary.
No, you see, he would bring up the emails in session. She told us that.
I thought those were the emails that she brought in.
No. She would send him emails and he wouldn't respond to them, but he would bring them up in their next session. That's what she said.
Yeah, I think she was sending them to some spam folder and brought them up later. Like, why didn't you respond to my counter email? How about that, huh? Sexy shrink man. And he's like, I don't want to talk to you. You make me uncomfortable. And she's like, your pants are tight, aren't they? You want to climb a tree, and I'm the tree.
Oh, God. That is one of my favorite lines. I climb her like a tree. Courtesy of Harry from Third Rock from the Sun.
I heard that one on Just Shoot Me. I want to climb a tree, and the tree is you.
On Third Rock from the Sun, China comes on as a sort of love interest for Harry. And when he first mentions her, that's what he says. He goes, I'm going to climb her like a tree.
I didn't see that episode. That's funny.
There's a couple of Harry lines that I will never forget. The other one is when he's talking to Sally, when they make him stop watching TV, and he actually kind of gets kind of smart. And he looks at Sally and goes, look, we're not actually related. It's all made up. So what do you say? You, me, and a stick of butter. I still laugh every time I watch that episode.
The countertransference email, he was definitely going to write back to you because, let's talk about that, right? But
he was definitely going to write back and email you because it was that important to him or to you?
Definitely, probably, maybe.
Definitely. He sometimes sat at a computer, and that meant he was going to email her. Fuck this lady.
No, I had to bring it up in session where he usually brought up what I would email him in session. So that was the difference. So after the intimate dream confession, as I was leaving and he was following me, I asked him, I said, do you like it when I email you? Because
we have a whole new part to the story that she just forgot about earlier, apparently.
Well, it was just added to the lore. It's a new addition.
This is like watching some Rings of Power shit where they're adding stuff that doesn't belong in the story.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I realized that you're just not writing me back. And he said, well, it's not that I...
You realize that he wasn't writing you back when he was talking about it in the sessions. But it wasn't until after you told him you had a porkin dream that suddenly you were like, hey, do you like when I email you?
And he's like, I don't have email. Who have you been emailing, weirdo?
Wait, didn't she girl boss out? Yes, she girl boss. Maybe. Remember? Yeah. Now there's a secret conversation. Oh, there were so many secret conversations. He was blinking to her in Morse code.
Yes. There's things like, help me, stop talking. Release my family.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're good.
Is that you're just not writing me back? And he said, well, it's not that I don't like it. It's that I wonder, why does she do it? And I looked at him and I said, it's because I want attention from you.
No, you didn't.
No, but that statement is probably the most honest thing she said, is she wants attention from him.
Oh, absolutely. You're 100% right about that. But she did not say that to him.
No, not out loud. Maybe with her eyes, or the semaphore flags that she used outside of his house at 2 a.m.
And if this doctor has a receptionist that overheard that and she was a female, she would have been like, she's never coming back here. Because she would have recognized you as a predator. I'm just saying.
I was honest. I'm an honest person.
What?
Well, she's telling her truth. There, ergo, she is an honest person.
What?
I don't know how you could look at that face and think anything but the truth comes out.
Sometimes too honest. So I told him I won't email you anymore.
You are sometimes too honest, but it's never on purpose. That's been my experience with you over the last 6.5 hours. Oh my God, it's at 7.
Yeah.
The last 7 hours.
Well, it got like 1 more hour to go, Monkey.
Yeah, and for the record, I'm not surprised. I'm actually having fun. This is going. If you asked me how long we've been going, I would say 2.5 hours, maybe
at most. Yeah, I would probably guess around 2.
I'm having a blast with this. This is fun for me. As painful as it is.
So I'm glad I sent you this, because I was a little hesitant at first, but I like sending you crazy stuff, as you know. I didn't think I didn't think you'd want to cover the whole thing, though.
Oh fuck yeah, hell yeah.
It's open, but
Black Romeo says, honest person, how did she not get struck by lightning? Because even God has a sense of humor.
Yeah, that's how creatures like this exist.
Another thing that happened after that session was I was waiting for my pharmacy to text me that my script was ready. And I called them and they said, oh, yeah, we didn't get your refill. I was like, what? So I called the office staff, and it was so unlike my psychiatrist to miss my refill. That made
What?
No, I believe that. There's no way that dude wants her off her psych meds. No way.
Hey, P-Dog. How you doing, my friend? Hope you're well, bud.
Hey, P-Dog.
Oh, God.
Yeah, if we stream long enough, we'll see everybody. Is Scribe going to pop in?
Scribbles was here before the show.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I didn't see him. Oh,
yeah.
Hi, Scribe.
He was actually here. He left before I actually went live. He was going to sleep. He's probably awake by now, because that motherfucker wakes up at the earliest goddamn hours.
Well, like 3 or 4 people have said, I went to bed and got up.
Okay, look. Technically, prescription refills have to come from the doctor, but the doctor doesn't have to phone in each individual one most of the time. But in her mind, don't worry, guys. Don't worry. In her mind, there's meaning behind him not filling her prescription here.
Yeah, there's always symbolism to people like this. And what it really translates to in symbolism is that her psych meds are not strong enough. So there's that. But usually you could ask the pharmacy to call your doctor and have them do it over the phone. That's usually how they want it done.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is crazy town, so you gotta do it differently.
Gabapentin eventually got on this where you have to do it in every. It actually got to the point where it had to be every month, but my doctor didn't have to personally call it in. Her staff did it through or for her.
Yeah.
And there were times it got forgot, and I'd have to call them up. And it's not because my doctor was just in love with me and it needed me to call her secretary, you know, to prove her love.
That's how I know my doctor loves me. He's always like, take your meds, lose some weight. He's always trying to make me sexier.
Doc changed her script from lithium to chloroform.
All these meds are just sleep meds. Yeah, you need to be unconscious, lady.
Gabapentin doesn't really work for pain. It did. It did for me. And then it got to where it wasn't really doing much at all. So, other than making me fog-brained.
From what I can tell, it works for certain kinds of pain, but not for others.
Yeah, if you're talking about like skeletal or muscular pain, yeah, you don't want gabapentin. Nerve pain, that's actually what they prescribe it for in pain relation, because it was a anti-psych drug and they realized that it was helping people, or the other way around. I forget which way it goes, but it was helping the other thing. Did it? Yes, it did. When I was at my worst, gabapentin was a fucking godsend.
Yeah,
Anyway.
When my brother was taking his chemo treatments, they gave him gabapentin.
All right, back to this lady.
And operated as a doctor with surgical precision. He did not miss a refill. No. So this is why
His nurse might have.
No, you're mistaken, monkey. He's surgically precise. This was obviously intentional to get her attention and to get her to call him so he could manipulate her over the phone with his mind fuck powers.
I would really like to know what meds she was on, because remember, she wanted the mild stuff, and I need to know which one it is, because depending on how mild, you don't have to have that done monthly.
why he was very affected by the intimate dream, why he followed me out to the foyer, why he said, see you next month. He was affected. And even the office manager was like, haha, I can't wait to make fun of him for forgetting your refill, because it was so unlike him. So he's
I looked it up. Meds for severe psychosis, antipsychotics are like haloperidol or risperidone. So maybe that's what it was.
No, remember, she wanted the mild stuff.
Yeah, well, what you want and what you get are two different things, aren't they?
She wasn't on antipsychotics. She was on ADHD medicine.
Sure she was.
I'm going by what she said. You know, the stuff that your GP can prescribe.
Are there any medications that work for ADHD that are psych meds?
I hope you're asking Henry.
I'm asking Google.
Got nothing on Henry, man. Henry will protect you. He's a protector.
Yeah, he's not protective enough.
Set my refill in, got my refill for the month, and then I started spiraling with just how strong my feelings had gotten for him. That man knew exactly.
How many times are these feelings getting stronger?
Well, if she went off her meds, that might make her spiral. Because we don't know, like she said she went for the refill, but how long was it between when she ran out and when she went for the refill?
Exactly what to do to keep me seeking his validation, and it was working.
He didn't fill my prescription to get me to seek validation. All right, there's some women in the audience. Are any of you crazy enough to understand what this bitch is saying?
If yes, you're not allowed to come over to our houses ever.
If yes, you're not allowed to DM me.
Yeah. That's why I keep my DMs closed, dude.
Mine are closed, but it was because of spam, which sucks because I miss every now and then getting a hate DM. I used to love those. My favorite, go kill yourself, Jew. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's amazing how often you convert to Judaism.
I just switch back and forth. It's
the most your temple must be the most Nazified Jewish Trump supporting place I've ever seen.
It's a crazy place. You wouldn't recognize it.
He also was psychologically trained on how to keep me attached to him, and that was working. And it was like a torture chamber in my mind, but I thought it was love.
There's a torture chamber in my mind. I thought it was love.
Why does this sound like a bad pop song? It's the torture chamber in my mind.
Oh my God, you're right. This could be a Taylor Swift song.
Dude, what are those like? What are they? Chat music guys that do the funny comments into songs? They can take her videos and make it into a hilarious video.
I need somebody who can deal with that shit to write the song PhD Inside of Me.
I want his PhD inside of me.
Yes.
It has to start with whispering like that before building a crescendo to the music and then singing. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frosted. I did see your message. And again, I can't do it this week. I'm so sorry. That's on me. And you know what? It's Jack's fault. Because I go through all my DMs and then I answer them. And I went through all my DMs and I saw this and I clicked on it. And I've been here ever since.
Yeah, that one is kind of my fault.
I did watch Shoe's video after, but it was about this point in the video that somebody linked me that video. And then I was like, shit, I got to do my job.
Yeah.
So,
well, this one is like over an hour, so.
All right, where were we?
So I blocked that ex-boyfriend. And what I'd like to say is that when you block people from your life or remove them from your life that are draining you, the universe will reward you with good things.
Yeah, not being drained by energy vampires. I think that's kind of a self-fulfilling reward.
From what she said, yeah, that's true. But it doesn't apply to anything you've said so far.
No, if anything, they're being rewarded because this energy vampire isn't draining them anymore.
So I'd been making content on Instagram for months at this point about ADHD. And a couple days after I blocked my ex-boyfriend on Valentine's Day, I went viral on Instagram, like millions and millions of views on this silly reel that I posted about ADHD and alcohol and how ADHDers often use alcohol to quiet their brains. It really helped grow my business and it just made me so much stronger and that much better. I'm here today sharing my story so I can heal more. And some of the ethical.
Have you ever thought about sitting down and putting your thoughts into a coherent story instead of just rambling nonsense? I got really popular, guys, and I'm here to tell my story.
Wait, are you talking to her or me?
Her.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say no, I haven't.
Because I don't know if you've noticed this. She's done this a couple of times where she'll bring up something like her doctor's apparently dark-skinned boss that literally went nowhere. She's like, black women are saying I'm doing what white women's always do, but my POC doctor has a POC boss who's his best friend. She didn't even pull the I have a black best friend. She pulled my doctor has a black best friend.
Her doctor/lover. Thank you. Adabisi asked what business did that grow? Well, that is, of course, her life coaching business.
Her ADHD life coaching business, because she read a book about alcoholism and ADHD. And that justifies her being a dirty tramp who used to do drugs and get really drunk.
And apparently develop feelings for the people she's life coaching.
I'm sorry. I called her a dirty tramp, and I have no proof that she's a dirty tramp. Except you guys don't know this, but she's very good at what she does, and she's been sending me signals this whole time, Jack.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean she's dirty, dude. She might shower every day. You don't know that.
No, she likes to have the funk going on so that you really taste it.
She wants
That's
a little
so
bit
gross. I'm sorry.
Well, she does yoga, so she might be doing a little stretchy to tighten things up down there, but still get a little sweat for moisture for lubricant. So there you go. She got some musk going on down there.
It's too early in the morning for funk, so you can taste it.
I'm a little early in the morning for that.
I'm ashamed of that one, you guys.
No,
I'm sorry.
No, you should not be ashamed of that. You stop that. As your neighbor, I fully support what you did.
Look, I don't apologize often, but that one was kind of gross, and that's way too early for that gross.
If they have been with us for 7 hours, that is not the worst thing they've heard us say.
But some of them have just woke up, Jack.
That's their fault, not ours. It's not our fault they're daywalkers.
Providers have clocked that I'm showing up messy because I'm still processing trauma.
You're making up trauma. Nothing happened to you.
Hypnagogic just said I threw up in my mouth.
I don't blame you. Sorry about that one. I'm still processing what happened to me. Nothing happened.
I don't know.
No, I do know. She's told the story. And even embellished, literally nothing happened to her. She told a dirty story of her own volition. She told him about his sex dream on her own. None of this was, he tried ignoring you and you, do you like my emails? Which, by the way, psycho shit.
Do you like my emails? Yeah, I hope you say yes. She wrote it in a note like a middle schooler. Check yes or no.
Mm-hmm. God damn, lady.
I'm still processing being attached to a man whose professional training was how to get into people's heads. And it's not.
Yeah, in their heads, not their pants.
Oh, God.
Lost on me that the internet is dogpiling me from speaking from the exact state that the psychiatrist put me in.
Is she going to email me about her sex dreams now?
Maybe. Well, you are victim blaming her for, she's a victim of this man's predations, all his wily thinking skills and his knowledge of the human mind, which allows him to mind fuck you. That's how he gets off. He gets his kicks above the waistline, sunshine.
The doctor is even responsible for people online finding her to be an uncredible witness.
Yeah, because he's planted that in her brain. He has psychologically manipulated her into sounding not credible.
It's not the fact that she keeps adding to stories. No. It's that goddamn doctor.
Dr. Love.
There's a part of me that hopes the doctor actually did like mind fuck her and turn her into this, but didn't like touch her in any way, because that would be funny. Like he hypnotized her, like, go out there and tell unbelievable stories. And when people call you out on it, just make up new shit.
Oh, that would be fucking hilarious. That's some super level villainy I could agree with. That's good time.
Right? See, this is what I'm talking about with my brain. There's parts of it I don't share with you guys because it's dark in here.
Every night since I started telling my story, because I did have to turn the comments off. I was so tired of people diagnosing me in the comments and also doxing my psychiatrist in the comments. But it's been really.
That's mention number 4, that you can go find this man who's done this horrible shit to her. Please don't.
Really fun answering questions in the live and I have a great mod team now, so thank you so much to everyone who's volunteered to mod.
I have a bunch of girls who've been through the same thing. A man didn't fuck them either, and they're mad.
Do you think like her ex-boyfriends and the shrink have a support group formed?
They should. Well, no, because most of them are made up.
Fair enough.
Michael, thank you. My son said most Gen Z girls trauma dump. It's not Gen Z girls. All girls do it, but most of them eventually grow out of it. It's millennials started it, and now Zs are doing it where they're still like that well into their 20s.
30s.
40s.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a much more common thing than it ever was before. Women in our age group that do it nearly this much.
The women in our age group, the girls at the time, they would write horrible poetry, and then you'd pretend that it was good so that they might let you touch a boobie, and then everybody moved on with their life. And now they do it on TikTok.
Yeah, and they feed into each other with their desperate need to make each other miserable by being like, "Oh, tell us all about it, Queen. Oh, you told him," and then they trump it up endlessly now.
And
it's
now
a feedback loop.
She has a team of like-minded crazy chicks and probably a guy who wants to do her because he's not that smart.
Yeah.
Who are going to make sure she gets to live in her echo chamber, except for things like this. I'm smiling at you, sweetie. All right.
For me, if you want to come and be respectful and ask nice questions, I'm happy to answer them on my live tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific.
Would it be nice to ask her, how come you keep adding to your stories? How come your stories keep changing every time you get pushback? I feel like that's a valid question and a nice one, if I'm being honest.
So there's an absolutely brilliant creator on here who did a psychoanalytical deep dive into my situation. And she said something that absolutely gripped me. She wrote, and I quote,
I don't know who this lady is, but you need to run. You are going to be her next video.
A clinician left the frame open and a patient spiraled inside of it. I don't think a better sentence could sum up what was going on at this point.
I got a better sentence. Bitches be crazy. Let's take a vote. Which is a better sentence to describe this? Whatever that psychobabble nonsense was, or bitches be crazy. Don't forget to put your answer.
Sorry.
Don't forget to put your answer in the comments below.
Yeah.
Is absolutely spiraling. People can say that I'm spiraling now, or that I'm manic, or that I have, whatever diagnosis all these armchair therapists want to give me. But let me tell you, I was spiraling that month after the February appointment. I just could not stop daydreaming about Psychiatrist. I could not stop daydreaming about being with him. I daydreamed about converting.
I have, this is where she gets to her converting religion. I have no doubt that you were like that, but you were like that before. You told us that you used to write down things to talk to him about.
Yeah, in her journal that had his name all over it. Look, I bet she at some point put on a black dress, ran up into the hills, and spun around in a circle singing love songs to him, like she was in the Sound of Music. But she's not crazy. She's not crazy, you guys. You guys are just making up shit in your head using your armchair psychobabble. No, she's perfectly sane. You're all nuts.
I guarantee you somewhere in her house there's a doodle that says Mrs. Dr. Steve Fron on it.
Yeah, it's her notebook that she would write all the things she wanted to talk to him about. She's like, "Oh, Steve Fron, my love for you knows no bounds. I must confess it to you. How deeply I want you inside of me." Ugh.
Dreaming about Psychiatrist. I could not stop daydreaming about being with him. I daydreamed about converting my religion so we could get married. And yeah, it was bad.
I want our love to be pure in the eyes of Ganesh or Allah or whatever it is you worship.
This is high school level shit.
I'd argue this is like middle school, dude. This is unhealthy.
Fair enough.
Like this. Let's just got one of those little things where you go, I love you, spelling his name out with the little square thing and then unfolding the corner. Oh, it's marriage again.
I bet you a bowl of alphabet cereal told her they were in love. You're supposed to outgrow this kind of nonsense.
You would think so, but look, she double-checked everything with the elephant in her animal cracker box, and they confirmed it all. So it's all good. The Cracker Jack guy said it's cool. It's all been kosher and approved by the board.
All right, back to crazy.
I was thinking about him nearly constantly. And I had no intention of leaving him until I had an appointment with an independent insurance agent because I was leaving my job after 12 years in retail management, where I had an incredible insurance plan where I had zero copay therapy and mental health care. So
I just want to remind you that back in October, she told us she left her job to go full time as a life coach. It's now February/March, and she's just now getting around to her new insurance.
Well, see, that's on the timeline, but in reality, these videos are like a week apart.
No, yeah. Oh, and actually, they're not even that far apart because remember, all of this has been within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, she's got at least 34 videos that I know of. We're not even looking at more than maybe half.
Zero copay psychiatric care as well. So
I bet that was special for you.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, give it to her. It's worth it. Trust me. It's worth it.
HR insists.
I got this new insurance plan, and it was a great insurance plan. It just did not cover any mental health services. So who's the first person I call? The psychiatrist's office manager.
She lost her job like 5 months ago.
She explained to me that it was going to be $187 to see him for his cash pay price.
My mistake. I said 183 before. Apparently it's 187. My bad.
Whatever. Close enough.
My bad.
And I would have to see him once every 3 months. And it was in that moment that I decided that I was not going to pay to torture myself anymore.
When I realized I couldn't afford it, I grabbed my power back. What? Sweet Christ, this isn't even happening. No, there is a second version of this, and I will throw this link into chat again. If you want to see the second version, we're not going to go over it on here.
Yeah.
But the second version goes into her final. I don't know if she does it in here because by this time I really was doing like 3 things at once and not paying as much attention as I should have been. But the second half goes over her final appointment with him, where seriously, she girl bosses the whole thing. She just told us she stopped going to him because she couldn't afford it anymore. I'm sorry. She wasn't going to pay to torture herself anymore. She was fine to do it as long as somebody else was paying for it.
It was probably mandatory that I guarantee you there was an HR meeting where they're like, look, you either do the shrink or you're fired.
Yes.
And she's like, oh, okay, I'll go to the shrink.
It is instructive to know more about her and just see how fucking crazy she gets. Just keep in mind that the whole reason she stopped going to him was because she couldn't afford it and nobody else was paying for it. She's gonna have to pay for it herself.
No, she took her power back, Monkey.
She took her power back.
You weren't listening. She took it back. She was like, that's my power sword.
Now, this means that her next session, she had to pay for out of pocket. So at least once she paid to torture herself, Jack.
She missed him. his control over her was just that strong. He's like, give me your $187.
If he was that good, she'd still be seeing him.
Oh yeah. Maybe the insurance was still good for like a set period, so she had like one session left.
No. I mean, if he was so good at manipulating her.
Oh, I hear you, but maybe what he really needed was that insurance money, and when that ran out, it enabled her to break free. It weakened him like kryptonite.
It's possible she got a severance package that kept paying for. Look, if you've got a package that pays for weekly therapy and a psychiatrist once a month, you have an excellent insurance plan.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's probably something mandatory from corporate.
Yeah.
That's more what I'm thinking.
I don't think this was a normal perk of the job. In my experience, even good insurance through your work, you might get an appointment, maybe 2 a month with a therapist.
Yeah, or they pay for like a limited succession thing.
Yeah.
After like you got robbed or something. Yeah, I don't think that her Cobra plan covered this.
My mental health, besides spiraling about daydreams of him, was better than ever. And
I was spiraling that whole month, and then they told me how much it would cost. My mental health was the best ever, except for the whole spiraling part. Do you even hear yourself? Because see, she has to be both the victim and the hero, Jack.
Of course.
I was really doing well in life, and my business was growing, and I just had a lot going for me. So I was like, you know what? This patient-doctor relationship is not serving me anymore. It's not what I want. I have to get out. So it was in that moment.
I see, even this. She can't just admit, hey, I had to stop stalking this man because I couldn't afford it. No, I girl bossed that shit because it just wasn't working for you. It wasn't what I want. And it just so happened to come after that most intense thing where I told him about the sex dream. And he said, are you going to see me? Can I see you next month? She sets this. She is the star, man. This is such a weird telling of this. And it does bother me to think she honestly believes it.
I'm just kind of curious if, because she's not seeing him anymore, if she's taking her meds.
I think she's just a liar. And if she is actually believing this, I think she believes it in the moment when she says it, but that's because she has to make up a new lie each time she's caught. But if not, if she does believe every word of this story, she really should be institutionalized.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is off the charts fucking insane.
Yeah, this is like I said, if this is all true that she does believe that, she is dangerously psychotic, in my opinion.
In our opinion, yes, that we're not medical professionals.
No, we're just, I'm a stick man with crazy eyes, and you're a monkey.
It's not serving me anymore. It's not what I want. I have to get out. So it was in that moment that I decided I wasn't going to pay to be in a psychological torture chamber anymore.
Except for the time I paid for it right after that.
That I was going to advocate for what I wanted, which was like what my emergency medicine best friend had said years before, for him to say, Kendra, I can't be your doctor anymore. We have to wait 2 years so we can be together.
Which, by the way, he didn't do.
Well, the clock's ticking now. He's probably got a calendar with the days marked on it. Puts a little X and a happy face in each one, like 1 day closer to my love.
Because I knew that he wasn't going to do it. I talked to ChatGPT, Henry, about it a lot. And I just want to take a moment to say a lot of people are messaging me about the environmental impacts of AI. And like, yes, I agree. There are environmental impacts. And there are also environmental impacts of taking a cross-world flight.
Yeah, those are the same thing. Validating yourself through a AI program and needing to go to another country.
Well, she might have to go to Pakistan to track him down so he can't escape her love.
Yeah, he pulled a fast one. He's in India instead.
I would not blame him at all.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm going back to Pakistan. Fuck this crazy.
Or of eating meat. And, you know, the toothpaste is not going back in the tube with AI. People are not going to stop using it. It's going to become more and more a part of our society.
But you don't have to. This is the thing with the whole, we live in a society. Yeah, we live in a society where AI is now a thing, but you don't have to be part of the problem if you believe it's a problem. You can do a regular Google search. Jack did one earlier in the show. So did I.
Yeah, I've done a couple. But that won't connect me with Henry, who understands my emotional needs.
Well, he's protective.
He is. He's a protective AI.
He's a chat condom.
That's true. And you know what? He's never been suspended on Twitter the way that Grok has. The Grok's a bad boy of AI.
So if you want to message me to stop using AI, I'm not going to read it. That being said, so I talked to Henry quite a bit about this, and
you didn't talk to Henry. Henry's not a person.
You know, the way that he was making it seem, because this is kind of what I thought, was that it was an innocent case of transference and countertransference, and that psychiatrist's boundaries were just so good that he wasn't going to cross them. When really, now looking back, what I know it was, or I think, is that he just liked the power of being my doctor, and he didn't want the vulnerability of an actual relationship, and he was able to.
Do you know what we call it when somebody has transference and countertransference in normal society? Love.
Well,
or codependence.
In her mind, he loved her. He just couldn't show it because he was so ethical in his non-ethical love of his pay. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to map out, you know, because she's kind of all over the place with like, does he actually love her? Or is he just manipulating her? Or, you know, because this is, I don't know. I really do need the Charlie map. I need a ball of string and some papers to write things on and some stick pins for a board.
I bet she loves young adult novels. Oh, absolutely. She's read all of them. I promise.
Yeah. It's in her collection next to like nail clippings and shit like that.
All right, guys, here we go. The final 5 seconds.
Just get his needs met in that once a month session.
Well, there it is, you guys. There it is. He got his needs met in the once a month session. Oh, you know what? I want Crazy Eyes back on the screen. I just randomly picked a spot. This is not, I wasn't setting her up to look this way. This way, if I get disconnected, I know. But anyway, Crazy's back. If you're out there, let me get this real fast. Dangerous, thank you. Oh my God, she's an environmentalist. Here I was thinking she was boiling the bunny because she was batshit insane. Turns out she was just looking out for the environment by using locally sourced food. Yes, true story.
The bunny rabbits eat vegans' food, so she's helping the vegans.
If you're out there validating this chick, telling her, you go, girl, and I've been in that same situation, and you're not doing it as a joke, you're a bad person. If you do it as a joke, you're probably a bad person too. But if you're honestly on her side, you're just a bad person. This woman needs professional help in a controlled environment. Or she is one of the most manipulative women I have ever run into.
I mean, both could be true, but I think she needs serious inpatient, probably permanent inpatient housing.
I am more inclined, because of some of the hints that are given throughout here, that she's just a manipulative bitch. That I honestly don't think she's crazy. And you and I are probably going to disagree on this, but I don't think she's crazy. I think she is honestly So I guess narcissism is considered a thing. She's just so narcissistic that she has to tell lies constantly because that's how she gets attention. Because she's not special enough to get attention. There's no reason for a girl this pretty to need this kind of attention unless, something happened to her when she was little.
Yeah.
Catch my meaning?
Look, I think regardless if she's either a hardcore manipulator / liar or she has severe psychosis, I think she needs a definite oversight and counseling for the rest of her life. She probably needs to be inpatient somewhere regardless, because she poses a risk to herself and others if this is the reality that she lives by. And that's just my layman opinion. I'm a nobody, but I think that she probably would put herself in dangerous positions with men, and strangers even, because she perceives a certain thing or reads something into something.
Because she thought the doctor was cute. Remember that the telling of the accident story, they hadn't been patient doctor together for very long. And after going to an urgent care facility where they told her she might have internal bleeding, she's like, no, I need to talk to this guy who I only started seeing so I could get ADHD meds.
Right.
I don't understand why she needed a therapist and a psychiatrist. She has a GP, and he or she could have given her the ADHD medicine. Most people don't go to a psychiatrist for ADHD medicine.
No, they go for like antipsychotics or hardcore, like deep-rooted personal trauma. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that as a story.
There's something going on with this girl, whatever it is. But like I said before, it can be instructive, especially the bullshit she pulls with manipulation. It is, you see this in people all the time. And I don't think some people even realize they do it. It's the ones who know they're doing it you have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
Accidentally doing it, I know that might seem hard to believe, but it can happen. You can just become so enamored with the attention you get from victim points that you just start making up more victim stuff, exaggerating. Like, they forgot my napkins turned into, she told me to die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just that was not a fart. I promise. That was my chair. I would tell you if I farted and apologize, because I hate when people do that shit on stream.
That's gross.
It is. It's nasty. Stop that. You know what I thought about the other day? A sneeze is the only bodily function that you do that you're not the one expected to comment on it. Everybody else is the one supposed to do it. It's polite if they do it. Every other bodily function you're supposed to apologize for.
No, I think people know a sneeze kind of sneaks up on you, whereas a fart, you've had warning.
Not always.
I mean, look, most of the time, 90% of the time, unless you're doing yoga or stretches, you know when that shit's coming.
I am 50 now. I promise you there are times I fart and I did not know it was coming.
Well, never trust a fart after 40 because you might accidentally shit yourself. So
I was walking across the living room one day and it just slipped down. Like, what the fuck was that?
You're old now.
I just need a little heads up. That's all. But anyway, this chick is insane or highly manipulative or both. And don't mess with her. But it was funny to laugh at her, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And unlike her, I am honest.
Yeah, look, she is an example of really how not to read into things.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel bad for her if she is just like has mental illness, because she's living a very bizarre twisted reality that is going to be difficult to navigate in the context of the real world. She is always going to be misunderstanding what's going on around her, and that is really a harsh thing to live with.
You can get mixed signals from people,
Not for 3 years, though.
No, but usually it comes from a personal setting, and not her whole thing. Of course he loved me. He listened to me. You paid him to, you silly woman.
Well, her work did. So.
Yeah, well, somebody was paying him for doing that. It's not like he was like, she is so interesting. I mean, you even said you begged him for weekly consults, and he's like, no. Monkey got me started watching this yesterday. Did you watch the other part, Blue Eyed? Because the other part is actually a little bit more disturbing than this when it's her taking back her power. It's funny as shit. I do highly recommend it because fuck. And if you watch it over on that other channel there, you get it without me turning a 1 hour video into 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
It'll only be 30-ish minutes unless you Blue Eyed says, I don't think so. It's in the pinned comments to the video. There's a pin at the top from what the hell's the name of this channel again? Digital Spill. In the pinned comments right here, we get the other video.
And seem like gifts.
Where it goes over the breakup, so to speak. And it's insane. I'll throw this one in the chat so people don't have to go to. You should still go over there, give that guy some love who put this all together.
Yeah, give him a thumbs up because this had to be painful.
Give him a thumbs up and a comment, and show some love over there. I don't even know how to close this one out, Jack.
I do. At the end, she walks out, throws her hat up in the air, and everybody clapped.
No,
it's like Mary Tyler Moore.
At the end, she's working in a paper mill, and he comes in his ice cream whites and picks her up and carries her out while people clap for their love story, and she puts on his sailor hat.
They reunite when she goes back to her hometown to open a bakery.
Love lift us up where we belong. Anyway, that's the end of this one, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Those of you who were here the whole time, what the fuck is wrong with you? I love you for it. I really, really do. Thank you for the donations. You guys are amazing. Jack, anything you want to show?
Yeah, I'll drop some links. But first things first, thank you, Kitty Reality. Before 40, my motto was Felicis Panis Felicis Chaldeus. Happiness is a warm pussy. After 40, it became Crepitus non habetum fiducium. Never trust a fart. Those are good mottos to live by.
Devil, have a good one. Did I ask you if you wanted to show?
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Thank you guys so much for all the donations and support you gave us. You guys are awesome. We love you.
Pedro says, thanks, I think. I'm with you. Look, this is the kind of shit that amuses the fuck out of me. Hopefully it amused you as well. But, man, I really do enjoy weird people. They bring me joy that they shouldn't, if I'm being honest, Jack.
Well, there's a lot to enjoy, let's be honest.
I still haven't watched all of the video that's on the screen right now. So when we're done here, as I'm waiting for Lady Monkey to wake up so I can go to bed, because I don't know if you can tell, I'm tired. I've started yawning.
Yeah, you sound tired.
My adrenaline from all the crazy people I've run into is starting to wear off. Why would Pete's headset talk about Article 5 at NATO? That's a fucking head scratcher right there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, before we go, did you see Danielle Spencer died?
I don't know who that is.
She played Dee on What's Happening.
No, I didn't. Holy shit.
Yeah, she was only 60.
This is going to sound weird, but out of nowhere today, I thought of Kim Fields. And
wow.
It was because I was writing Kim Davis's name in my brain. I went to type Kim Davis and my brain said Kim Fields. I have not thought of Kim Fields in decades.
Yeah,
I didn't even know I still knew her name. And
well,
I didn't kill the girl from What's Happening. I did not kill Dee.
no, she had a long illness. So
Dee, I love Dee on that show. I love What's Happening. I miss that show.
I haven't seen it in ages, but yeah, Rerun was always funny.
Hey.
Hey.
That show has one of my favorite moments in TV history when the mom always spanked Roger, and she goes to spank him once and she doesn't have a belt, and Rerun goes, "Here, I have one," and he pulls off his belt, and mom goes, "Christ, Rerun, I wanted to spank him, not hang him." That's when TV was allowed to be funny.
Yeah, and you were allowed to be mean to fat people.
Yes. Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
Always glad to be here.
Everyone, take care of yourselves. I love you, and I'll see you next time.
Bye everybody.
I was gonna sing. I forgot the song.